Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Some of you, it's probably nighttime. Some of you, it might be the crack of dawn. I don't know. The world is just all screwed up, and so is the timeline. Yeah, I don't know about time because I don't get any time. Why don't I get any time? Well, when it's time to sleep, the puppies wake up. Yeah, yeah. When it's time to go live, they make a little bit of noise for a while, and then they go to sleep for the rest of the time. And then what happens? Then I turn around and I decide that, okay, I'm going to end my podcast because they're asleep and I can get a nap in. I pull out my bed, I get in it, and what happens? They wake up. This never stops. It never, ever stops. What kind of world am I living in today where a man can't even get a decent nap? For Pete's sake. All right. Okay, so we got a whole bunch of stuff to go through today. I'm still playing catch up from a couple of days ago, in getting information out, only because of the fact that my life has just been crazy, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going. We'll get through all of this. Hopefully we'll get through the whole X feed today and be caught up because there's a lot of stuff. I mean, it's it seems that there's never any stop to more information coming out. The problem is that we have so much of it that is, hey, this is exactly what I'm talking about. What are you doing? What are you doing? I was just talking about this. How you guys act up the first couple of minutes that I do my show, and then after that you go to sleep. Why don't you just go ahead and go to sleep? That way I can get my job done. See what I'm talking about? You see what I'm talking about? I get no respect. I get no respect. None. It's like nobody cares. Nobody cares. Do they really? Okay. All right. So I know that I'm right about at the spot of my. Okay. Now I covered, if I'm not mistaken, I covered Bishop Mari getting stabbed there in Australia. I think that was the last one that I covered yesterday. Was that so? Okay, let's see if I can get my screen up here. And I don't know if I said hi to everybody or not. I think I did. Welcome, those of you that are new. I saw we have somebody new here today from. Oh, where was it? Give me a second here to catch up. Oh, Scotland's here. Hello, Scotland. And we've got. Where'd it go? I could have swore I saw it. Where'd it go? Was I seeing things? I thought they said that they were from Holland. Did they delete their comment? Or am I just that blind that I'm not seeing it? Yes, I am feeling better. Thank you very much. As I'm scrolling through the comments here. Yes. Oh, here we go. Chris Novin. Well, welcome, Chris. Welcome. Hi from Europe, Holland. Welcome. We actually play some stuff from a guy over where you are. He goes by the Maestro. We play some of his content periodically, based upon what it's about. Because a lot of times he covers the medical stuff, and I have to be really, really careful on the medical stuff because I get myself into so much trouble. I do. Thanks, Miss Bullfrog. I found it. Dang it. uh, Oklahoma's in the house. All right, all right, all right. First time from Connecticut. Been listening for a while. All right, on. Welcome, David. I'm actually from Connecticut too. However, I don't live there anymore. I grew up in Norwich, and then after I joined the military, I was in the Groton, New London area for quite some time. But I also lived out in the Marlborough area, out by the Colchester State Police Barracks, as well. Troop K out there. So, yeah, I'm from there myself. Yeah. Okay. So let's go ahead and get this started. I'm going to kill my cam so that way we don't have any interruption in our video feed. Let me get rid of this ManyCam program so that that will kill that area. Yeah, welcome, South Philly. Philly, I'm telling you, I've been seeing some videos on Philadelphia, and and I'll tell you what, growing up, very patriotically, I guess you would say. I've always been I've always been patriot. I've always loved my country, no doubt about it. Do I love the things that my government does? No. But I do love my country, and Philadelphia is like the birthplace of, a lot of things, for our country, and to see what your public officials are doing there, man, is so disappointing. So disappointing. And I hope you guys get control of your city back soon. Mayorkas impeachment trial is on Fox News now. Guys are distractions. That's not funny. Not funny. I didn't think the Senate even agreed to do it. As far as I knew, Chuck Schumer was saying no, they weren't going to do it. Mayorkas impeachment trial. I don't think this is the actual trial, though, is it? Let's take a listen for a minute. Yeah, there's nothing going on there right now. So we'll cover that later. But let's go ahead and get into this feed and get through this stuff here. So let's see. MTG says today is tax day. Everybody's having to pay the IRS to fund the government that doesn't care about fixing the problems in America. Let's take a listen to what she had to say. And I want to make this very clear. I want everybody to understand this right off the bat. I trust absolutely nobody in Washington, D.C. Let's make that very clear. There is no one in Washington, D.C. that I trust. Now, we do listen to them. Why? Because as they speak, they expose themselves. Okay? And they expose themselves either by comments that they make while they're speaking to us, or by their actions after they speak to us. Okay, what do I mean by that? Well, when you come out and you say, well, I'm not going to support this, this, and this, and then you turn around, and as soon as you get done walking away from the microphone, you go in and you vote, and you're voting for the thing that you just said that you weren't going to vote for. I've seen that way too many times. But at the same time, I'm no longer a slave. I refuse to be a slave. I refuse to bow down to them. It's just not going to happen. God gave me two legs to stand on, and that's what I'm going to do. Is I'm going to stand, and I'm going to stand every day. Well, I'm sitting right now, but I'm going to stand later. Okay, as soon as I get done standing. Okay, it's just so we understand where we're going here. Okay, so again, I do not trust anybody. However, they do drop us nuggets, and we have to listen for them. We have to catch them, and when we catch them, then we go, then we can go from there. But I am, it's, yep, this is, here we go.
What is your reaction? I am firmly against the plan as it stands right now. Here's what Republican voters across the country know. They know that Speaker Johnson passed a two-part omnibus that funded Biden's open border, deadly open border policies, funded the DOJ, which has 91 federal indictments against President Trump and wants to put him in jail for the rest of his life, funded the FBI that raided Mar-a-Lago, and gave him a brand new building. Now he's telling Republican voters that he's going to put Ukraine money first, $60 billion, supposedly broken down to make it more appealing somehow, of funding for Taiwan, funding for Israel, and then some sort of national security package that includes the TikTok ban, which, by the way, there's a lot of Republican voters on TikTok, and Republican voters are angry at Facebook and Instagram for being censored, and are angry at CISA and DHS for spying on Americans, and Facebook and formerly Twitter. This is such a scam, and people are so done with it. People care about actions. They're tired of Republicans going out and promising all these promises and saying how we're fighting for America, and then sending their hard-earned tax dollars. By the way, today's tax day, April 15th. Everyone's having to pay the IRS to fund this government that doesn't care about actually fixing the problems here at home. They just want to kick the can down the road. And people are not going to like any of this. They're going to be angry about it. And I think it's another wrong direction for Speaker Johnson in our conference.
Are you going to vote on your motion to vacate in light of this plan?
I haven't decided on that yet, but I just stood in the conference and told basically my entire conference that right there. And I just think it's the wrong direction to go. Our border is the number one policy issue that voters care about all across the country. And the Senate has not taken up a vote on HR 2, our border package that we sent over there. They're just demanding that the House vote to fund Ukraine, vote to fund Taiwan, and send more money to Israel, claiming that our military is running out of ammunition. Well, you want to know something? If these people in there cared about our military, why don't we do a separate bill to fund and rebuild our military with ammunition and supplies without having to fund a foreign war to do that?
Ukraine has been a red line for you in the past. You've said it even recently when you filed the original motion.
I didn't say Ukraine alone. I said we should not put Ukraine money before our border.
And
That's what I said.
What is part of your consideration now as you decide what you're going to do here? What are you
Well,
know
I'm
what
just
his plan
processing. I'm
is.
telling you exactly what my thoughts are, unfiltered, as I walked out of the conference right there.
Councilman, do you think
Brothers
that
in
the
agreement
speaker
with you?
deserves to lose his job?
I don't think he's definitely not going to be Speaker next Congress if we're lucky enough to have the majority. And I think that is widely held belief throughout the conference.
Is he going to be speaker for the rest of this Congress, do you think?
That is to be determined. Like I said, I'm still processing. what I
Why
heard
is it
there.
his fault if he's just letting the members of Congress make their own decisions here?
He's the Speaker of the House. He's the Speaker of the House. He is also the leader of our Republican conference. Leaders know how to lead, or at least they should know how to lead. I haven't seen leadership yet. He's been leading for the Democrats and serving the Biden agenda.
Would you still blame the speaker for a lack of leadership if Republicans end up signing on to a discharge petition and that becomes the vehicle to vote for Ukraine, Israel, etc.?
No, I wouldn't blame him for that. That is I've put discharge petitions in for my bills before. So I don't blame the speaker if a group of members actually go at 218 and sign a discharge petition. Maybe I should put a discharge petition in for my Protect Children's Innocence Act. That's a bill that nobody seems to care about getting a vote on. And if we care about doing messaging bills like election integrity, which I do support that bill, why don't we do more messaging bills that I think are Republican based?
What do you
Why-
say to your
Response to that,
colleagues
please
who are
respond.
saying this is a fool's errand to tease this motion to vacate, that doing so and trying to vacate them gives the power to Jeffries?
It doesn't give the power to Jeffries because there's not a single Republican that would vote for Jeffries to be speaker. And we have two more Republicans coming once they win special elections.
Why
Did the speaker
wouldn't you?
respond to
Why-
him there? Did you respond to him?
Yes, he said that the appropriation bills didn't do what they said, and he said we can go through them if you like. And I said yes, I'd like to sit down and go with those appropriations because I know for a fact they do exactly what I told them.
Congresswoman, why wouldn't you do the motion to vacate? Why are you still considering?
Because it's a very serious matter, and I care about our majority. I've paid all my dues in the conference and then some. A lot of my colleagues in there haven't paid their dues to the NRCC. So again, it's actions that matter, and by paying all my dues in, I support the majority, and I want it next time. So I'm being careful. I also respect my colleagues. I actually care about what they think too, their opinions and the districts they represent. So a motion to vacate is such a serious issue, should be handled responsibly, not just, willy-nilly.
So, first she's all gung-ho about getting Johnson removed, and then all of a sudden she's not anymore. I'm not so sure about this. I got this weird feeling that Hakeem Jeffries is going to end up being the Speaker of the House. Yeah, just a little weird. All right, Libs of TikTok says, in New York City, pro-Palestine protester lit an American flag on fire while another protester held a sign reading, "Free Palestine or else." Other protesters were spotted waving the Hezbollah flag and chanting, "Death to America." Are you paying attention yet?
Yeah, we got a banner flag.
I'd be kicking some ass. It's that simple. Well, they should be glad that I don't live in New York anymore. I never lived in the city, but I used to live quite a bit. Yeah, just not worth it. Yeah. So, so it's and I'm not going to promote them in any way. So I'm just showing the one, except for this one here. Somebody else lit his flag on fire. He was holding his flag, and somebody lit the flag on fire from behind.
Oh, shit!
And they ran off.
Yeah, shit! Death to America!
Yeah.
Yo, somebody arrest him.
Somebody.
Why you did the flag?
Yeah. And nobody got that on camera. You know what I'm saying? Nobody got that on camera. Yeah. It's kind of crazy, huh? Yeah. All right. This was put out by AutoCorrect 2.0. I really like this post. This is what fighting the flesh looks like. You shouldn't be comfortable in your sin. All right. Let's take a listen to this. Here we go.
I don't want you to miss this if you're a follower of Jesus Christ. This is the most common comment or question that I get from anybody by far. I believe in Jesus. I've asked for salvation, and I've been moved emotionally and mentally, but I still feel wretched, and I don't know what to make of this. You're going to feel much, much better when I'm done. I hope you feel even more wretched. Why you say that? Because even Paul the Apostle said, "What a wretched man am I." The closer I get to the sun, the hotter I'm going to become. The closer I get to some ice, the colder I'm going to become. As I wade out into the ocean and get deeper and deeper, the more of my body's going to become wet. The closer you get to God, the more sinful you will feel. If you didn't feel sinful, there would be a problem, and I'd say you probably never met Jesus. That's why biblical counseling after somebody comes to salvation is so important, and I think many churches don't do a good job. See, before you were saved, your spirit wasn't regenerated, and therefore you were walking according to the flesh. But once you believe and you are reborn, your spirit is regenerated. That old is dead and that new has become, and now you have a spirit to fight your flesh. That mirror gets put in your face. Bam! I'm a sinner. Your spiritual eyes have been awakened. You began to look back on yourself and all the things that were condemning you from the very get-go. Now you can see. God has begun a work in you, and that work in you is that repentance, that reflection. I feel sinful, feel dirty in a way. Hallelujah, because you are. Listen to me. If you never felt dirty, you would never need to be cleaned. I'm going to tell you again, if you never felt sinful or dirty, you would never feel like you need to go to a Savior to get cleansed. When we first come to Christ, those big things, we know those things: murder, lust, adultery, thievery, dishonesty, lying. We know all those things, right, are bad. But as we draw closer to Him, the deep down things that are inside, they start to reveal themselves, and we begin to be convicted over little, more small things. But hear me out. There is no condemnation in Christ Jesus. There is conviction. Condemnation says, run away from God, you're dirty. Conviction says, run to God, you're dirty. Many people are moved emotionally. Many people are moved mentally. The rich young ruler came to Jesus and seen all that he was doing and said, I want to follow you, Jesus. I believe and I want to follow. And Jesus said, go ahead, sell everything you own and follow me. The rich young ruler was moved emotionally. He was even moved mentally. But when it came down to leaving his old life behind, picking up his cross and following Jesus, he just couldn't do it. Can you? So in regards to your question, I say hallelujah. God only chastises his children. Conviction only comes to his children from above. So that wretchedness you feeling, listen to me. That wretchedness is leading into righteousness. Praise God that your spirit is fighting your flesh now and you have become new. Hallelujah. I hope you feel better.
I think that was a very strong message. A very, very strong message. All right. Shadow Bezzer says the George Soros terrorist color revolution. Bridges have been obstructed and traffic has come to a halt due to protests funded by George Soros, resulting in significant disruption across the United States. Here we go.
On April 15th, people across 4 continents will launch an economic blockade in solidarity with Palestine. Through this coordinated mobilization, we will jam up trade choke points and disrupt the global economy. 30 cities and counting have joined the effort. This comes as Yemen is bombed to secure global trade routes and billions of dollars continue to fund the occupation. The time has come to open up new fronts against the Zionist war machine. It's time for collective risk. The global movement for Palestine has been gaining unprecedented momentum. What is happening in Gaza is unbearable. And we know that symbolic actions are not enough. We must escalate. As Palestinians face one brutal atrocity after another, we've watched them respond with collective resilience and fortitude. They inspire us to action. Their pain is our rage. For this, we are organizing and coordinating, and on April 15th, we will disrupt global logistical hubs and will clog flows of capital worldwide. In Melbourne, Australia, Taipei, Taiwan, Genoa, Italy, Catalonia, Spain, Miami, Oakland, London, Athens, Greece, Detroit, Seattle, Montreal, and in dozens of other cities across the world, we will identify and blockade major choke points in the economy. We will focus on points of production and circulation with the aim of causing maximum economic impact. If one city faces police repression, other cities will extend or expand blockades in solidarity. We will not talk to the police. Solidarity is affinity, and we have each other's backs. For 75 years, Israel has operated with impunity, but the Zionist project must end now. Go to a15action.com for more information on how to plug in.
And the thing is they did exactly what they said they were going to do. All over the country, there were all kinds of problems. We saw it with the Golden Gate Bridge. We saw it in New York. We saw it in Miami, other places, and so on and so forth. All right. DC Drano says pro-Hamas protesters tried blocking roads in Florida today and were dragged to the sidewalk almost immediately. We won't tolerate road blocking here in Florida. In fact, it's now a felony punishable by up to 15 years in prison. Yep. Illuminati bot put this out. This is a hidden recordings of Harvey Weinstein. Take a good listen to this.
Please sit there. Please. 1 minute.
No,
I
I
ask you.
can't.
Go to the bathroom.
Please, I don't want to do something I don't want
Go
to.
to the bathroom. Come here. Listen to me.
I want to go downstairs.
I'm not going to do anything. You'll never see me again after this. Okay? That's it. If you embarrass me in this hotel,
I'm not
stay.
embarrassing you. It's just that I don't feel comfortable.
Honey, don't have a fight with me in the
It's not
hall.
nice.
Please, I'm not going to do anything. I swear, my children. Please come in. On everything. I'm a famous guy.
I'm feeling very uncomfortable right
Please
now.
come in now. And 1 minute. And if you want to leave, when the guy comes with my
Why
jacket, you can go.
yesterday you touched my wrist?
Oh, please, I'm sorry. Just come on. I'm used to that.
But
Come on.
are you used to that?
Yes, come in. Because
No, but I'm not used to that.
I won't do it again. Come on. Sit here. Sit here for a minute, please.
No, I don't want
If
to.
you do this now, you will embarrass me. No. Like, you'll call me again.
I want to start by thanking Harvey Weinstein for organizing this amazing day. Harvey. This is possible because of Harvey. He is a wonderful human being, a good friend, and just a powerhouse. And the fact that he and his team took the time to make this happen for all of you should say something, not about me or about this place, but about you. All right, everybody, we are here because of you.
Harvey Weinstein once again showed up to a court appearance using a walker, and then, like Willy Wonka, he dropped the walker, did a somersault, and ejaculated into a plant.
Okay. All right. Benny Johnson put this out. Breaking Trump legal spokeswoman Alina Habba reveals there were Biden campaign employees included in jury selection in the E. Jean Carroll case, and Biden staffers could be included on the New York criminal trial jury because the judge eliminated questions asking about it.
What's your thought? What's your over under on the jury pool here? Because these juries are absolutely ratchet. And yeah, and I just don't have a lot of hope. And the reason why, so no legal expert here, but we've just been covering OJ's death. And there were all these jurors in OJ's death that have now come forward. They're very old, and they're saying, no, we knew he killed everyone.
But they wiped out Sharpton or whoever it was.
Right, that's right. I mean, they're now admitting it. We just made sure he wouldn't go to jail because racism or something, right? Like because we just didn't care. We wanted to protect him and destroy this person's life, right? Protect this person and destroy this person's life. And if you're gonna go to trial in New York, I mean, what are the chances of that with Trump?
You know what happened to me. So, the truth is these jurors are human beings. They have biases. And what was troubling in this case is that while we're doing jury selection starting today, one of the things that the judge here, Judge Merchan, would not allow us to ask was whether or not they voted for a Republican or a Democrat, whether or not they voted for President Trump, whether or not they work for the Biden administration. There's people that when I was doing the jury selection in the Carroll case, we're working currently for the Biden campaign. And I didn't want those people sitting on a jury for President Trump. And but you have the right to ask those questions. Now, this judge has eliminated many of those questions. You're not allowed to ask who they voted for. You can ask what news they watch. But I watch CNN and I watch Fox because I like to know what my opposition's saying. So it doesn't tell you what the status is. Now, when you're sitting with a president and a current nominee for the GOP, and you can't ask how you vote, you're shot in the foot right there. And you're in New York, which is a predominantly blue state. So, that hindrance in itself is problematic just from the get-go.
I just want to really I know we're short of time, but I really want to pin this down. You're telling me that the judge would allow somebody who's actively working for Joe Biden's presidential campaign to be on this jury pool?
Well, that happened to me. I mean, of course. I had arguments with the judge about it and saying, I wanted this person out, and I got them off the jury pool, but it was tough. The judge said, well, if you, I will never forget it. You know, if you'd have it your way, you'd have all Republicans. I said, well, I'm his lawyer, of course. You know, I mean, that's my job as a lawyer is to make sure that I get the absolute best jury pool I'm going to get. And by the way, don't think that the DA team isn't going to do the exact same thing. They're going to try and get the best jury pool they can. And in New York, for them, it's going to be much easier.
Yep. It's all a setup. We know it. We know it. We know it. You know. Not going to go into that one. All right. This should be the #1 story in America right now. The American IRS is going through Americans' bank accounts without warrants, without crimes.
What we have learned is that the IRS, in fact, has been using AI to access bank accounts of American citizens without any kind of a search warrant or even without any specific claim that they have committed a crime. So this was something that was discovered by an undercover journalist, and what they found is that the IRS has claimed that they have access to every single person's bank account. This person also indicated that they've been working with the Department of Justice and that they have absolutely no problem whatsoever going after the little guy to make sure that they are paying their taxes. This is such a blatant violation of the Fourth Amendment that Jim Jordan and I sent a letter to the IRS demanding that they provide additional information about what they are doing with AI and what they are doing to protect the civil rights of American citizens.
So, Congresswoman, what's the end game here? Because at the end of the day, you can't put the AI genie back in the bottle, and it's so easy to use these technologies in the way that you're suspecting the IRS is. How do you protect American citizens and our constitutional rights?
Well, one of the things is we need a new administration in November, because this administration has been absolutely lawless in terms of its surveillance of us, of members of Congress, of local officials, of people who are protesters, of voters. This administration has completely ignored the Bill of Rights, whether it's the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment. They have weaponized the government against us. So one of the things we have to do is we have to have a new administration come this November.
Yep. Weaponize every form that they can. All right. Carla says, and they called me a conspiracy theorist. Buckle up. The zombies are coming. It doesn't say where this is.
She did anything in particular, but she really can't say.
You don't know her name?
No. I think my friend knows her, but I don't know her. I've seen her out on the street, but.
Where'd she come from?
I don't know. I just go down the alley.
We come out to do the yard, and she was out here. She's got some of her stuff flopping around.
I've never seen her on
We just got her in this house. There's a young boy in that house who's walking the street.
What, we're talking to her?
What? Yeah. He was walking the legs out the drinks, and then I just saw her back.
What's that? All right.
I can't find it. No, I can't find it.
He said, I'll tell you later. Yeah, come over and medication. Hold it over. Here, you want to get her right here? Oh, beautiful.
Well, I won't move. I get it right. I can't right.
We got you. We got you.
Okay.
Okay.
Hey, slight pains, don't worry about it. You'll be all right. We got you.
Another one?
That's right.
Got the elbow to the face or what?
Sorry.
Look like an asshole to my friends?
She called 10. That's what this whole thing up. Just breathe and breathe.
Yep. And it's becoming more and more apparent of this drug epidemic that's going on, and it is an epidemic, because basically when and I know this because of I've been homeless in my lifetime, that when you can go out and beg a few dollars and everything else, but you can never get enough to get the food that you need or a place to sleep or anything else. So what do? You turn around and you use that money to get as high as you can to deal with the situation that you're in. And, it's the place that society has left everybody. I've seen people, become homeless that had never, ever used alcohol or drugs before, that today are some of the biggest drug addicts that I've ever seen, have biggest alcohol problems that I have ever seen, because they're lost. They have no you have no filter anymore. Your life is so bad that you reach for anything that can make you feel good, even if you only get to feel good for 5 minutes. You just want to feel good. Paul Scott asks, what kind of drugs will do that? Fentanyl. There's a new form of fentanyl out there called Trank or Trance. And it's messing some people up, So, yeah, it's just kind of crazy. All right. Raw Alert News puts out, pro-Palestine protesters have shut down the entrance to Tacoma International Airport, causing significant traffic congestion. As you can see, the pilots and people are just kind of grabbing their suitcases and going up where they can in order to get to their jobs, just abandoning their cars where they are. And that's it. All because of this stuff going on in Palestine. But these are the exact same people who were out there protesting for George Floyd, same people who were protesting against Donald Trump, same people who were protesting. It's the same group of people, just with a different message each time. They just grab onto them like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Solutions, not problems. Vincent Kennedy put this out yesterday.
I don't argue with people no more, man. I don't argue with nobody, bro. I just don't. And let me tell you something. The reason why I don't argue with people, you ever been in an argument with somebody and it is clear cut and dry that they are wrong, they are incorrect, and the thing that they said to you, they shouldn't have said, the thing that they did, they shouldn't have done, and they owe you an apology at the end of the day, but they flip it and reverse it and bring up some old stuff you did. And now all of a sudden, this whole big scenario you got going on is your fault. They have clearly done you wrong, clearly did wrong, clearly made you feel a certain way based off their actions, irrefutably wrong in this situation, and they flip it on you to make you feel bad and make you feel like it's your fault. An argument at the end of the day is supposed to be progressive. We're supposed to have a dialogue. What happened? Why did it happen? How can we avoid it happening again? And if an apology needs to be said, it is said and done right then and there. People are too ignorant to see things from other people's perspective. And that is the downfall of relationships, is that people lack basic communication skills. That's why I don't argue with people no more, bro. Their perspectives are too jaded and they're too ignorant and full of themselves to understand that they could be wrong, they might be wrong. They need to have a dialogue to understand what the problem actually is. And then they need to have a solution, because an argument without a solution is a pointless conversation. I don't argue with people no more, man.
there's just a whole bunch of truth in what he says. I'm the same way. I just don't argue with people anymore. It's just not worth it. Joe Rambo, as if we needed more mathematical impossibilities for a coincidence and yet more proof that Q has laid out the script of what can only be described as a show. They will vote today on FISA. And it talks about the 4-year delta, which we covered the other day. Let's see what they say.
Infighting continues on Capitol Hill as House Speaker Mike Johnson tries to rally his conference into passing a consequential intelligence bill before the weekend. A faction of House Republicans have blocked the reauthorization of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA. That's a federal law that allows intelligence officials to spy on communications of foreign nationals. Let's bring in our congressional correspondent, Lisa Desjardins. Always great to see you. So where do things stand with this major intelligence program?
This is a major program. In fact, our intelligence agencies say this is one of the things that keeps Americans most safe, and it expires just over a week from tonight. Last night, 19 Republicans, as you said, blocked a version of this, and there have been talks back and forth all day. I've been on and off my phone trying to figure out what's going on. I can report that there is a sort of gentleman's agreement to move forward, to have a do-over. That process would need to start tonight, but it is tonight,
right?
And they haven't actually begun yet. We will have to keep close tabs on this. There could be a vote on a new bill tomorrow. But I want to remind people, as you said, what exactly this bill is, why we're talking about it. Section 702 is something that allows intelligence agencies to collect the communications of non-American suspects overseas. Now, this must be approved each time by a FISA court. Now, as they do this, if they also encounter communications with Americans, they can use those communications. The FBI does use them. So there isn't technically a warrant for those communications, and that is the problem that some of these members have. They think that this is something that is unfettered, and we know that there have been hundreds of thousands of times that this has been used for Americans.
Yep. FISA equals start. And this one here is a little bit disturbing, but I kind of wanted to show this because I want people to understand the extent that this is going. Warning, extremely disturbing and difficult to watch. A video recently surfaced of a young wheelchair-bound girl being violently attacked in what appears to be a school bathroom. Other kids just stood by, recording and laughing. And you want to know what? We're seeing the same damn thing on the streets. Instead of people getting involved and putting a stop to it, they just pull out their phones and record. Yeah, freaking ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. You know, it is. It's beyond disturbing. Beyond disturbing. Wall Street paper says America things are about to get a whole lot worse. 2 new multi-billion or million-dollar massive complexes built to house illegal migrants, paid for by U.S. tax dollars. This put out by Ben Berkwam.
Let me ask you, would you build a multi-acre, multi-million-dollar facility that holds several thousand illegals if you were planning on fixing the illegal immigration problem? Would you build 2 multi-acre, multi-million-dollar facilities that each hold several thousand illegal aliens if you were planning on fixing the illegal immigration problem? It's pretty clear the answer is no, you wouldn't. But that's exactly what the Democrats with your tax dollars have done in Reynosa, Mexico, at the Santa de Vida 1 and Santa de Vida 2 locations. Massive complexes. Right now, we're being told there's about 1,000 in each one of them. They can hold several thousand each. But on top of that, there are tens of thousands of people in the city of Reynosa renting rooms from people, and hundreds more right along the river at makeshift camps. This is what the Democrats are doing. And it's not just in Reynosa, Mexico. It's like this in every border city in Mexico. The Democrats are not planning on fixing this problem. This is the new Democrat industry. I call it the illegal alien industrial complex, but they aren't planning on fixing it. They are making too much money. The big question, the place we need to spend some time and some money, is investigating how many of these politicians that are supporting this are being directly paid off by the cartels. Is Secretary Mayorkas, is Secretary Blinken with these new welcome centers spending your tax dollars? And every politician that is getting money from the cartels needs to be not just thrown out of office, but put into prison. The Santa de Vida 2, the Way of Life 2 shelter, what they show you is one thing, but what's driving it is another. And Haiti is a hellhole in part because of people like Clinton and the Clinton Foundation, the United Nations, and all of these organizations pretending to care, not doing a damn to actually help the countries, just inviting more people to flood into our country, ultimately to destroy our country from within. That's what's happening right here. And they just use the women and children as the sad stories, unfortunately. It's really a shame. Really a shame. And all of this, guys, all of this area, all of this whole area, all controlled by the cartels. Gulf Cartel controls this whole thing. So anything happening here is controlled by them. That's the reality of this. They want to paint pretty murals and make it seem like they're humanitarians, but the reality is they're creating the hell that the people here and around the world are having to live with, and ultimately the hell that's coming to America if we don't stop them. I want you to look at, how huge these facilities are, but then also look at, we just came from Houston. Look at the size of Catholic Charities in Houston. This is just one of their buildings. They are making hundreds of millions of dollars. In fact, I heard this was several months ago. They've made over $3 billion since Joe Biden took office from helping traffic illegals into America. $3 billion, which ironically is the same amount of money that they lost during the child molestation cases. They're backfilling the coffers that they lost with the money of the invasion. And they're only one of the 9 major NGOs that are doing this, and the hundreds of smaller communist NGOs down below them, like El Otro Lado, like Pueblos Sin Fronteras, like Centro Sin Fronteras. All of these organizations undermining America from within, undermining Mexico from within, undermining every country's sovereignty from within. You are the key to stopping it. Trump 2024 and MAGA 2024. That's the only way. And pray, and pray. Bring God back into our countries. Bring God back into the world. Get rid of these demons that are running it right now.
Yep, because we're seeing the demons on the streets. All right. Do I want to go into this one? You know what? Yeah, I do. Terrence K. Williams. He's a comedian, does Cousin T's. He had the opportunity to go and meet with Donald Trump back when Trump first got into office. He was involved with in conversations with a lot of things that were done for the Black community. That supposedly Donald Trump hates, but is proven to us time and time again that he cares very deeply about all the communities. This young man's got he's got a tongue on him. He definitely calls him out. So here we go.
This freaking judge, this piece of shit of a judge, will not let President Trump go to his own son's graduation. Excuse my language, but you have to be a fucked up individual to stop a man from attending his son's graduation. You think you hurting Trump? No, you are hurting his son. That man needs his father at his graduation. He wants his father to be there. But you think you hurting Donald Trump when you really hurting a child. You hurting this little boy who needs his father. This stupid ass court case is not even important at all. It's a bunch of bullshit. And then the judge wants Trump to be in the court. He wants Trump to be in court every damn day. And if he's not, he's going to jail. That's a bunch of bullshit, y'all. And not only that, Judge Juan, his daughter, worked for Kamala Harris. She worked for Kamala Harris's campaign. These are facts, people. What did Trump do so bad that he is not allowed to go to his son's graduation? What did he do? This case is full of, I don't even want to talk about the case because it's a nothing, it's all bull, it's all BS. This is not about Trump doing something wrong. This is not about Trump. This is all about trying to slow him down. This is all about trying to interfere with this election. No, they're not trying to. They are interfering with the election right now. They're doing anything possible to hurt this man. Anything possible. Can't go to his son's graduation. Can't do this, can't do that. He can't talk. Trump can't talk or he go to jail. Trump can't do this or he go to jail. Trump can't blink or he go to jail. Trump can't eat or he go to jail. This is straight up political. This is not about Trump committing crimes. This is not about Trump doing anything wrong. This is straight up political. And this is why I keep saying we cannot play nice with people who are playing dirty. We cannot play by the rules. When we cannot play by the rules, when the other side is clearly not playing by the rules. These people play dirty to win. And we absolutely cannot play by the rules anymore. They have crossed every fucking line possible. Every line they have crossed. They have crossed every boundary. There's no going back. And that's why I'm calling on all these Republicans to step the hell up. I don't give a shit if you don't have anything on these Democrats. I don't care what you have on them or not. I don't care if you have evidence or not. Go after them. That's what they do to us. They go after us with no evidence. They go after us when they go after Trump and other people who haven't done anything but fight for this country and try to put America first. They go after people simply for that. So we need to step up and we need to go after all of them. Go after Alvin Bragg. Go after Fannie Willis. Go after these people. Dig stuff on them. Dig up stuff on them. Make shit up. I don't give a damn. That's what they do to us. Let's play this. Let's play the same game. Let's play the same game. They don't care. They don't care if there's evidence. They don't care if Trump did anything wrong or not. All they care about is making him look like a horrible person. And we need to do the same to them. I don't want to be a politician. But if I was in office, oh shit, they wouldn't like me. Oh, they would not like me. Because I would do the same thing they're doing. Anyways, y'all, this is insane. I don't care what side you on. This is crazy. This is absolutely insane. We got to get this country back. Because the people that's running this country and doing this shit, they are going to do this to everybody who voted for Trump if Trump don't win. I'm telling you that right now.
And he's not wrong. He's not wrong at all. They're already looking at it, you know. All right, you can't make this up. The illegal who was arrested for assaulting police officers is complaining that his rights are being violated because people enter the taxpayer-funded shelter without permission. He literally entered our country illegally, assaulted cops, is supported by NGOs, and protected. Yeah.
Ken Ternal, a migrant from Venezuela also living at the shelter, was arrested Tuesday for disorderly conduct.
There's a guy unruly. He's getting very violent with everybody. He's throwing stuff at everybody.
It happened after a dispute between migrants and staff. Police body cam video shows Arnal pulling away from officers and this woman blocking the police car door. Police say at one point she attempted to strike officers. She too was arrested. Arnal says he acted out because he's fed up with his rights being violated.
Entran a nuestras habitaciones.
Got no right. You don't belong in this country.
They enter, search through our personal belongings when we aren't there.
Ken Ternal, a migrant from Venezuela.
Yep. They enter our country illegal and think that they have rights when they get here. You don't. You have none. You know, I'm done dealing with the Hamas stuff. So, all right. A New York small business owner just filed her taxes and had to pay $14,000 to the IRS and $6,000 to the state.
April 15th, I just had $20,000 taken from my bank account. $14,000 to the IRS, $6,000 to the state of New York. And while I knew that this was coming, I just have a question. How are people supposed to survive in this economy? I've been running my business for 8 years and I've never had to pay this much in taxes. And granted, maybe we made a little bit more. Just feel like everything is just going to shit. I used to pay $400 to fill up my oil tank. It's now costing me $1,400 to fill up my oil tank. $400 a month for my electric bill. $5,600 a year for our car insurance. 2 cars, not fancy extravagant cars, not like $1 million coverages. We have comprehensive, we have collision, no accidents, no tickets. We've had this policy for over 20 years. The taxes on this house, $18,000 a year. Do I want to leave New York and Long Island? In a heartbeat, I would leave like that. Only reason that we are still here is because of family, because my entire family lives within a 5-mile radius of us. My kids are very close to their cousins. I'm close to my siblings, my parents, and that's really difficult for us to leave. How much longer can you actually stick it out? And I know a lot of people are going to watch this and be like, you have a beautiful house, you have nice cars. I'm not complaining. I am very thankful for everything that we have, but I am terrified for my children's future and even for mine and my husband's future. As a small business owner, when can we retire? We don't get a pension. Retirement is saving in our IRA or life insurance. Am I going to be working until I'm 73 or 74 years old? My family is more important. I would rather struggle financially and be around family than be living, with no money worries and being, 1,000 miles away from my family. So our taxes are $18,000 a year now. What are they going to be in 5 years? Not like the county is going to come to us and be like, oh, for every year you're in the house, you're going to get a fucking discount. They just keep going up. I'm so thankful. We don't have credit card bills. Everything that we do for our children. I'm working 70 hours a week. I should be able to be like, you know what? I want to go on a vacation for a week and a half. Last summer, we had one vacation booked, Ocean City, Maryland, and we ended up canceling it because I'm like, I can't see spending $3,000 to go to Maryland. Fuck has money to even go on vacation anymore. I'm not saying I don't have the money for a vacation. I'm saying I would be stupid to pay these prices for vacation. Hate when people say, oh, it must be nice to do this and that. Everything we have, we work for. And we're still working. I'm going to be 50 in September. My husband's going to be 50. I'm like, let's go away to Bermuda. How much it costs for the 4 of us to go away to Bermuda? And we can only go in the summer when everyone's off. Over $10,000. You only live once. I get that. I can't in my right mind spend that much money knowing that a week and a half later, it'll be gone. All about the memories and everything like that. I don't know. Stuck in between a rock and a hard place here. Having a bad day because I'm very angry at the fact that I had to pay the government and the state that much money. You know what I could have done with that money? I could have gone on vacation. But seriously, I can't be the only one. How are we going to survive 5 years from now? We'll grow our own fruits and vegetables. We'll have cows and chickens. I just want to be a kid again with no responsibilities.
I'd love to be a kid again, too. This one here, I want to show you guys, but I'm actually going to hold off on this because I have a bigger update about her that I want to cover a little bit farther up on the X list here. So, all right, Wall Street Bates put this out. We knew this would happen. California, $20 fast food minimum wage increase, causing massive layoffs. If you're a driver at pizza restaurants, you will be fired. Just a heads up what all companies are planning.
What's good, TikTok? So, you know how we're all getting paid $20 an hour at fast food restaurants, minimum wage? Well, now it's affecting everybody's schedule, and they're having us sign this waiver to let us know that we acknowledge and we understand the modifications and their implications. And this is what it looks like. So it says, I have received and thoroughly read the letter detailing the changes with the company. I acknowledge my understanding of the modifications and their implications. And it told us to sign our signature. And then what the real deal is, right behind this page, let me flip it over. This is what they wanted us to read. And this is what they mean. Papa John's Pizza. And they're firing all drivers too, just to let everybody know. That's fucking crazy. From Dajle, that's my franchise owner. I am writing to inform you of some recent developments that may impact our workforce, on our workforce. As you may be aware, there has been a recent change in our hourly wage structure. While this change is aiming at ensuring fair compensation for our employees, it also necessitates a closer examination of our labor costs. In light of these adjustments, we find it necessary to carefully evaluate our operational expenses, including labor costs. As a result, there is a possibility that we may need to make some adjustments to work hours across various departments or teams. Please understand that this decision has not been made lightly, and our primary objective remains to ensure the sustainability and success of our business. We value the contributions of each and every one of our team members, and any changes to working hours will be made with careful consideration of their impact on our employees. We are committed to keeping you informed throughout this process and will provide updates as soon as decisions are finalized. In the meantime, we encourage open communication and welcome any questions or concerns you may have. Thank you for understanding and continued dedication to our company. Together, we will navigate these changes and emerge stronger as a team. And my boss had just told me before going home that it's not affecting my hours because I close the store and I'm here from 6 to 2 a.m. every day. Nobody else wants to close the store, but it's just me. But all drivers are all getting laid off. If you're a driver for Papa John's, you will not have a job unless they put you as an in-store CSR, customer service representative. Good luck to everybody. I think that's some messed up news, but this $20 an hour is starting to make a lot of businesses not want to pay. Papa John's.
Yep. And, you know, what's crazy is Papa John's was one of those guys who was, all about the employees. They were all about making sure that they had health care and all this other stuff. And then all of a sudden now it's like they don't care so much, Yeah. All right. Shadow Vezra says Lockheed Martin has been awarded a $17 billion contract to develop the next generation of interceptors that would guard the U.S. against an intercontinental ballistic missile attack. The goal is to move money from taxpayers in the U.S. and Europe through Israel, ending up in the hands of a powerful global group like BlackRock. The goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war.
Because the goal is not to completely subjugate Afghanistan. The goal is to use Afghanistan to wash money out of the tax bases of the United States, out of the tax bases of European countries, through Afghanistan and back into the hands of a transnational security elite. That is the goal, i.e. the goal is to have an endless war, not a successful war. Because the goal is not.
You know, you think about everything that this guy is going through, you know, sitting in prison there in Europe, you know, it's kind of messed up. You know, all he did was tell the truth, shared information that was given to him, and he's years of his life that he can't get this back. You know, he can't get these years back. He can't get back the years of not being there for his children, you know, being a good father and everything else. You know, it's, you know, yeah, it's just crazy, ridiculous. You know, it's a real shame what we see going on. This judge has Steve Bannon's case too. This is no coincidence.
The Allen Weisselberg case put him in jail not once, twice. You know who else Judge Merchan's having? Steve Bannon. He has Steve Bannon's case. This is no coincidence, and the American people need to know. And for the next 6 weeks, I assure you, I will be loud and clear about what is going on. The Allen Weisselberg case put him in jail not once.
Yep. So he's got Bannon's case as well. Yeah. All right. Let's see. This is insane. A parent in Kentucky claims her child saw a school dentist who said they need various treatments, including anesthesia, and she wouldn't be able to be present. The school tried scheduling it and suggested if her kids miss it, she will be investigated.
They sent a. So where are all of my parents that have kids in grade school, like 1st through 5th grade? Because I have a question for you. Down here in southeastern Kentucky, they offer programs for children who don't have access to health care, especially for like dental work. And they sent a consent form home saying that they were selecting the grades and that your kid could get a free cleaning done for the service that they offer. They have a dentist come out on this big tour bus and they do the free cleanings. And I was like, okay, whatever. Well, they sent home a piece of paper in the mail saying that my kids, both of my kids who are in 1st grade, have abnormalities and that I would have to consent for them to do further treatment. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, my kids go to the dentist on a regular basis, like every 6 months to a year. Like, there's never no cavities, decaying. Their baby teeth are coming out, so their teeth are loose, but that's it. So I call the school. They tell me we have no control over that. You have to wait until the dentist call you. This lady calls me and she's going over the stuff that's wrong. And I'm like, this doesn't make any sense how my kids' teeth, like from the last 6 months, are suddenly decaying and that they're going to need root canals and like all this kind of crap. Well, then she's like, well, we're going to send home consent forms. I just need you to sign it and put your insurance on it. And she was like, once the procedures are done, she's like, it's going to be done over a consecutive amount of days. But she was like, your kids are going to have to miss school for this, and we're going to have to put them under that laughing gas anesthesia, but you are not allowed to be there. We'll just call you whenever it's time to pick them up. And I was like, no. I was like, I'm going to contact their dentist because this does not seem right. They have an appointment literally in like 2 months. Like, I'm going to get this taken care of. Take my kids to the dentist. Nothing is wrong with my children. They both have baby teeth that they're losing, but there's no sign of cavities, no signs of decaying, nothing. The dentist showed me the scans. So tell me why a couple days ago, I get a call back from that school dentist telling me, oh, well, we understand that we didn't get your consent form, but your child is scheduled for a surgery for this, and this day. And then your other child is going to be on this, and this day. So we can separate it up in weeks. And she was like, we're just going to go ahead and do it since you already signed the first cleaning consent form. And then we'll call you and let you know. And I said, no, you're not touching my kids. And she's like, what are you talking about? She's like, don't you care about the priority of your kids? Because it looks like your kids never brush their teeth. And I was like, Ma'am, I just took my kids to their dentist and they had a clean bill of health. I asked to see the records. I asked to see where they, the exams of the teeth decaying and cavities. They refused to show me anything. But she was so concerned with it. She was like, all we need is your insurance information. But she was like, we are going to have to put your kids asleep and they are going to miss this amount of school. And I was like, no. I was like, I'm not opting into anything. You're not touching my kids. So tell me why I get a letter sent home to me from the school board telling me that the days that the dentist had my kids scheduled, if they missed that amount of days, my kids would be in truancy and I would have to go to court. Like, somebody make it make sense. Like, I'm not understanding. I feel like that dentist was just trying to rack up on my insurance and trying to put my kids through unnecessary, dental work, and especially putting them to sleep, knowing that I'm not allowed to be there. Like, I've never even been allowed to talk to the dentist. So can somebody make this make sense? Like, am I hallucinating, or what would you do?
I'd be getting a lawyer, and I'd be going not only after the school district, but I would be going after those people who are calling you too from the dentist office. All right. So DC Drano, Hamas supporters block highway in Oregon as part of their nationwide attack today. But here's my burning question. Why the hell are the police just standing there watching? Emergency vehicles can't get through and lives are jeopardized. Lock them up ASAP. And that's basically what it is. All these cops are out here, but nobody's doing a damn thing. Oregon has lost its fucking mind. I can't wait to get out of here. I really can't. This is Every American Today. This was put out, not Jerome Powell. Here we go.
Oh my gosh.
Where's all your money gone, Donnie?
Taxes. 9, 10, 11. Let me fix my houses.
But it's okay. It's part of the game.
No, it's not.
It
It's not
is.
fun.
It's not fun to what?
It's the worst part of the game.
Is what?
Taxes.
How many of you guys remember playing Monopoly? Huh? Yeah. I am yes, you are no. He got sentenced to life in prison after he paralyzed and blinded an Asian woman. Where are the Stop Asian Hate people to condemn this? Oh, that's right. They just hate white people. Yeah.
A man who raped a teenager outside of a library appeared in court to appeal his 65-year prison sentence. Kendrick Morris was found guilty of a vicious attack on a teenage girl which left her paralyzed and blind. Morris was originally sentenced to 65 years without the possibility of parole. However, he went to appeals court as he thought the sentence was too harsh, considering he was a teenager at the time of the incident. Since Morris was 16 when he committed the crime, he believed he should be eligible for parole at some point. However, the judge did not sympathize with Morris and instead sentenced him to life in prison. This was not the first Morris had committed, and this played a big factor in the judge's decision, as well as the fact Morris was armed during the attack. Morris will be able to have his case reviewed again in 2031, but it seems unlikely he will be released anytime soon. What do you think? Should he be eligible for parole or spend the rest of his life in prison?
Think about what that girl has to go through the rest of her life. That boy should be sitting in prison. Absolutely. All right. Laura Loomer says, watch, I caught up with and confronted CNN host Caitlin Collins in New York City today outside the Manhattan courthouse where President Trump is on trial. Caitlin always has so much to say on TV when she's talking shit about Trump. She didn't have much to say today, though.
Hey, Caitlin. Caitlin. Hey, Laura Limmer here. I was just wondering, the other day you had a judge on. The other day you had a retired U.S. federal judge on your show, and you were asking her about the motion that was filed by President Trump and his legal team about whether or not Judge Merchan should recuse himself, right, over his daughter's conflicts of interest. What do you think about that? I saw that the judge actually said that the motion was pretty strong, but you didn't really have much to say.
Well, we had her on the show, didn't we?
Yeah, but you didn't really have much to say when she said it was strong. Do you think that Judge Merchan should recuse himself? Doesn't want to answer the question? No? All right. All right, well, as you can see, that's Caitlin Collins from CNN. She's one of the biggest Trump haters out there, and she doesn't want to answer the question. She had a retired U.S. federal judge from the Southern District of New York.
Yeah, we heard that part already. We heard the question. Don't need all the other commentary. All right. Wall Street Vape says, if every Democrat could just see this video.
Well, I voted Democrat for decades. And then at a certain point, I started saying to myself, you know, why do we still have the same problems that just like perpetuate in our cities? And I really got frustrated with the Democrats, and I basically walked away. So I don't know if you know that walkaway movement. So I kind of tuned into that. I can't vote Democrat anymore. And I'm not saying one day if they clean their act up, I'll go back. But no, then I looked into things like I looked into Donald Trump and finding out more about what was really going on with him, and got beyond the media and just, you know, I'm a Trump supporter. So, and I don't support Biden at all. And you know, I don't know. Democrat-run cities are I don't know. There's so many problems that need to be cleaned up.
Do you think there are a lot more people like you who were once blue and that are now turning over to red?
Well, I hope so.
Yep. It's happening day after day after day. But the problem is the Republicans are just as screwed up as the Democrats, not doing their jobs. You know, Joe Biden in 2015 bragged that an unrelenting stream of immigration will make white people a minority. Sitting right next to him, now impeached DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Biden's border crisis is intentional.
An unrelenting stream of immigration. Non-stop. Folks like me who were Caucasian of European descent, for the first time in 2017, will be in an absolute minority in the United States of America. Absolute minority. Fewer than 50% of the people in America from then and on will be white European stock. That's not a bad thing. That's a source of our strength. An thing. That's
yeah. He's a sick puppy. Why was the FBI targeting Ashley Babbitt after she was
they were
killed?
Pursuing criminal allegations against a dead woman. Judicial Watch does a lot of FOIA work, as you can tell. And we have several FOIA cases, lawsuits, and investigations related to January 6th. Among the most important ones concern Ashley Babbitt, the 14-year Air Force veteran who was illicitly killed on January 6th in the U.S. Capitol by U.S. Capitol Hill police officer Lieutenant Michael Byrd. And Judicial Watch recently filed a $30 million wrongful death action against the federal government over that shooting death of Ashley, that wrongful death action that we filed. We filed it in the Southern District of California. I talked to you last week about how the Biden gang is trying to get the case moved here to Washington, D.C. because they think there'll be more friendly judges, or at least that's what we argue. But we also have these FOIA cases that we filed with various agencies about Ashley. And we have a lawsuit, two lawsuits against the FBI. One we filed a year or two ago for FBI records about Ashley, and her family also asked for records. So we filed a lawsuit for her family as well. And it turned up really awful documents about FBI misconduct and abuse. And the documents show that the FBI was investigating Ashley Babbitt for months after she was killed on January 6th. They were pursuing criminal allegations against a dead woman. Criminal allegations against a dead woman. Here are the documents. 50 pages or so. 62, technically. Began a week or two after the shooting death. I think we have some excerpts of the key FBI, one of the key FBI documents in this regard. Talking about her, look at this one. This is the classic. Babbitt was fatally shot. This is the leap one. Babbitt was fatally shot by police as she attempted to leap through the broken window of a door inside the Capitol. She wasn't leaping through the window. What's that craziness coming from? And then they list the crimes they're investigating this dead woman for. You don't prosecute dead people. What was the FBI doing other than abusing her memory, harassing her family and friends? Civil disorder, unlawful entry, riots, injuries to property, weapon, and violent entry, disorderly conduct on Capitol grounds. And they used that to justify an investigation of her. In fact, they considered listing her as a terrorist, but at one point they said, watch list status. Babbitt is deceased, and therefore this case is not being nominated to the TSDB, the Terrorist Watch Database. You would think, oh, how brilliant FBI, she's dead, so maybe she's not a terrorist threat. Captioned investigation is being initiated based on photographic and video evidence that Ashley Elizabeth Babbitt unlawfully entered the United States Capitol building, a restricted building, on January 6, 2021, in violation of federal laws. Chief Division Counsel approval. Field Office Chief Division Counsel has reviewed and concurred with the opening. So they had leadership within the FBI field office out there in California concurring with this. I mean, they did talk to one of her friends who had wonderful things to say about Ashley. It's amazing how this wasn't leaked to the media. All sorts of terrible things have been said about and alleged about Ashley, but, you know, the FBI knew better. How she deployed several times throughout her service in the military, in Kyrgyzstan, in southern Iraq, the UAE. She's stationed in Alaska. She hurt herself in Alaska. And she was in Kuwait for a period of time. Her friend says that she was an outgoing, opinionated, loud, very intelligent, loyal, sweet, very loving and caring. At times, Babbitt was not a fan of her chain of command and made her views known. Babbitt was a leader rather than a follower and liked being her own boss. Consequently, she was happy running her pool company in California. Babbitt loved her family and loved her country. Her friend judged that she'd not likely know the risk of passing through the window. Babbitt would never go after someone physically, according to her friend. Why was and this was an April interview, so they were interviewing people 4 months after she was killed by Lieutenant Byrd, who, by the way, was protected by these same feds. The federal government didn't do any serious investigation of him. The DC police didn't do a serious investigation. And of course, he was never disciplined by the Congressional Police Department, the U.S. Capitol Police, for which he worked. I mean, we found he was later put up for 6 months in a U.S. Air Force base, or I guess it's Joint Base Andrews down just south of Washington here, in a VIP suite, usually used for generals. He got to stay there for 6 months with his dog. Of course, they kept his name secret, gave him all sorts of special treatment that no other police officer involved in a shooting, especially the shooting of an unarmed individual during a protest. Compare and contrast the way he was treated with the way every other police officer in any shooting you recall over the last 10 years has been treated. Indeed, the last 20 years, 30 years. And they're investigating and harassing Ashley's friends. For what purpose? To justify her killing.
Yeah. It'd be helpful if he talked a little faster. Donald Trumpo says Barron will never forget.
As you know, my son is graduating from high school, and it looks like the judge will not let me go to the graduation of my son, who's worked very, very hard. He's a great student. I'm very proud of the fact that he did so well. And I was looking forward for years to have graduation with his mother and father there. And it looks like the judges are going to allow me to escape this scam. It's a scam trial. So I just want to thank you very much. But that I can't go to my son's graduation, or that I can't go to the United States Supreme Court, that I'm not in Georgia or Florida or North Carolina campaigning like I should be. It's perfect for the radical left Democrats. That's exactly what they want. This is about election interference. That's all it's about. Thank you very much.
Yep. Just 100% wrong what they're doing. Yep. I hope he never forgets. Yep. Here we go. An entitled old lady doesn't move her leg. Kid steps over her and then gets upset and kicks him.
Whoa. Why'd you do that? You're 11 years old, you 80. You're what?
Kid's 100% right. Get a life. All you can do is mess around with a kid. Yep. All right. This is beautiful. I love our first lady. Billy Rhodes says Melania thinks Donald Trump is president for all.
America is a place where you can be anything you want. Your opportunities are endless because our country provides so many chances to succeed. As First Lady of the United States, I know how much my husband loves the American people, and I know his passion in life is to see all the citizens of this great country do well and prosper. Donald is the businessman who never worked in politics, the ultimate outsider, and that earned him many enemies in the political establishment. I was shocked to discover that some of these powerful people have tried to paint my husband as anti-gay or against equality. Nothing could be further from the truth. Donald loves helping people, and he loves seeing those around him and his country succeed. As the leader of the Republican Party and President of the United States, Donald has been clear that gays and lesbians will be treated as he has always treated them, equally. Donald is the first president to enter the White House supporting gay marriage. Donald is also the first president to appoint an openly gay official to his cabinet. The story of America is one of trailblazers and fearless underdogs. Today, we see freethinkers and independent voices like gay conservatives and log cabin Republicans silenced, censored, and bullied by cancel culture mobs. This is not the America any of us want to live in. America was founded on God-given rights of freedom of speech, freedom of religion, and freedom of expression. We are a nation that celebrates and protects diversity, and we condemn those who bully and intimidate people. We do not want to live in a place without freedom, where everyone is forced to think alike. My husband sees the promise of our country and all her citizens moving onward as we recover from many challenges. Even if you don't agree with my husband about everything, you have the right to say it. That is the American way. Let's protect it. I'm First Lady Melania Trump. I support the log cabin Republicans, and I am unapologetically outspoken. God bless you all, and God bless our beautiful nation.
I can't wait till she's our first lady again. Yep. I can't. All right. So this is, there are reportedly 5,000 Christians gathered in Sydney, now outraged by the Islamists who attempted to murder their beloved Bishop Mari Emanuel. It was a clear hate crime. You won't see this in the media because it doesn't feed their narrative. And
Yes!
Yep. Jesse Waters says, 45, make him arrest you.
To go to Barron's graduation. This is a milestone for Barron, and he deserves to have his dad there. That's right. Go anyway. Make them arrest you. To go to.
Yep. All right. Clarence Thomas is missing. Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas was not present for the court's scheduled cases today. The court did not offer a reason for his absence. You never know. And I already showed you guys the stabbing. We saw that yesterday. Welcome to New York City. A teen mob stormed and looted a tobacco shop in New York City. Since the day is a Democrat-run shithole, nothing will happen to them, so they can easily move on to robbing another business. That's just kind of messed up. Yeah. These are kids. Look at them. Little kids. Yeah. Okay. President Trump just released a statement following day one of his trial in New York City. Today, Judge Merchant said President Trump can't go to his son Barron's high school graduation, and that he will have President Trump arrested if he doesn't show up for court. Who will explain for me to my wonderful son Barron, who is a great student at a fantastic school, that his dad will likely not be allowed to attend his graduation ceremony, something that we have been talking about for years, because a seriously conflicted and corrupt New York State judge wants me in criminal court on a bogus Biden case, which according to virtually all legal scholars and pundits, has no merit and should never have been brought. Yeah, it's just crazy. Yeah. Parents come to the border every day asking for their kidnapped children. Chaos coordinator says.
Buenas noches. Sí, caballero. Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Mi niño Brandon está aquí. Pues tengo hablando con él todas las semanas. Hace aproximadamente 2 semanas fue la última vez que hablé con mi niño. Brandon Magadán se llama. Aquí está mi pasaporte si lo quiere ver. Mi nombre es José Luis Magadán Trimmer. Nosotros vivimos en México. Mi niño, bueno, pues la mamá se lo trajo para acá y ahorita ya nadie sabe dónde está la mamá. Total que me notificaron que el niño está aquí. José Luis Magadán Trimmer. Caballero, ¿usted cómo se llama?
Juan Carpio.
Juan Carpio. ¿Y usted es el que me puede ayudar o...?
Soy uno de los supervisores del piso, pero no. Eso ya se manejaría con los manejantes de casos, que son los asesores que llevan el caso de los jóvenes que viven aquí.
Usted nomás, ahorita es nada más como que del turno, ¿qué?
Sí, básicamente. Nosotros somos encargados del albergue durante el día del segundo turno. Si usted
estoy bien preocupado porque mi niño no me ha hablado. O sea,
¿cómo se llama su hijo?
Brandon Magadán. Brandon Magadán. No sé si está enfermo. El niño tiene 5 y 3/4, casi 6 años. Y me ha estado diciendo que ya se quiere regresar a la casa. Mire, yo vivo en México y yo prefiero regresar.
Solamente para confirmar, Brandon Magadán.
Sí.
Yo estoy familiarizado con los jóvenes que tenemos de esas edades y no tengo ningún Brandon. ¿Seguro que es este albergue?
Pues según esto aquí estaba, pero ¿dónde más pueden tenerlo?
Hay muchos albergues inmigratorios.
¿En todo el país o aquí en Texas?
En todo el país.
Pues a mí me dieron esta dirección originalmente. Entonces yo por eso vine aquí, según que aquí estaba, porque de aquí me estaban hablando, supuestamente.
Ok, mire, ahorita los manejantes de casos no están. Yo hablo con uno de los supervisores de ellos para que se puedan contactar con usted.
¿Cómo se llama el supervisor o qué? Usted, ya no hay nadie más que pueda saber.
Nosotros somos los que estamos aquí ahorita, somos los supervisores.
Señor, pero...
Es que la información de los clientes es privada. Así como, por ejemplo...
pero no son clientes, es mi niño.
Sí, pero eso es lo que voy. Digamos que su niño estuviera aquí.
Ok. Pues me dijeron que
si viniera alguien a preguntar informes, da el mismo nombre de su hijo, sin yo poder confirmar, yo no puedo dar esa información porque necesito confirmar que haya una relación. Ellos tienen que checar actas de nacimiento, que haya el nombre de usted, que estén los documentos del niño para poder darle la información esa. Aquí el proceso que nosotros llevamos es legal.
A mí una cosa que me ha preocupado mucho es que yo he visto mucho en las noticias que los niños se están perdiendo, o sea, que como que ya no están. Entonces, cuando ya no me habló, pues alarma, ¿no? ¿Qué pasó con mi niño? ¿Está enfermo? ¿Se lastimó? O sea, ya lo movieron a otro lado, tiene COVID.
Es un sentimiento que entendemos, no es nada malo, es algo común y es algo que yo entiendo de usted, que me refiero como su papá.
Sí.
Una preocupación que es normal. Pero lo único que le puedo decir es de que yo no le puedo dar más información hasta que no se me dé la clarificación de que sí usted tiene una relación,
claro,
y que sí que usted es una de las personas que puede recibir ese tipo de información.
Como le digo, pero aunque sea el papá.
Sí, porque necesitamos confirmarlo. Como le digo, usted me está diciendo que es el nombre del niño, me está diciendo su documento.
Bueno, y aquí está mi pasaporte.
Sí, pero eso es lo que voy. Y los manejantes de caso tienen que clarificar con la organización que nos gobierna, que es OR. Es the Office of Refugee Resettlement.
Office of Refugee, ¿qué quiere decir eso?
Es la oficina de restablecimiento de refugios aquí en Estados Unidos. Básicamente es una organización de Estados Unidos que gobierna a todas las entidades que tienen jóvenes
y aquí
inmigrantes.
está un representante de ellos, ¿puedo hablar con los del gobierno entonces? ¿Aquí andan?
Básicamente no. Digamos que el gobierno, la entidad del gobierno es OR. Okay. Ellos dan las licencias a los albergues. Los albergues son independientes del gobierno.
Entonces mi niño ahorita no está con el gobierno.
Sí, pero es lo que le estoy dando a entender. Básicamente como en México no es el DIF, ¿verdad?
Sí, el DIF.
El DIF es del gobierno.
Sí.
Ok, aquí en Estados Unidos no existe portal del DIF. Los albergues que hay en Estados Unidos son, entre comillas, privados.
Son privados.
Sí.
Pero ¿cómo me puedo asegurar yo entonces de que...
So basically, this guy gets absolutely no information about his kid, even though he can prove who he is. I don't want to go through the whole thing because I don't want to have to read that long. It's all right. Carly Boone put this out as a funny. Here's a 15-second laugh for you.
I believe that he's gay.
Ask how he identifies.
How do you identify?
Actually, I identify as...
oh, here we go. It's that long plethora of, oh my God.
Wait for it.
I will. Let me get a chair. I believe...
yeah. So meet Takira Hester, who was just arrested in Philadelphia for attempting to murder a 24-year-old lady and a 1-year-old baby. Takira was previously arrested for stabbing and is wanted in NYPD for another assault just a few days ago. Yeah. Let's make him famous. Let's make him famous. This guy tried to kill a 1-year-old baby. And there he is with his knife. With his knife. That's not a knife. This is a knife. All right. Royal Canadian Mounted Police report shows government of Canada is scared of a revolt. Oh boy, what's going on here in Canada?
The government of Canada is now scared of a revolt. Check this out. This top secret report from the RCMP warns that Canadians may revolt once they realize how bad their economic situation is. It also warns that whatever our current situation, it will probably deteriorate further, outlining how our standard of living is only going to get worse, and also outlining how Canadians under 35 are unlikely to ever be able to buy a house. The result of all this, as the report claims, could be civil unrest. Take a look at this chart that shows how many families are currently priced out of the real estate market. In Ontario, only 21% of families can afford a single family home. Even if we look at condos, it's still less than 50%. If we go over to BC, these numbers get even worse. This explains why we see a lot of these hopeless posts by young prospective homebuyers, or posts like this where younger people are complaining about getting beat out on a starter house by a cash buyer. Interestingly, there's a section in this report called erosion of trust that is completely deleted by government censors. Do you guys think our economic outlook is as scary as this RCMP report suggests? Let me hear your thoughts.
Well, Canada, what do you think? I know some of you are in the chat. Hank says, breaking. Guatemala AG Maria Consuelo Porras has reached out to Texas AG Ken Paxton, seeking collaboration to address alarming claims involving U.S.-based NGOs. Yeah, we'll believe it when we see it, right? And we already saw that one. We saw that one yesterday. Okay, so how can you go to the bank and not be able to get your money out? As part of the globalist agenda to roll out CBDCs, Australian banks are refusing to allow customers to make cash withdrawals. Coming to the rest of the West soon, unless...
Well, outrage in Queensland tonight after a local woman rocked up to her bank to withdraw cash, only to be told they didn't have any. Taryn Compton wanted to grab some notes to pay a tradie, but when she got to the ANZ ATM, she realised she'd forgotten her EFTPOS card. When she asked the teller for the money instead, she was told the bank doesn't carry cash.
And Taryn Compton's here to tell us all about our terrible banking experience. Taryn, what did you think when you walked into a bank only to be told they don't have cash?
I thought it was absolutely crazy. I thought she must have misheard what I wanted, if I'm honest. How can you go to a bank and not be able to get your own money out?
Taryn, that's what I'm confused about. So what's in the bank if there's no cash? Isn't there, if you open up the safe, what's in there? How did they explain it to you?
They just said, I'm so sorry, we can't help you. There's nothing we can do. We don't have cash here.
So did you think maybe that was a temporary situation? That maybe they were going to get some cash tomorrow?
No, she actually said, we don't carry cash anymore. We can't help you. She did say, if you're desperate for it today, you can transfer it to another bank and try and get it out there, but we can't help.
Was she in on how absurd this was? Like, did she get it was like you were walking into KFC and they said, sorry, we don't do chicken?
No, she wasn't. She was just, I'm really sorry, we can't help you. We just don't have money here anymore.
Taryn, do you think that banks should carry money, as in cash?
I don't. They have got my money in their banking system. I should be able to access it, right?
Have you heard anyone else have this similar experience, Taryn, or is this the first time that you've come across this?
This is the first time I have come across it myself, but my social media is blowing up with lots of people with the same experience.
What's the vibe of those people, Taryn? I'm guessing they're not thrilled that they can't access their own cash money.
Definitely not thrilled. And people are saying, where is it? Like, you have got my hard-earned cash. Where is it? I want it. And when the answer that you get is, I just don't have it, it really does get you thinking about our whole banking system.
Karen, you should have sent the lady at the bank to an ATM to get money out to give to you.
I didn't think of that at the time.
Yeah.
What did you do? I transferred it out of that bank into another bank and managed to get it out.
Wow. And so you were getting this for a tradie? Is that true?
It is true.
Okay. I won't ask any more questions.
Ignore the narc and the desk, Taryn.
Look, Taryn, I work a bit in the cash economy, so I'm on your side. I'm on everyone's side here.
Good.
But there is a plus side to all of this. Will you be able to use this tactic with your kids when they ask for pocket money? So there's none in the bank. I can't help you.
I'll try.
Let us know how you go, Taryn. This is quite a story. Thanks very much for speaking to us.
There you go, guys. There's your excuse for your kids and your grandkids. What do you mean? I can't give you any money because the bank doesn't have any money. It's, it's just saying. The news gave us the idea. Thanks, Mikey. We appreciate you letting us know that our money doesn't exist, okay? We were all leading our lives according to the Fed, and here you go, just screwing everybody up today. Yeah, thanks a lot, Mikey B. We appreciate you. I'm telling you, Purple Viking says, I like that. Makes me think of the JG Wentworth commercial. I want my money and I need it now. Yep. But that's all right, because Mikey B says that even if you got it, it's not real. Okay, so it doesn't exist. You're never getting it. Never. All right, it's only, all right. Derivatives are 200 trillion bubble right now. Banks are about to blow up the economy again.
Banks are about to blow up the economy again. This is so fucked up. Look at this. Goldman Sachs is holding $50 trillion of derivatives. Derivative is basically a bet in the stock market, a bet that something will happen. And there's all kinds of derivatives. All bets need a little bit of collateral so that, both parties agree that the bet is solid. And banks do a lot of betting. And all banks have to report their various derivatives. And I couldn't help but notice that Goldman Sachs is holding $50 trillion worth of derivative bets at the end of 2022. But their collateral to support $50 trillion worth of bets is only $500 billion worth of collateral. That means they only have 1% of the money of all of the bets that they have made right now in the stock market. That's insane. And most of those derivatives are what are called swaps. More than half of them are swaps. For some quick scale, $100, $10,000, $100 million, okay? That pallet of money right there, that is the same as buying 100 of these houses that I found on Zillow for $1 million in Oregon. 100 of these houses is one pallet of money. This tower made of pallets, all those tiny cubes, this tower represents $1 trillion. Each of those little blocks is 100 of these houses. This graphic is about something else originally, but it represents $50 trillion worth of money if all of these towers are made out of all of those little pallets that are loaded onto that little truck right there. This is how much $50 trillion looks like. And Goldman Sachs has placed that many bets in the market with less than half a tower's worth of money to actually back them up. And most of these bets are made with swaps, which are extremely opaque and shady. There are a lot of kinds of swaps, but basically a swap allows two giant financial parties to just exchange parts of their balance sheet so that whatever you're actually betting on doesn't show up on your balance sheet. So you can, invest in some company without anyone knowing. There's lots of legitimate reasons to use all of these different kinds of swaps and all of these kinds of swaps, all of these kinds of swaps. But frequently swaps are just used by people like Bill Hwang back at Archegos Capital Management that blew themselves up in 2021 to do things like fraudulently build positions using swaps to hide the fact you're building those positions, because they make it so you're able to do the buying alleged in the indictment without anyone knowing that Archegos was actually behind all the trading. For example, back in 2021, right before he blew up, he effectively controlled more than 50% of the freely traded shares of Viacom, and no one outside of Archegos knew about it. Not the investors in Viacom, not Viacom itself, not even the banks and brokerages that were dealing with Bill Hwang, because as alleged, he used multiple banks and multiple brokerages for multiple swaps to hide all of his positions that weren't on his balance sheet. They were on the counterparty's balance sheets. One of his famous counterparties was Credit Suisse. The Credit Suisse that blew up earlier in 2023 because of, who knows why. Credit Suisse made a whole report on the Archegos situation back in 2021. A careful read exposed that Billy Boy was also doing the same thing shorting GameStop back in 2021, and he almost blew up from that. Or maybe he did, who knows. In Credit Suisse's last annual report before they collapsed, they mentioned Archegos 64 different times. So don't worry too much about Goldman Sachs having $25 trillion worth of swaps out there with only $500 billion worth of assets in the bank. That's probably okay. All that leverage, I'm sure they're used to it. It's a good thing they're not the only one playing these games. End of 2022, there were almost $200 trillion worth of derivatives open in the markets. And 121 trillion of those dollars were in various types of swaps. The New York Stock Exchange is only worth $24 trillion. We're talking about the whole stock exchange, all of every company. Sure, these $121 trillion of swaps are in lots of other markets more than just the stock exchange. But yeah, when you connect those dots, you realize that the entire stock market is a giant casino and no one knows what's going on. I mean, honestly, what do I know? But it sure looks like
this kid makes too much sense. He's got us making videos. That's it. All right. So this is the one that I wanted to hold off on showing you that other video because of I had one that was more inclusive in information wise. So let me pull up the whole post here and let me get my glasses on. Okay. Kylie Marissa Roth, a famous TikToker, has been found dead with no cause of death given. She recently uploaded videos exposing Oprah and Diddy. The family is unsure about what caused her death. In the weeks leading to her passing, she was having issues with her account, with over 700,000 followers being banned. So let's take a listen.
Because my main account is banned, where all of my Diddy blind items from this month are, I'm just going to do all the March 2024 Diddy blind items so we can see the lead up to this. Starting off March 1st, and this is Little Rodney Jones, Sean Diddy Combs, and this is the male victim that came forward. It's pretty easy to tell that whoever wrote the recent lawsuit against the wannabe rapper / producer reads this website on a pretty regular basis. They even use some of the same clues in their blind items. And I said before, and I'm saying again, no, that's because the blind item has been recording crimes that have been reported to them instead of the police for the past fucking 20 years. And they just corroborate the actual little crimes that, 3 homes got raided for today because of. Okay, this next one's also from March 1st. They call Diddy Mr. Freakoff. Mr. Freakoff isn't the only one who asked for straight men to be delivered to his hotel room when he is in London. Just ask the Unlocked blogger, and that's Jason Lee, and the weather boxer, Floyd Mayweather. This British rapper, and that's Giggs, and the socialite with the star in his name target dealers who want the extra cash, who are sure to be discreet because they have girlfriends. This is why the powerful rapper, and that's 50, is always mocking them, and why they're too afraid to say anything back. He's seen the videos. Okay. This is TD Jakes and Mr. Freakoff. Those closest to the televangelist warned him about being associated with Mr. Freakoff, but he did not listen. Some of the men who claim to have stories about his private life have given him the name General High Booty. So Mr. Freakoff is Diddy. General High Booty is TD Jakes. I'm sure you can do the math on how that got there, that nickname. Sorry, guys, I'm flustered right now. Fucking, this is huge. Young Miami, the girlfriend of the wannabe rapper, who was also named in a very recent lawsuit, has started selling off all of her possessions online. This is from March 4th. It sounds like the wannabe rapper cut her off financially. So Diddy cuts his girlfriend Young Miami off on March 4th. You are like almost exactly 20 days later. That's him. Like I said, he was offloading all of his assets into offshore bank accounts, and with his mommy and with his kids, he didn't have any more cash in his bank accounts for Young Miami to get. They were all in the Caymans with the rest of the white collar criminals. Okay, and this is a 2013 blind item that was brought back again on March 4th about Beyonce, Jay-Z, Diddy, Kelly Rowland. In 2013, the Queen Bee and her husband attended a New Year's Eve party in Miami, which was being thrown by Mr. Freakoff. No one who was there has ever forgotten that night because she spent the entire night in the pool dancing into space. Her best friend who recently starred in the Netflix movie called for help, but she was ignored. It's like she was in a trance. By the way, so this is Beyonce and Jay-Z party into 20 2014 at Diddy's New Year's Eve bash. So you can Google that, like Diddy's 2013, you know, New Year's Eve bash, obviously bringing in 2014. And you can see in the articles how they had included, like had linked Beyonce's Instagram account, and all of her posts from this 2013 party were removed when I initially reported on this blind item from my main account at the beginning of March. I just find that interesting. Do you guys see how like all of these chips were kind of falling? This is why I'm also so pissed my main's not here anymore, because I had captured this all in real time. And I remember being like, oh, that's weird. All of Beyonce's posts from Diddy's party are fucking gone, and any evidence of her being there are fucking gone. This one aged so well, you guys. So this is about Little Rod, the male victim that filed a lawsuit against Diddy. Publicly, there are more, but they just haven't publicly done anything. And then TD Jakes, General High Beauty. The lawsuit filed by the producer claims Mr. Booty Grabber planned to use the televangelist, so now Diddy is Mr. Booty Grabber in this, use the televangelist to clean up his image after the first lawsuit with the singer. Why was he so sure the televangelist would risk his own reputation to save his? Look no further than the secret recordings and what he knows about his daughter's adoption. Except, listen, TD Jake, save yourself, because you got nothing to clean up. It's been raided. Everything. And finally, Simon Cowell, Sean Diddy Combs, Ryan Seacrest, The Wanted, Glad You Came. And this is on, by the way, Simon Cowell is rumored to be a notorious harem holder. Kind of like Diddy. The music competition judge / record exec, and that Simon Cowell is worried that he is next to face the Mr. Freakoff treatment. Okay, so let's raid Simon Cowell's harem next. Not only because of the things he may have done, but because of what he didn't do to protect contestants from the closeted radio exec, and that's Ryan Seacrest, who preyed on them. This same radio exec was behind the formation of the boy band The Wanted, who was Glad You Came, and that's a really gross pun right there in the blind item. Those are all the March 2024 blind items on Diddy. Probably more to come, I would say, but it all ended with March 25th, 3 of Diddy's homes get raided and 2 of his sons got arrested. Hey, J-Lo, you got anything to say yet? Please don't sing it, though.
Yep. Okay. Here's the next one.
More. You all know about my lack of fondness for Ozempra. So this is a Michael Jackson blind item, technically Michael Jackson blind item. It's about this 2019 documentary, Leaving Neverland. Has anyone looked who is the secret money behind the recent explosive documentary about the permanent A++ lister? How about that one named permanent A++ list celebrity and the mogul behind everything? One essayed him and the other one hates him. So this blind item is alleging that Ozempra and David Geffen, by the way, has some of the most horrifying blind items. They bankrolled this documentary, I guess, to like smear his memory. And this blind item is alleging that David Geffen, Ozempra's creepy as fuck bestie, yacht bestie, trafficking bestie, essayed Michael Jackson, and Ozempra just had unconditional hate for him for no apparent reason. Maybe that's who's stalking Paris Jackson. Paris Jackson recently went live on Instagram and everyone said it was about the Smiths. My money would be on Ozempra. Those fucking tunnels.
And then she went missing. Now she's dead. I'm sorry. Not missing. Dead. Yep. What's going on with that? Yep. All right. Wall Street Apes, Scranton, Pennsylvania Army ammunition plant catches fire. Oh boy.
You guys hear what happened in Scranton, Pennsylvania today? Yeah, an ammunition plant. Not just anyone, the Army ammunition plant. You know, for the big shells. Yeah, artillery. Yeah, it just caught fire. Yeah. Don't worry. No one was injured and everyone was accounted for. However, they're assessing the damage to see if it's even possible to resume production. Wonder what's next. You guys hear what happened?
Yep. Everybody's wondering what's next. What's next? Yep. Good morning to all America loving people. Have a kick-ass day. Love this. Love this. Watch it closely. I'm going to keep the audio off though. He's hooting and hollering out there on the street, and then he we'll let it play again. There you go. There you go. Right? You know what I'm saying? All right. Moving on. All right. Secretary Mayorkas worked with dark money NGOs to finance the illegal alien invasion of America. This is an act of treason.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Mayorkas, we do not have a country without a secure border, and we cannot have a safe country. We cannot protect our own democracy without protecting our elections. That is a fact. The open border is the #1 issue across America in poll after poll, and that is exactly why this committee impeached you. Mr. Secretary, the Oversight Project released a bombshell report last night on your connection to the dark money NGO industrial complex of illegal immigration. I know you saw this from one of my colleagues just earlier. They found flyers throughout the Resource Center Matamoros refugee camp in Mexico telling illegal aliens, reminder to vote for President Biden when you are in the United States. We need another 4 years of his term to stay open. Eyewitnesses saw the flyers also being handed out to migrants who were using RCM for assistance in coming to the United States. In an audio recording, the founder of RCM, Gabby Zavala, by the way, we maybe should subpoena her to the committee, agreed that they need to help as many people as possible before President Trump gets reelected. RCM is an operation that houses functions for the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, which helps migrants enter the United States, and you're familiar with their work. We know that you served as a former board member of this group that funds illegal immigration. And they're very proud of you, Mr. Secretary. They congratulated you on your nomination. You worked as a board member of an NGO that is working in conjunction with other NGOs, which are not only financing the invasion of the country, but also telling illegal aliens to vote in the United States elections. They are telling illegal aliens, non-citizens, to come vote for Joe Biden. That's your boss. This is corruption at the deepest level. As a matter of fact, I would call it treason. It's treason because these people have declared war on our citizens by raping our women, our children, and murdering people. Like Laken Riley, you're familiar with her, right?
Congressman Art Briggs.
Are you familiar with Laken Riley?
I am familiar with the case.
You should have deported her so that she could be alive today. Her parents would have appreciated that. And also Kayla Hamilton, who was brutally raped and murdered by a cartel member. Her mother came and spoke to us. She didn't deport him either. You let him in the country. You, Mr. Secretary, have allowed over 10 million illegals, probably higher than that, could be closer to 15 million, we don't know, to invade our country. You've allowed the cartels to make billions and billions. As a matter of fact, you're probably the best business partner they could ever have. They make all this money in human trafficking and drug trafficking at our border. You've allowed approximately 300 Americans to be murdered every single day from fentanyl that comes across our border. And now you're aiding NGOs to steal our elections through your budget. I demand proof of citizenships in our elections, and that is something every single member of Congress should care about. We don't need illegal aliens voting in our elections. We're supposed to be here talking about your budget, but we're talking about how money is being used to make sure people come into our country are able to get a social security number in which they can register to vote. And on that note, Mr. Mayorkas, I demand that Chuck Schumer holds your impeachment trial in the Senate, because that's exactly what we should be focused on right now. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time.
Yep. Well, as we know that is going on right now, and one of the cases has already been dismissed. Yep, biblical. Desert is flooded. Dubai airport looks like out of this world. Currently flooded. A lot of water. That's what my farm looks like half the year. Yep. If those pumps aren't running, boy, am I having it. You know, it's actually, I should show this one. Illegals have just swarmed New York City Hall and have surrounded it. They're trying to occupy the building and are demanding to have luxury hotel rooms provided to illegals instead of the shelters that New York City has provided. This is only going to get worse. Yep. Kim.com says victims of grave injustice can become great freedom fighters who want to prevent what happened to them to happen to others. They want to expose the corrupt evildoers. Those who bent the knee and kissed the ring of their abusers will always live in shame. I'd rather die fighting. And what did I tell you guys before? When you're a victim of sexual abuse, that basically you have two options. You have two options available to you. Okay. Number one, you become a predator yourself. Or number two, you do everything you can to stop it from happening to somebody else. I told you guys about that, you know, when we talked about my story here, and what was really cool about that particular podcast was that as I was telling my story, Dave was pulling up on the screen the information in regards to the priest, the church, the archdiocese, the news report from the Hartford Courant, and the New Haven. I don't remember what. I think it's the New Haven Register or something like that. You know. And so Dave verified everything while I was telling my story that, yeah, this really happened, you know. And then on top of it, I had already told you guys that, if you can feel free to contact Troop K in Connecticut and ask them if you can, or for you a copy of the police report that was given to them, that was given to a detective, Mike Foley, from Troop K. I've already signed a document with an attorney out of New Haven that was given to the state police that record can be passed on to anybody who requests it, even though, because of the fact that I was a minor at the time that the report was given. They weren't, nobody could get a copy of it. But now that I've done that, people can get a copy of it and they can read about it themselves. Everything that priest and all his friends and the other priests that were involved with this and everything else were involved with, the foster parents, everything all the way down the line in regards to, that situation. And the idea of it was because I wanted people to be able to get that information now about what I've been talking about for years, and nobody wanted to listen to me. Nobody, so what's that do? It makes kind of resentment, it gives a certain amount of resentment because of the fact that, I didn't know that that's what was stopping people from being able to find out for themselves, and that was the reason that I went ahead and signed that document with the attorney, and let it be told, because it's way too important, it's and what Kim.com said there is 100%, true. What she didn't do though, however, was, she didn't go to the extent in which I state, that there are two options. That one, either you become a fighter, you become a warrior for victims, or you become a predator. That's the only thing that she left out there was it doesn't, she doesn't have that in there, and I think that is why why I think it's important to make sure that I add that to her statement is that because those are the options. Those are the only options. There is no in between unless you kill yourself, and let me tell you, I have met abuse victims that went through the same type of trafficking through the church that I experienced that did kill themselves. They did kill themselves. They came forward and told their stories and talked to enforcement, okay, but nothing was ever done. So they felt that they had nothing coming for them. There was never going to be anything of value in their life, and they gave up, and that's why I continue to fight for them day after day after day, Okay, I'm not going to go into that one about CERN. Okay, here we go. Wall Street Babe says, wow, illegal migrant interviewed and says they are told to come to America for Joe Biden 2024 is going to be rigged.
Did you come because Joe Biden is our president?
Yes.
Do they tell you in Peru to come because Joe Biden?
What?
Do they tell you to come because of Joe Biden?
Yes.
Do you?
Yep. There you go. Insanity. 16-year-old Christian McGee, who is a student at Central Davis High School in Lexington, North Carolina, was suspended for 3 days after using the term illegal alien during a vocabulary assignment in his English class. Christian's words were deemed by administrative staff to be offensive and disrespectful to classmates who were Hispanic. What make the matter worse that Christian's record could be damaged as he aims to secure an athletic scholarship for college. Yep. And he was just using his freedom of speech, So, let's see. Happy to announce that the video of me confronting, we already saw that. Will they try to assassinate Trump? Okay, so Flynn seems to be there appears to me to be a couple of different people playing Flynn because I all these videos that we've been seeing of him in these different areas and everything else, backdrops and I know most of them are green screens and stuff like that, but these things that I've been seeing, just something, I told you guys before, I do not trust Flynn. I don't trust anybody out of Washington, D.C. at all. Okay. And that includes Flynn, because I think that Flynn is running a totally different game than the game that we're playing, and this isn't a game either. So
do you think they're going to try to kill Trump before November?
I think that there has been conversations about that. I would venture to guess that there.
You mean
I would speculate
internal
that
conversations?
Yes, that there.
That's happening.
Well, I just it's speculation. I mean, I don't have any hard evidence about it, but you have to understand how dangerous the circumstances are that we are facing right now. And, I mentioned maybe briefly at the tail end of the first segment, we talked about this global alliance that's formed against the United States of America. And that global alliance has some internal forces here in the United States. And this is this whole, great reset thing, right? I mean, and it's real. This is not fake. This is not conspiracy theory. So
it's the plan.
So when you have somebody like a Donald J. Trump, who is, who was the president and demonstrated a real capability, even though he was under extraordinary pressure and attacked on a daily basis, and he was still able to do the things that he did. And now we're looking at the potential for him to be the president again. There's no way in the world that these people want him to be the president, and I think that they'll do anything that humanly possible to keep him from doing that. I mean, there's no way that they're going to beat him in a fair election. And I've been called everything in the book. Like in one of those phrases is election denier. I don't deny that we have elections. I deny that our elections are free and fair. And anybody that wants to show me that we have a free and fair election, I will fly to you and come and watch you walk me through it and I'll be the first one to say you guys have a great system, but the majority, and I've studied this, majority of our election systems around the country are really broken, and states are responsible for it. But so the question really at hand is what are they willing to do to Donald Trump? And we're watching it unfold right now. I mean, they're clear election interference. That's a sidebar. They want to put this man in jail, and they want to destroy this man. They want to destroy his family. I've been through this. I know what this feels like, and I know exactly what Trump is going through. His is clearly more visible because as a former president and as a guy running and as a leading candidate for president of the United States, I mean, this is beyond third world stuff. There's 5 examples in probably the last 50 years where somebody that was in the same situation as Trump, a leading candidate, leading opposition candidate, and these are other countries around the world, and those five individuals, they were either imprisoned or killed. And they're all of them, all those 5 that I have in my head, and I posted this on my X post probably 2 weeks ago. So people can go dig it up, but they were all from dictatorships or communist countries. So, I mean, when we look at the United States of America and the fabric of this country, what it's based on our Constitution and a free and fair and respected rule of law, we don't have that right now. We have 2 standards of government. One is a standard of government for them, and that's really this very small group of people that are on the left. And I say it's small because we tend to think that it's half the country. I don't think half the country feels this way. I've talked to many people, and I'll throw it out here because I do talk about it in the movie. When I was running with Donald Trump in 2016, and when I went into the White House, I was a registered Democrat. Okay, so people like, what? They don't know that because the media doesn't want to talk about that. For a long time, the media was like, I was like a darling in the media because of my time in the military and my time in combat. And yet, what happened was they saw something in a guy like Trump and in somebody like me where they were like, uh-oh, this guy could actually win. And then he won. And when he won, it's like, uh-oh, they're going to start to dig into what we're doing. And what they're doing is they are destroying this country. And they're destroying it through their own greed, their own, they don't focus on the mission. They focus on their own damn egos. And they are destroying this country. I hesitate to say that they, will do something like that to Trump, Charlie, but I have to believe, because as a guy that studies scenarios and analyzes different things, there has to have been a conversation that talked about that, because it's like, we can't have this guy get back into the White House.
Why haven't they tried yet?
Well, they may have. We don't know that. Maybe that's why he stops his convoys and he goes into a pizza joint, because it's not chosen. It's not picked. I mean, it could be anything. It could be what he eats, what he drinks.
Do you have faith in the protection around him?
I have faith in the people that he knows and he's gotten to know, and I know a few of them. The a couple of the guys that are the more senior guys, I know them. They're really, really professional. But what can happen is the government assigns those people. So, they can always reassign them. Yeah, they rotate them. Guys come in and out. So, I don't want to sit here and speculate on, the potential assassination of Donald J. Trump. But this is a real thing, because again, and this is why I say, and why in this film, and the whole thing is Flynn deliver the truth, whatever the cost, and it's cost me a lot. It's cost my, both cheeks on my rear end, but it's Flynn deliver the truth, whatever the cost. There's a reason why I go back and I say we need to reassess the assassinations of the 1960s, because if our government is capable of doing those, okay,
or at least even one of them,
Robert Kennedy Jr. or Robert Kennedy, right, who was running for president. The reason why we have Secret Service around candidates, this is why, like Robert Kennedy Jr. today, doesn't have, he's been arguing to get Secret Service around him, because he's the reason why we put Secret Service around candidates is because of the assassination of his father. Okay, most people don't know that. So when he was killed, they then made the decision, we're going to bring Secret Service around these candidates who could potentially be president, right? And that came out of his dad's assassination. Well, this government won't give him that respect. And so So he's got to foot the bill for his own security, which is a big deal, and it's a big cost. And it's something that, this is not to talk about Robert Kennedy Jr., but this is to say what our government is capable of doing. And they were capable of doing things that are just unimaginable in the 60s for sure, and even before. But so if they're able to do that, then what are they capable of doing now with many, many other capabilities? We touched on lawfare, the lawfare, billions of dollars. I mean, just all kinds of money flows into these firms that are attacking all of us. Okay. I mean, I don't joke about this, but every time Trump gets a subpoena, I get a subpoena. I've been in every one of these grand juries, every single one of them. I was introduced to Fannie Willis. Her boyfriend questioned me for 4.5 hours.
Nathan Wade.
Yeah. I mean, this is insane. So they can do this because they're in charge. They hold the levers of power. And most Americans, and this is all sides, this is not just Republicans and Democrats or MAGA or whatever. This is about, do you believe in this country and the way it's supposed to be, the way it was designed, and the way we need to move forward or not? If you don't, then you're in some other, you're living in some ideological, dream or place that I'm not aware of, or I am, and it's not based on democracy and a constitutional republic.
So you're good at, let's put the Trump assassination thing aside for a second, because there's other concerns, and I've heard you voice this, which is, what do you see on the horizon as a potential threat to make this election not like any others? What sort of asymmetric warfare do you think could be employed? Yeah, we talk about, I've written a book, myself and Boone Cutler, who's here with me today. We wrote a book on fifth generation warfare, a Citizen's Guide to Fifth Generation Warfare. And we've written a book on a series, How to Fight Artificial Intelligence. The newest one is The Role of the Church. This is a series, a 3-part series. And these talk about, they address the issue that you just highlighted. So what are the potential scenarios? Well, we're at war right now. This is World War III. Folks, we are in World War III, okay? So they may not call it World War III, but we're in World War III. We have physical battles going on in Eastern Europe, talking about the use of nuclear weapons, which is just outrageous. We have this madness going on in the Middle East right now, and there's no end in sight, and it's not going to end well for anybody. And we have, China just like hovering over the United States and actually owning, really controlling institutions in this country. So what can happen? We can see a greater expansion of this war. We can see an economic collapse, which I do believe we are heading into something that's going to shift the global economy, and it's going to move it towards this digital currency. Or we have another health pandemic. Those are knowns. Those are knowables. And any one of those, the president of the United States has the authority to declare a national emergency. That's what people don't know. And if this president, who can't even complete a sentence, he decides to do that, we could actually see a scenario where we don't have an election. That's something that sorry, the lawyer's calling me. That's okay.
But I mean that. I mean, there are scenarios where you have an election, you don't have an election. Why wouldn't you have an election? And I think that the American people need to get involved. It's just based. So what do I do? And I go around and I tell people, I use this phrase, local action has a national impact. And what does that mean? That means I embrace these people that are running and turning over their school boards, that are running for city councils. We need to take back every single county in this country. The weakness that we have out of the House of Representatives, many of the Republicans, the Democrats, I know where they stand. They stand exactly where they stand together. The Republican Party in this country is going to have to do the same here and do it quickly and get behind, in this case, the leading candidate for the Republican Party, which is Donald J. Trump, and stand strong with him and fight through this and not allow these people to do the kinds of things that I know that they're contemplating. I know they are contemplating many of the things that I've already talked about.
About 30 seconds. Why wouldn't they do some of them if it becomes desperate enough?
Well, if it's desperate, they would do something like that. They would do things that I think are out of the norm and out of what people would go, whoa, what's going on? They would, if they're desperate enough. If they feel that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency, I believe these people will do anything that they can. Look at what they're doing now. They're trying to put this man in jail. They're trying to destroy his entire life, his everything about him. So if they're willing to do that, They're willing to do anything.
Check out Flynn the movie. We have more.
I don't trust him. I already showed that guy. All right. Chuck Castello put this out. Shock video. Air Marshal forced to draw a weapon after passengers attempt to enter the cockpit.
Don't worry, Muhammad.
Yep. Told you guys it was going to get worse before it gets better. Shadow Visitor. Previously, it was reported that the UAE was leading efforts to seed clouds and increase precipitation. A plane would release salt flares into the most promising white clouds, hoping to trigger white rainfall. Today, a stay-at-home advisory was issued as heavy rain lashed all 7 Emirates, including Dubai.
How is the UAE making it rain? This plane is being sent into the sky 9,000 feet above the parched deserts. It's headed for the most promising cloud formations, with dozens of canisters of salt attached to its wings, with the aim of triggering more rainfall. The process is called cloud seeding. So, how does it actually work? The UAE has been leading the effort to seed clouds and increase precipitation. The country is located in one of the hottest and driest regions on Earth, where rainfall remains at less than 100 millimeters or 3.9 inches a year on average. The effects of climate change, combined with a growing population and booming tourism, have pushed up demand for water in the UAE, which has relied on expensive desalination plants that make use of seawater. Meteorological official Abdullah Al Hamadi says cloud seeding can help.
الاستمطار طبعا يزيد نوعا ما من 10 إلى 30% تقريبا كمية الأمطار، وبالتالي يزداد المخزون المائي، وراح طبعا تكون هذه الكميات يعني صالحة لجميع الدول.
The salt canisters attached to the plane's wings release salt nanoparticles into the clouds. This stimulates and accelerates the condensation process and produces droplets big enough to fall as rain. Pilots based at the Al Ain airport have to be ready to take off at a moment's notice, flying over the...
Yeah, because the cloud moves in, they got to do that. But now, look at what happens because of it. You know? Showed this video earlier. The Dubai airport. Flooded. Look at the money that it's going to cost to clean that mess up, right? You know? All right. They're openly allowing illegal immigrants to vote in federal elections now in Arizona. Now you know why. Secretary of State Katie Hobbs rigged it so the visibly more popular Kari Lake couldn't win, and installed herself instead to keep the corruption going. The person is not required to submit proof of citizenship with the voter registration form. Will only be eligible to vote in federal elections. So they won't be able to vote in the local elections, but they'll be able to vote in our federal elections. Yeah, there's something wrong here. All right, our history is a lie. We did not build this using primitive tools.
So it's 1500 in India, and some rich guy rolls into town and he says, you know what, guys, I want you to build this temple for me, and I want 1,440 pillars, And I want to make sure every one of them is carved differently. And I want to make sure every single square inch of this place is carved so ornately and so uniquely that no one could probably ever replicate this work ever again. And I want the pillars to be a maze, but I want the main concourse to be seen from all angles. Carve the floors, carve the pillars, carve the roof, carve the ceilings, and make sure you don't leave any space left. So how did the people of India in the 1500s carve this temple out of marble with primitive tools? Or is there more to the story than we've been told? And maybe they had access to some sort of laser technology.
Imagine what we'd be designing if we had that technology. Yep. All right. Wild footage shows a student slap a teacher across the face twice while he taunts her. This reportedly happened at Parkland High School in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. The sheriff's office says they are investigating.
One more time.
Oh! What? You think that affected me any? You want me to hit you again? You want me to hit you again? I don't want it. You want me to hit you again? I don't want it. You want me to hit you again? Oh my God. Stop fucking playing with me. I told your dumb ass I'll knock those dumb ass glass off your fucking face. And do I look like I care? What the fuck wrong with you? What you gonna do? Still sit in that chair and you use a bitch? My granny, nigga, stop fucking playing with me. What the fuck wrong with you? Bitch ass nigga. Ain't nobody ever come and you just got slapped. Bitch, go back to Texas. That's soft ass.
Well. You need to hear this. Former Biden White House senior diplomat for Iran, Robert Malay's security clearance got revoked for allegedly mishandling classified documents.
All right, come here, because we need to talk. We need to talk about something you're not hearing about in mainstream media news, like at all. Robert Malley. Who is Robert Malley? So let me tell you, he used to be a senior diplomat in the Biden White House, the Iran envoy. He was leading the U.S. diplomatic efforts on Iran's nuclear program when suddenly in April of 2023, his security clearance was suspended. So why was his clearance suspended? For allegedly mishandling classified documents. What documents? What happened? Well, the Biden administration has been silent, and so has the media. Are we surprised? No, not at all. But let's back up a little. Robert Malley actually goes back to Obama times. In 2008, he had to resign as an informal advisor to Barack Obama's presidential campaign. Why? Well, it was revealed at the time that he met with members of Hamas while working for the International Crisis Group. Malley went on to be a key member of former President Barack Obama's team that negotiated the 2015 Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA. A week after Biden took office, Malley was appointed as special U.S. envoy for Iran. So now his clearance has been suspended. Mind you, this is a man who was a major player in shaping the Democrat Party's Middle East policy. And I want to tell you about this. Back in September of 2023, it was revealed that U.S. lawmakers were concerned about Iran's influence in Washington, in particular, 3 associates of former Iran envoy Robert Malley. One of them being Ariane Tabatabai. There are allegations from some GOP lawmakers like Iowa Senator Joni Ernst calling her an Iranian spy. Tabatabai still has top security clearance. So what is happening at the Biden White House? I'm not done yet. I'll have more on Tabatabai and others.
Interesting. All right. Patrick Byrne. Oh, he's another one that I have no trust for. He's absolutely correct. We even know the trucks that did it, who paid for the trucks. The UPS, what has blocked revealing that for 3 years, even told a federal judge no. What are they hiding?
So the first question we should all ask is, where's Jesse's trailer? Where is it? Where'd it go? What was the route it took after it left? I think it's a reasonable question, one that I think any reasonable American who's curious about 24 pallets of ballots where they went. So we have a number of teams supporting the Armistead effort. One of them is my own London Center intelligence team. They did the estimate of ballots. So just so you all understand what we're talking about, depending on the density, depending on the trays, and again, this leads back to Greg's story, seeing these ballots showing up in the counting rooms in the middle of the night. That's the pointy end of the spear. We trace it back through all the different machinations to Jesse, to his mass transportation of these things. And I can tell you, other investigations that are now ongoing with our field elements are developing the next set of leads. It doesn't stop at Bethpage. It only begins there. And as Phil said, all investigations start with questions. We have additional questions we're now going to answer. But to the point of this, 24 Gaylords full of these things, not mailed like they normally would be. And let me make this very clear. The Bethpage Center is not a place where you can frank or process mail. It's a bulk mail center. As a matter of fact, it's called a process and distribution center. That means big boxes and big things go through. You don't take in envelopes. You don't take in little pieces of mail and put them into big bundles. These things were bundled. They were on trays. They were processed. They were curated, if you will. These were ready to be counted. That's what makes this so important. So depending on the density of these things, it could be 144 to over to 250,000 ballots. Let me tell you a little secret. Part of our developing investigation indicates that Jesse wasn't alone. There was a number, as in like a bunch of different trucks, which engaged in this. So when you think about the magnitude of potential votes showing up the night of the election after midnight, you have to have an artifact. So if you eliminate the impossible, with all things being equal, whatever remains must be the truth. The truth is, ballots showed up. They were counted. They do not match necessarily the records of who should have voted. In some instances, the stats don't add up, and we continue to analyze that. But with that said, I believe, beyond a shadow of a doubt, we have evidence of a massive transfer of completed, curated ballots ready to be injected into counting centers. Thank you.
The information that we have. Anomalies. What should have happened in Harrisburg, Jesse's trailer is immediately unloaded. It was not unloaded in Harrisburg, even though his trailer contained mail for Harrisburg. Jesse should have been quickly unloaded and able to proceed. Jesse was forced to wait without explanation in a parking lot in the yard of that facility for 6 hours without explanation. Well, perhaps, maybe there was a new person operating as an expediter. Perhaps somebody was sick and somebody forgot. Perhaps. Jesse's only exchanges pleasantries and small talk with others who talk to him at U.S. postal facilities. Postal supervisors don't talk to drivers. All of our experts say that. Jesse talked to a postal supervisor. Normally, Jesse receives a ticket that proves he was there. That was refused. Now, that wasn't an accident. That was intentional. That was, no, you receive no ticket. No explanation. Jesse unloads his trailer in Harrisburg before proceeding to Lancaster. Jesse was told to go to Lancaster while carrying the Harrisburg mail. Maybe we've got somebody who doesn't know how the Postal Service works. Maybe we've got somebody who didn't communicate with the postal supervisor who gave that order. Perhaps there are independent explanations for all of these, but you can imagine the odds of all of that happening on the day he carried completed ballots across state line from New York to New Jersey, across the state line of New Jersey to Pennsylvania, where his trailer full of ballots disappeared. Jesse usually leaves his trailer at the dock in Lancaster at the end of his shift and picks it up the next day. It's gone. Where's Jesse's trailer? Only Jesse drives his truck, but there's been some indication since somebody else has operated his tractor, according to the digital logins. The odds of this having independent causal agents for each one of these anomalies is astounding. Most likely, and in fact, I would say, probable cause to believe, most certainly, that all of these were caused because they could not open up the back of that trailer and reveal its load to people who might not know about those ballots. They put the ballots on the wrong truck, and they picked the wrong man.
Of the Justice Department.
Yes, I was.
And was that, were you able to hear both sides of that conversation?
Yes, and about 6 or 7 other people were able to hear that conversation.
And so was it on the speakerphone?
Yes, it was.
And who was the, who called who?
Bill Barr called Tony Shaffer.
The former Attorney General, Bill Barr?
At that time, he was the Attorney General.
All right, sir. And tell us about that conversation.
It was relatively irate, and he was telling Tony Shaffer to stand down on this investigation. It was not a long call.
And what was the response to that directive from the Attorney General?
It was kind of ambiguous, but it was sufficiently strong to say that the evidence had already been found, and the response was, "I told you, you need to stand down on this."
And
the conversation was not long. It was agitated, to say the least.
All right, sir.
Yep, it's all coming together. It's all coming together. All right. All right. So, Amy Eskridge mystery. Amy was a young scientist researching advanced propulsion who died in 2022 under unknown circumstances. In this clip, she talks about how anti-gravity has been independently discovered multiple times.
It's been independently discovered 4 other times. He said it has been suppressed every single fucking time. And he said, I don't think they're going to suppress it this time. He said, I think you're in the clear. He said, they obviously know about you because I've had multiple, both protective and threatening interactions with various agency affiliations, whatever. He was like, if you haven't had a US government agent come to you and say, stop, shut the fuck up, stop, shut the fuck up. If that hasn't happened, they're going to let you do it. They're waiting. There are SSP motherfuckers that are fucking twiddling their thumbs. Like, is Amy not going to publish soon? Gah, we've been influencing this bitch forever. Doesn't she know we want her to publish? Jesus. Like, there's multiple people doing that right now. And on the other side of the fence, there's multiple parties looking at each other like, didn't we tell this bitch 3 years ago that we kill people for this? Is she not listening? What is she doing? She's still doing it? What? We told her we were going to kill her 3 years ago. So I have these two different scenarios floating constantly in my life where I have people being like, do it, do it, do it. You're the one, do it. And then I have multiple people being like, they're going to kill you. Don't do it. They're going to kill you.
A short time later, ICE took down their final target, a Brazilian gang member, also charged with child rape. Just this morning today, 4 accused child rapists and 1 MS-13 gang member. Those are the kind of people you're going after.
That's every day up here in Boston. If those are the public safety threats that we really want to get off the street, it was a great day for the teams. That's 5 public safety threats that are out in the community. Going to go ahead and victimize anyone else.
And ICE says all of those arrests you just saw happen because local authorities ignored their detainer request to keep these guys in custody due to sanctuary policies. ICE says all of those suspects will remain in federal custody until their local charges are resolved. Then ICE will seek to deport every single one of them. I'll send it back to you.
And making a point of doing it in a city like Boston with the sanctuary policies in place. Really intriguing stuff, Bill. We'll see what comes of it next. Thank you. Bill Malugin in Boston.
A short time later, ICE took down their final
Yep.
target.
This
a Brazilian gang
sanctuary
member.
city stuff is going to destroy a lot of towns. It already is. You know, a lot of people are like, I don't think so. I don't think so. But yep, as long as this stuff is going on in other towns, hey, what can you do? All right. Carly Boone says, hey, Jesse B. Waters, looks like you have another hoax to report on tonight. Here we go.
The one that offends me the most is when he refused as president to visit an American cemetery outside of Paris when he was president. Why? He said that those soldiers who gave their lives were, quote, was his quote, suckers and losers. Suckers and losers, he said it. Who the hell does he think he is? Who does he think he is? These are heroes. These soldiers are heroes. The one that offends me the most is when...
Yeah. So, yeah. Let's see where it goes. So this is where they delivered the papers to the Senate. Everything's for show, right? Everything's for show. Yeah. Guys can't even walk in step. Jeez. The heck, you know, you're going to put on a show. Put on a show. Yeah. They let him go today. Yeah. Wall Street Babe says women's federal prison in the Bay Area of California closing after rampant staff on inmate sexual abuse. Oh, boy.
The correctional officers at FCI Dublin, a federal prison in the Bay Area of California, where I served 2 years of a 5-year sentence, were so incapable of stopping to SA the women in their custody that the entire prison is closing. So far, 8 employees of the Bureau of Prisons, including the warden, the chaplain, and 6 COs, have been indicted, and yet I know that there are even more. The Lieutenant Putnam, who threatened to send me to the hole for publicly talking about the conditions within the prison, called me a year ago because he watched one of my TikToks and was now tasked with doing internal investigations. The same people who participated in the cover-up of what they called Grape Club for years were then tasked with investigating themselves. The former director of the Oregon Department of Corrections, Colette Peters, took over the Bureau of Prisons under the Biden administration. The culture is so rotten to the core. When you talk to women who did time there in the 90s, they say that nothing has changed, to the fact that they are actually closing this prison. And the problem is there are very few women's prisons. So now these West Coasters and Mexican women from Tijuana and Mexicali are going to be sent thousands of miles from home and never be able to get a visit because they can't stop raping people.
Yep. Scott Lebedo. And once again, I'll say it.
Once again, I'll say it. I'm talking about slavery. You can't talk about slavery. You're a white boy. I'm an American. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want. I don't care for your approval. I speak my mind. Slavery. It's one of the most horrible things that we have to carry as a country, because we had that slavery, which was horrible. But we've pretty much corrected it. But not so much. It's 2024, and so many of you in the Black community are still slaves. Aha. Voluntary slaves. That's the really absurd part. You're voluntary slaves to the Democratic Party. Now think about what I'm saying here. The Democrats ran the Ku Klux Klan. It was mostly Democrats that wanted segregation. I can go on and on. The Democrats want you black folks just happy enough in your little position to get your vote. They don't want you to progress and proceed and grasp opportunities. See, that's what we want you to do. That's what Republicans are. They want people to have opportunities, to work for it, and to strive to have an opportunity. I know my mortality. I knew from an early age that I was definitely going to die. And I'm closer to it now than ever, and I embrace it. I fear nothing, not death. But what I do is utilize this speck of dust of a life that I had in this planet that's 4 billion years old. We are the superior species, us humans, out of millions of species. And we have that luck and chance to do anything we want. But sadly, so many of you are enslaved to the Democratic Party, who wants nothing from you, wants to give you nothing. They do nothing. They break promises every fucking time. The good thing is many of you are seeing it and coming over, but not enough of you. You understand what I'm saying here? There's no reason to be a volunteer slave to the party that says they love you. You're listening to Al Sharpton and all these other jerk-off community leaders. They want nothing for you except to stay here. Don't you get it? Stop being a slave voluntarily and come the fuck on over. You don't have to like me or my personality or Donald Trump. It's about you grasping the opportunity that is handed to you. The water is so fucking warm here. Please, come the fuck over. I'm telling you. Grasp that life. It's this short.
I think his message is pretty solid. You know, you've been getting screwed all this time. Stop now. Stop it now. Stop it now. All right. What does this carbon tax actually accomplish?
To those of you who believe the climate change thing and you think the world's going to end because of climate change, I'm just wondering, why is it that you always go after oil and gas and your fellow Canadians with taxes, but you never go after the Davos group, you know, the one telling you about this climate change, while they fly in with private jets each and have giant SUVs waiting for them to take them to their luxury hotels to be served filet mignon? But yet you absolutely say that we need a carbon tax and prices of everything increase, you know, just so your fellow Canadians have to struggle. And you go after oil and gas, an entire sector that a lot of people work in, but you never go after cruise ships. You know, those useless things that guzzle fuel and basically put noise pollution into the ocean? You never go after them. Why is that? Why is it that you never think about anything besides what the TV tells you to go after? Because I don't see these climate people who are pro this carbon tax actually wanting anything better for the climate. You just want things taken away from those who have and make it harder for them, and then also break families who are barely like passing by because you have nothing. You probably don't own a car. You probably live in a 2-bedroom basement with like 8 roommates working 3 jobs. And it makes you feel special when you see the government taking away from your Canadian like fellow citizens. You don't go after Saudi oil, which is way dirtier than Canadian oil. We have some of the highest regulations in the world for our oil and gas. And I don't see you going to protest Saudi oil. Why aren't you doing that? It's always Canadian oil. And I find it absolutely fascinating that this virtue signaling of yours, that you love the environment so much, but you're not going after anything but what literally Canadians need. And it's the exact same thing with the you-know-what pass. You said it was about other people's health, but you liked the segregation. It gave you power, made you feel special for the first time in your life. You didn't have to accomplish anything, right? All you had to do was pull up your sleeve and let the government test on you, and you felt special. You felt so good about yourself segregating others. So let me just ask you this. If this carbon tax isn't going to fix anything, and it's not going anywhere except for a slush fund, how do you think and why do you think we need this carbon tax other than making lives harder for your fellow Canadians because you want to drag them down to your level? And let me just ask you this as well. If you are so pro this climate change, why are you guys always pro-war? Why do you guys always take sides on war and say we need this? Are those rockets that they're firing vegan? Am I missing something? Are they like green? Like, you don't think that all of those rockets that are being thrown at each other, you think that's doing well for the atmosphere? So your only thing is, let's go after oil and gas, and let's go after regular, normal Canadians, but never the actual root problem or the solution.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Libs of TikTok. Did you know that 80% of LGBTQ people experienced at least one adverse childhood experience, such as sexual or mental abuse, as opposed to 64% of straight people?
The death of 16-year-old non-binary student Next Benedict has stirred outrage across the country. The media is blaming this tragedy on Oklahoma's anti-trans laws, the Education Board, including State Superintendent Ryan Walters, and yours truly. Politicians, activists, and groomers are using this incident to drive a false narrative that LGBTQ people are under attack. They're covering up the reality of what actually happened. So let's dive in, expose some of these narratives, and uncover the actual reality of this tragedy. Next Benedict, formerly known as Dagny Benedict, was a 16-year-old who identified as non-binary. She was a high school student from Oklahoma. On February 7, 2024, she was involved in a fight at school. She had an altercation with a group of girls in the school bathroom. According to school administrators, the fight took place when the girls were in the bathroom for, quote, less than 2 minutes before other students and employees broke up the fight. Following the incident, the school nurse reported, quote, all students involved in the altercation walked under their own power to the assistant principal's office and nurse's office. 2 hours after the fight, Next was interviewed in a local hospital by a school resource officer from the Owasso Police Department. Next claimed that 3 unknown girls randomly started picking on her and her friend because of the way they were dressed. Next was not happy with their remarks and decided to pour water on them, which sparked an altercation. Next did not seem traumatized or dealing with serious injuries in the interview and was later discharged from the hospital. In a text message to a friend, Next described her injuries as, quote, scrapes and bruises. The next afternoon, Next's grandmother, Sue Benedict, called 911 requesting immediate medical attention. Reporting that Next was short on breath, medical professionals arrived on the scene and Next was rushed to a local hospital where she was pronounced dead. The mainstream media jumped on this tragedy to drive a false narrative, blaming the bathroom confrontation as a primary cause of the tragic death, sparking unproved conspiracies about a hate crime, Oklahoma's anti-trans laws, and right-wing influence. For weeks, the media aired unproven narratives as LGBTQ activists demanded changes to Oklahoma's anti-trans legislature and blamed me for Next's death. More than a month after her death, the autopsy report was released, shattering all the disinformation the self-proclaimed fact-checkers had spread. The report revealed that Next had overdosed on a combination of substances. Handwritten notes suggestive of self-harm were found in Benedict's bedroom. The teenager had a history of bipolar disorder, depression, anxiety, and self-harm, and that her tragic death was not caused by the infamous bathroom confrontation, but by an overdose. It was ruled as a suicide. We later learned that Dagny, at the age of 9, was repeatedly raped and molested by her own father. Her father, James Everett Hughes, was arrested for raping a minor on July 31st, 2019 in Sebastian County, Arkansas. The media conveniently ignored these disturbing details from Dagny's life. They rushed to drive a false narrative, blaming the bathroom confrontation and a series of other influences for her tragic death. Prominent politicians and activists parroted the lies and used this incident to push the false narrative that LGBTQ people are somehow under attack. Dagny became a social justice icon for the trans movement, a trans George Floyd. Her name and false narrative painted about her death were quickly pushed for political outrage. There were memorials, marches, protests, and the President of the United States even put out a statement. Her lifelong suffering was exploited with lies to drive an agenda that fuels monsters like James Everett Hughes, causing mental anguish and confusion about one's gender identity. Rather than addressing the underlying mental health issues, the media rushed to conclusions and attempted to paint an alternate picture of reality. A 2009 study from the UCLA School of Public Health found that LGBTQ individuals are twice as likely as heterosexual men and women to seek help from mental health professionals. 48.5% of LGBTQ individuals reported receiving treatment in the past year, compared with 22.5% of heterosexuals. Another study from the American Urological Association, published in 2021, found the rates of psychiatric emergencies in individuals were high both before and after gender-altering surgery. It further concluded that the attempted suicide rates among people who identified as transgender more than doubled after receiving a vaginoplasty. To add to this disturbing pattern, another study published in 2021 in the American Academy of Pediatrics found disparities in childhood abuse between transgender and non-transgender adolescents. 73% of transgender adolescents reported psychological abuse. 39% reported physical abuse, and 19% reported sexual abuse. Compared with heterosexual adolescents, transgender adolescents had higher odds of psychological abuse, physical abuse, and sexual abuse. Within separate subgroup analysis, transgender males and non-binary adolescents had higher odds of reporting psychological abuse than cisgender adolescents. And finally, in a recent study from 2022, researchers at Vanderbilt found that 83% of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer individuals reported going through adverse childhood experiences such as sexual and emotional abuse and worse mental health as adults when compared to their heterosexual peers. Of the nearly 3,000 LGBTQ individuals surveyed, 83% of LGBTQ adults experienced at least one adverse childhood experience compared to 64% of straight adults. More than half, 52% of LGBTQ adults reported 3 or more adverse childhood experiences compared to 26% of straight adults. LGBTQ candidates experienced higher rates of each of the 8 defined types of adverse childhood experiences. So, to summarize, the chances that people who identify as LGBTQ were also abused as a child are very high. This is not a coincidence. In just under a decade, the LGBTQ lobby has hijacked all major institutions and has overtaken prominent cultures, political parties, corporations, military, federal government, state governments, academia, medicine, entertainment. Everyone in a position of power is in support of the self-proclaimed oppressed and marginalized movement. This sudden change is not just a deviation from natural reality, but an evil force that is destroying our culture and society. The mainstream media, with the help of powerful Marxist institutions, is leading this movement. They are misleading vulnerable children to a path of lifelong suffering. Next Benedict was a victim of this manipulation and brainwashing. Her childhood trauma and mental health issues were intentionally covered up to drive a narrative, and her tragic death was exploited to spread nationwide outrage and hatred.
All right. Jerry Nelson, what are you talking about? I don't see a revalue. I was just looking at the Forex, and it's still not where we need it to be. So I'm just curious what you're talking about. All right. I don't care for Tim Pool whatsoever, but this was good.
Do you have any concluding thoughts on that whole arc of Satanism or whatever? I mean,
yeah, there's abundant evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person who actually resurrected from the dead and is actually the Son of God.
Is he coming back?
He's absolutely coming back. If people want to find out more about that, I was an atheist. I became a Christian after I read a book called More Than a Carpenter by Josh McDowell. This book was written by a guy who tried to disprove Christianity. And in the process of trying to disprove it, he realized all of the evidence was in favor of it being true. He lays out all the evidence in the book. I read it, realized that it's irrefutable, in my opinion, that Jesus Christ is actually the Son of God, became a Christian. I would just encourage everybody, turn to Christ. He offers you eternal life. And in the forgiveness of your sins and faith and belief in him, you can have eternal life. And that'll be very important to hold on to in the years ahead.
I thought that was a really, really good piece of information. All right. I will never turn my back on real Donald Trump. Never. I explained Operation Warp Speed over 100,000 times. I've spoken about him being a Mason. He's not. I have been defending DJT for over 5 years now. See what he's got to say. Script Keeper. I got a few of his that I'll be playing today.
Script
60
Keeper.
seconds, any popcorn. So this is for everybody that's like hitting up. They're like, I don't agree with this. Like I told you, I want Mike Gill to look at the boards. That's all I want him to do. If he looks at the cue boards, he will see things from a different perspective. I'm still rolling with Trump. I'm not turning my back on Trump. And that's just the way it is. And there's people that just don't like Trump for no fucking reason. And they've never done the research. Oh, he's an elite. Oh, he's Illuminati. Oh, he's a Freemason. Yet nobody can show me where he was raised at, what lodge. They can't show me the lodge number, the date he was raised to a Master Mason. That is public info. And not even really hard public info to get. It's very easy to get that info, but y'all still are like, he's a Mason. He's not. And there's a bunch of presidents that weren't Masons, but you guys don't do no fucking research. So Mike Gill just basically thinks that Trump took a deal. Trump had to make deals. He's the deal maker, the art of the deal. Trump had to do certain things to keep us protected. And if you think that children weren't rescued, you can take Obama's, Clinton's, Biden's, who else? George Bush, put all three of them together, and Trump had more child trafficking rescue operations in the first 6 months of him being in the office than all three of those guys did together in all their president, terms. It's a fact. I don't think Trump took a deal to like turn his back on us. I don't think there's going to be an election. That's just me. I think the Emergency Powers Act is going to get put into play with Israel and Iran. That's just me. You don't have to agree with me. None of y'all have to fucking agree with me. But no, y'all missed the point of what I was doing with this post. What I was showing was there are things that connect into it. And if Mike would just step back from 3D reality for a second and just look at it from a 5D chess level, like 10 steps ahead of all the deep state players, revealing who these people were. And that's just how it is. Because Mike, you're not the only one that's been calling out General Flynn. We've been calling him out for like 4 years. And I didn't even know who you were. I'm just saying. So no disrespect. I think what you're doing is great. I think you're showing the corruption in New Hampshire and on a massive scale as far as the whole country. So I think that people need to see that. There are like other people that still have to wake up to the fact that their country's been run by fucking tyrants for year after year after year. Trump's only been in there once. He's not a career politician. He was a businessman. He ran the country the best he could. Everybody's like, oh, he did a horrible. Get the fuck out of here. I made more money under Trump than I did ever under Biden right now. This is the worst economy I've ever seen in my entire life living. Well, maybe as bad as 2008, but I'm not sure. It's pretty bad, guys. There's your 60 seconds.
Yep. Somebody was trying to get him to look at that stuff. Yep. All right. Holy shizzles. Trump's legal team discovered some of the jurors were planted undercover activists. 7 jurors selected.
Over half of the jury's already been selected. We already know a lot about them, and it is hysterical. Before we tell you about them, remember that this is a Manhattan jury. It went 87% for Biden. And the judge who's overseeing the selection process is a Biden donor whose family was paid by the Biden campaign. Yesterday, 50 white women wearing masks fled the courtroom, claiming they couldn't be fair to Trump. Anyone wearing a mask at this point is not an impartial juror. Here's one white woman who works in cybersecurity who was excused. Listen.
Did you say you could be unbiased, though?
I did. It's very difficult for anyone really in this country to not come to this with prior opinions. I think we all have prior opinions about the defendant unless you've been like living in a cardboard box.
Show me a juror who says they can be unbiased towards Trump, and I'll show you a liar. That's why we don't have political trials in America. Fairness is impossible. Trump's legal team was given the names of potential jurors, and after Googling them, discovered there were undercover activists trying to sneak onto the jury. One juror couldn't recall any anti-Trump feeling, but when the defense showed him the receipts, he admitted he'd posted on social media, quote, "Donald Trump should be locked up." Another juror said he didn't remember posting anything bad about Trump, and then when shown the evidence, conceded to posting a picture that says, quote, "Trump invites Thai boys to the White House. Thai boys request to return to cage." Those two radical liberals got caught lying to the court and were almost seated on the jury. This is what Trump has to deal with. Yesterday, Clay Travis was criticized for suggesting Trump supporters get on the jury. So far, 7 jurors have been seated. Here's what we know about them. The foreman, juror number 1. He's a salesman from Harlem who was born in Ireland. He used to be a waiter, didn't finish college, and likes anything outdoorsy. He's married with no kids. His wife's in school. He gets his news from the New York Times, the Daily Mail, and some Fox News and MSNBC. Never met anybody who watches both Fox and MSNBC, but okay. That guy's your jury foreman. Juror number 2, a nurse from the Upper East Side with a master's degree. She's not married, has no kids, and lives with her fiance who works in finance. She gets her news from the New York Times, Google, and CNN. She said 2 things that really stuck out. One, quote, "I don't really have an opinion of Trump," and, quote, "No one is above the law." I'm not so sure about juror number 2. Juror number 3 is a young Asian lawyer from Oregon. His corporate law firm features DEI on its homepage. He's single, lives in Chelsea, and was wearing a purple jacket. Okay? He claims he's not super familiar with Trump's other charges. He likes to hike and run and gets his news from the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, and Google. Juror number 4 is a Puerto Rican who finds Trump fascinating and mysterious. Quote, "He walks into a room and he sets people off one way or the other. I find that really interesting, that this one guy can do all this. Wow." The guy was actually born in Puerto Rico, lives on the Lower East Side now, and works in IT. He's married and he has grandkids. Wife's a writer. Previously served on a jury, but says he doesn't remember the verdict. He gets his news from the New York Daily News, the New York Times, and Google. Anyway, juror number 5, a black woman in her 20s who doesn't follow the news and didn't know Trump was facing charges, any charges, anywhere. She lives in Harlem. She's a teacher. She's not married, has no kids, and lives with her brother, who's a basketball coach. She gets her news from Google and TikTok. She also listens to Charlemagne the God. Juror number 6 is a woman in her 20s who works for Disney. She made the courtroom laugh because she wanted to know if the trial would be over before September because she's a bridesmaid in her sister's wedding. She's not married, has no kids, and likes to dance. She lives with 3 roommates and gets her news from the New York Times, Google, Facebook, and of course TikTok, and says she doesn't have strong feelings about Trump one way or the other. Okay. Juror number 7 is a middle-aged, balding white guy with a tan. He lives on the Upper East Side, and you guessed it, another lawyer whose firm is big into DEI and ESG. He's originally from North Carolina, married with 2 kids, and his wife works at a bank. He gets his news from the New York Times, the Journal, the New York Post, the Washington Post, and he listens to NPR. So that's the jury of Trump's peers so far. The fate of a billionaire real estate tycoon, TV celebrity turned 45th president of the United States is in the hands of New York City lawyers, teachers, and Disney workers who like to dance and get their news from the Times, but swear they can be impartial.
It's all rigged. It's all rigged. Yep. Experts warn U.S. government planning to freeze all American bank withdrawals. Experts are warning that U.S. government is secretly planning to freeze all American bank account withdrawals in the coming months due to imminent collapse of the U.S. dollar. Yeah, we'll see. All right. How to handle someone placing a Biden 2024 sign in your yard.
Hey, sir, how's it going? How are you? I just live around the neighborhood. I work for the Biden-Harris campaign.
No, don't stick that in my yard.
Oh, no, I'm just going around the neighborhood. I noticed you didn't have a sign already.
I don't
so...
want the sign. Take it out.
Oh, why not?
Because Biden sucks. Please.
Oh.
Seriously, no.
Do you not care about the country, or?
Please take it off my property and you get off too. I'm serious.
Okay, well, I'll just leave it there.
You will not leave it.
Yeah, I'll just leave it there.
No, you won't. Watch this. I'll put it in the back of your truck.
Oh, I'll just leave it here.
Get it out.
Okay. You guys put it right here?
Do not put it in.
Okay.
I'm not shoving it up your ass. Do not do it. Put it up.
Okay.
I'm gonna give you a chance.
You got it. You got it.
I'm gonna give you a chance.
Okay. Oh shit! That's my sign.
Go get it.
Would you rather vote AOC?
Go get it. I don't want you on my property. Get the fuck out and never stick that shit in my yard again.
Okay.
And I'm proud to be an American.
Is this how they stay hidden?
Why is the white man always vilified for this when it was the Jewish ships and the Arabs that were actually the biggest part of the slave trade?
You have to look at who is dominant in history as far as academia, the literature, the publishing houses. Most of them are Jewish ran. It's just like with the mafia. Most people think Italian when it comes to the mafia, but it's really Jewish. Jews were behind the books. Meyer Lansky was the banker of the mafia. He handled the books. So it's like with everything else. The Jews will be behind the scenes. They'll put the blame on whites. They'll put the blame on Italians or the blame on others. That's how they stay hidden to do their thing.
Why is the white man always vilified for this when it was...
Yeah, well, you just never know. A circus elephant has gotten loose after escaping from its circus tent.
A fucking elephant walking down the road. Oh my god. Oh my god. Only in Butte. A circus elephant got loose.
He just wanted to go for a fucking walk. He's tired of being cooped up. I'm stretching my legs.
Where are you going, friend? And he's gone. Are you?
Butte, Montana. Boy, you just imagine. You can just imagine. All right. You know, and this is one of the reasons why, probably why this guy got attacked. You know, I played a couple of his videos yesterday. Here's another one.
Here in Australia, right? 40,000 children disappear here in Australia every year. And the one who was heading that team, investigative team, he said, I am shocked. You can watch it, it's on YouTube. He said, I am shocked because I have 27 names on this paper here in front of me. These 27 names, they are 100% truly whatever they've done, because police, at federal level have investigated them thoroughly, and with proofs, they are all guilty of all these child abuses here in Australia, 40,000. He said, but to my shock, I would never ever had imagined I would see this as an Aussie. He said, some of the names in this list are ex-prime ministers of this nation. Ex-prime ministers. Anyone who hurts an elderly person and a young child is a coward, is an evildoer. May the Lord Jesus rebuke them all. And if the Lord sees that they don't wish to repent, Lord, I beg you, pluck them from their roots, whoever they are, wherever they are. Because enough of this evilness. Little innocent children, you evildoers, you cowards, you traitors, you... If I see them in front of me, I'll lose it. I'll finally use my red belt in karate. If I get the chance, I will rescue those children myself and let them kill me. I don't care.
He's just speaking a whole lot of truth there. Yep. All right. Another Scott. Scotty.
I can't understand why you fucking idiots don't see what's happening. Schmuck Schumer is changing the whole fucking law on impeachment. This is like, do you understand what these Democrats, they're destroying everything, every fabric of this fucking country. And you fucking idiots keep voting for them. You just turn your fucking head. It's going to fuck you in the ass. Trust me. We're getting this shit back. And you fucking Democrat politicians, judges, DAs, and fucking prosecutors, you're so fucked. You have no idea how fucking hard we're going to come down on you. I fucking pray. I can't wait for this moment. Fucking scumbags.
Yeah. People are just tired of it. Yeah. This is insane. Yesterday's California Senator Democrats rejected bill to making 16 to 17-year-olds for sex a felony.
Most of these people standing behind me are survivors that were brutally attacked by their buyers. They're the ones that came to us and said, address the buyer situation. And we did that. The committee forced amendments on us, on my bill that I declined to accept. And it only lessens the impact that we can go after. They want to exclude 16, 17 years old. They want to exclude them from this. Most of these people standing behind me are survivors.
A real shame. Yep. Conspiracy TikToker Kylie Marissa Roth was getting too close to the truth, and now she is dead. I am about to expose everything. Well, Matt, get to it. All right. So I got a few posts here of this particular hearing that's going on here. This is huge. Everything Millie said is incorrect, and to think they gave that scumbag a parade.
Well, I've got you, Colonel Matthews. Do you believe the DOD-IG report accurately reflects the events of January 6, 2021?
That DOD-IG report is replete with incorrect information, false information. Even the Select Committee's report has shown that. And can I give you a couple of examples, please?
Sure.
It says at 1635, Ryan McCarthy called General Walker and directed him to go to the Capitol. Now McCarthy, if you read his transcript from the Select Committee, he said he never did that. He was getting ready for a news conference. He was taking notes and writing and so preparing for a televised news conference. And he overheard Brigadier General Leneve direct General Walker to go, but General Leneve says he never told General Walker to go. He never gave a go order. So they do like this. They point in each other's directions and say so. With the DOD-IG puts it in, and then they claim that they had to call Walker again at 1700, like 25 minutes later, and direct him to go. That's an absolute falsehood. McCarthy was in a televised press conference. Mr. Storch, the DOD Inspector General, has an obligation to correct the record for, where does he go? Where does General Walker go to get his reputation back? You smeared this man by anonymous sources, and we're talking about general officers in the Army who were bitter because of Walker's testimony in March before the Senate. They didn't like that, and they wanted to get General Pyatt promoted to general. And so they wanted to take down Walker. Even General Milley engages in that. General Milley engages in that, and if you read his transcript, sir, from the Select Committee, he implies Walker was lying or exaggerating. And everything General Milley says in his transcribed interview from the committee is incorrect, and the committee staff had to know it.
So let me just clarify something here. General Walker did testify under oath to the Select Committee. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes, she did.
The implication of the DOD-IG report is that General Walker falsely testified. Is that fair?
To the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee and to the Senate Rules Committee. He testified in March. In March of 2021, the DOD-IG report came out in November 2021, and the implication was that he was not truthful in his testimony.
So,
and this is a sitting officer of the Congress of the United States, appointed by Speaker Pelosi, a sworn career federal law enforcement executive and the Major General of the United States Army. And they were implying that he committed outright perjury on live television.
So,
and I took exception to that. I wrote my memo, sir. I wasn't working for General Walker. I had nothing to gain from that, but it was the right thing to do. This man was responsible for all of your personal safety. He was smeared by it, and
okay, let me reclaim my time. There's other questions I need to get to, but I just wanted to make sure that you understand that the implications of the DOD-IG report is that General Walker falsified testimony or was not truthful. Would you believe that he would be selected to be the head security officer of the House of Representatives by Nancy Pelosi if it was known that he had lied under oath? Okay, I just want to make sure we're talking about someone who was selected by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to be the sergeant at arms here. So I'm just getting to the point. This is a bipartisan issue that we're talking.
Okay, that was just one piece of many that I'm going to be showing you guys. All right, Tucker Carlson asked, how did the CIA react to Trump's presidency?
You're working at CIA during the Trump election. What was the view of that within the CIA? What do people think of Trump at CIA?
Well, what I found interesting was every government building usually has the picture of the president, the vice president. In this particular case, I don't know how many months it took them to eventually put the picture of the president and the vice president up on the wall, as if they didn't even want to recognize him as the president or the vice president. I mean, it got so bad in one of my offices that one of the leaders actually spoke out and said, look, we have to respect the chain of command. If you find yourself mentally distressed because Trump won the presidency, go seek some psychological help.
You're working at CIA.
We already heard it. All right. Mummies in America. Mummy.
There are more mummies found in America in this time frame by a gigantic margin than there are in Europe or Egypt. In fact, the Smithsonian was caught stealing mummies from Colorado and shipping them to Europe. And the deeper you go, the crazier the things they find. 17 miles northeast of Manchester is a prehistoric cavern in which wonderful discoveries have lately been made. They're on a farmer's land in Ohio. The ground shapes downward into this weird depression in his land. What they find when they remove the rocks covering the bottom of this depression is a tunnel into a underground tomb. It contains 9 chambers or rooms. They find a well in one of these chambers, and 45 feet from the top of that well, they found the entrance to a second cavern, which proved to be the family tomb of a race of gigantic men.
Yeah, it's insane. Even a single human statue, if you asked anybody on the street, has that ever been found in America, they'd probably say no.
Yep. Our country is a lot more than what people think it is. All right. I can't play this one because of the fact that he's got music playing in it. I think this is the one. Yeah. But basically, he's, yeah. Yeah, he points out a whole bunch of stuff about Flynn. I wish he'd have just talked about it instead of doing the music there. Yeah. All right. What the hell is going on in Florida yesterday? And why do I have to bring you the news? Yeah, I haven't seen any news reports on that whatsoever. I don't know if anybody else has. Yeah. Pro-Palestine Google employees were arrested after occupying a senior-level office for hours to demand that the company severs ties with Israel.
Yeah, I'm going well. It's getting kind of late.
Yeah.
Spoke a little bit ago. Wanted to ask you, to cooperate. We've been placed on admin leave.
Yeah.
And, we'd like to see if we can do this voluntarily, so it's been a while. So can you do that for us? And, move forward in that space, and then you can contact HR and go from there.
Could you get in contact with TK about this?
No, I can't talk about that. I'm just here what I spoke about earlier, because if not, we'll have to call law enforcement and go in that space and,
Understood.
get trespassed and all that.
Yeah, we understand.
Okay, just trying again. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
You guys gotta leave. You guys refusing to leave? Is
Yes.
that what I'm saying? Okay. You first stand up.
I'm not seeing it. There's a camera on top of it.
Yep. Trump leaves black supporters in Harlem with inspiring message after making a surprise visit to
President Trump, what are the first things you're going to do when you take office to address the inner cities of America and give them hope to restore the American dream? Atlanta, New York, Philly, Chicago, D.C.
Come in, and number one, you have to stop crime, and we're going to let the police do their job. They have to be given back their authority. They have to be able to do their job, and we're going to come into New York. We're making a big play for New York. Other cities do, but this city, I love this city, and it's gone so bad in the last 4 years, and we're going to straighten New York out. So, running for president, we're putting a big hit for New York. We think we can win New York. With 500,000 migrants that poured in and taken over the parks. They took over your hotels. They take over everything. And you know what they've done? They've destroyed so many people. The African American community now is not getting jobs. Migrants are taking their jobs that are here illegally. Hispanics are not getting jobs. Migrants are taking the jobs. If you look at the unemployment is good for migrants now. It went up 10%, all migrants. And they're in our country. Now they're coming from prisons. I don't know if you know. They come from mental institutions. They come from prisons. They come from places you don't want to know about. They're coming from jails and prisons, mental institutions, and insane asylums. And you have massive numbers of terrorists coming into our country, all because of Biden. And by the way, this trial that I have now, that's a Biden trial. They want to keep me off the campaign trail. But based on what I'm doing, I think there's more press here than there is if I'm going to have this nice location. I like the police have to be able to do their job. The police in New York are great. They have to be able to do their job. They have to protect these people. Because I just met, look at this young man, and he's got his son who looks like he's a movie star. He's much better looking than the father, and the father looks good. And you know what? He says he's robbed all the time. I said, how you doing? He said, well, we're robbed all the time. It's a beautiful place. He's robbed all the time. Nobody's ever said it. It's Alvin Bragg's fault. Alvin Bragg does nothing. He goes after guys like Trump who did nothing wrong. Violent criminals, murderers. They know there are hundreds of murderers all over the city. They know who they are and they don't pick them up. They go after Trump.
Sorry.
Yep. I'm not going to play him. Democrat run New York City in the middle of the day. And this is the thing is, all this political climate and everything is actually driving people to do this stupid shit. And yeah, it's out on purpose. You guys are already unconscious. Crazy, huh? Crazy. All right. So outside the Matrix, aka Crash, Phil has this shill now telling people he's Ezra's twin, and Phil is posting for Trump on social media. God, please make it stop. Yeah. And she is 100%.
So we know there's two Phils. Basically, Phil and his twin, he said. From the same womb, he said. And he hinted at Ezra. And think about...
What did she say? Wait a minute. Listen again.
So we know there's two Phils. Basically, Phil and his twin, he said. From the same womb, he said. And he hinted at Ezra.
Ezra.
And think about...
Is she talking about Ezra Cohen Watnick? Oh my, woo! Let's remind everybody what Ezra said. Yeah. So Erica Freedom asked Ezra in a tweet, she said, you know, Phil Godlewski is telling thousands of his followers that you guys were roommates. And down at the bottom, it says, I don't know who that is or why it's relevant. Let me, here, you can see it better. I don't know who that is. He doesn't know him. How can they be twins? Explain that. Oh, and it gets better. Listen to this.
That's not Lynn Wood. Look at Trump. Phil and Ezra post for Trump, Elon, El Donaldo Trump, Dan Scavino, all of them. It's all run by Ezra and Phil. And together, they're using Aladdin and they're waking up the masses.
Okay, so the Phil cult now wants you to believe that he is a twin of Ezra Cohen Watnick. And they're posting for Lynn Wood and Dan Scavino and Trump online because, of course, they're too busy to do that. And they want you to believe that Phil is posting online for Trump. He's behind it all. And they're waking up the masses. What masses are waking up? I don't live near any masses that are waking up. They're still wearing a mask. Okay, and here's the thing. Are they just trying to see how gullible his followers are? You know, people are going to believe this. How far does it go? I don't know, but it needs to end. The internet can't go away soon enough.
Okay. Can't argue with her one bit. That girl's been toting Phil's bag for a while. I don't know what the hell's going on there. Yep. All right. Here's another one of those videos I was talking about.
The DOD IG report alleges that DOD officials did not delay or obstruct a response to the Capitol. Sergeant Major Brooks, I'll start with you. Do you believe that the deployment of the DC National Guard was delayed?
Yes.
Who do you believe delayed it?
Secretary McCarthy and senior officials in the Army staff.
Okay. Why do you believe that they delayed it?
I believe their misunderstanding of the capabilities of DC National Guard and the seriousness of the situation, to be honestly, I have no idea why we never received that order. All I know is that they were more concerned with what it would look like with soldiers with the Capitol in the background than protecting the capital of the United States.
Colonel Matthews, same question for you. Do you believe that deployment of the DC National Guard was delayed?
Yes, sir. I believe that it was a result of an overcautious, reluctant, hesitant, facilitating leadership. And I think they were concerned about the optics, the political optics of a military presence here. And I don't think they trusted the commander in chief. And that was because of our senior ranking military officer who was making disparaging remarks about the president to them. You got to remember, the people who ran the Army are very close associates of the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. They owed their positions to him. And he was not, I mean, there are books about how Chairman Milley was impeding the ability of the president. So I think that was an issue there, sir.
So just to clarify, you think that there was a delay that was calculated for one reason or the other, but you're not indicating that there was a nefarious purpose in that. Just so we don't walk out of here with conspiracy theories that the DOD wanted the Capitol to fail. I just want to make sure that's not where you're going with that.
I'm not going with that, sir. I'm saying that the conditions were set by this talk of a coup, of a Reichstag moment. I mean, the idea that I mean, let me be frank about it. A bunch of black kids in the DC Guard are going to usurp the election for Trump. It's crazy, but that's what they were talking about. I mean, and it's crazy talk, and it was out there, and it's in books. I mean, Milley's talked about it.
Yeah. And there's still more yet to come. So here we go. When someone says Oprah is a white hat, Tom Hanks is a white hat, and now someone literally gets stabbed, y'all go and say it didn't happen. You better learn to stop listening to these people who have one agenda. It's not getting us anywhere. Yes, the movie would be a dog and pony show.
"60 seconds and your popcorn." Okay, so you see what happened to Bishop Mari Emanuel, at the church service, and I watched it. I don't know if some of y'all people been around fucking violence. I don't think some of y'all have. The people that are saying it's a movie and this is a military operation. I got fucking news for you. If you watch him closely, he was stabbing him so fucking hard, the knife popped back out of his hand. He had to readjust it to get back in and stab him. He got stabbed. You're a fucking idiot if you're going, oh, this is part of the movie and the waking up process. Take your 5D fucking bullshit, shove it up your ass, because when it comes down to fucking real shit like this, people are fucking dying in New York every fucking day. I'm so sick of hearing it's a movie. Nothing happened to them. I'm so fucking sick of it. The movie is the politicians. That is the movie. They expose the politicians, the celebrities, and the elites. This guy has a grassroots following from his church and speaking out. He's not a white hat. There's other people that I'm speaking to over in fucking Australia. He's not a white hat, guys. You may think everybody's a fucking white hat. It's only because Larry the Soul Roach told you.
Yep. He's right. There's a lot of people talking about it. Okay.
President Trump ordered that the Guard be readied for potential deployment based on intelligence that have been received. As I mentioned earlier, Secretary Miller did testify to the Select Committee. He had full authorization to deploy the National Guard on January 6th, did not need any additional authority from the President of the United States. There was a breakdown in an order. Secretary Miller testified that he gave an order to deploy the National Guard to the Capitol. Somewhere there was a breakdown in that order, whether it was communication or a delay. Sergeant Major Brooks, if
so the part that I wanted played was it basically opened it by stating that Donald Trump did in fact issue an order for 50,000 National Guard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Here's,
I think this is a very important hearing we're having today. And I'd like to take a little time to respond to some misinformation that has been spread here. Mr. Snyder, you said in your opening statement that the fact that there are neo-Nazis in the Ukrainian military is disinformation, a disinformation trope, and a Russian denazification meme. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to submit for the record this 2021 Time Magazine article titled How a White Supremacist Militia Uses Facebook to Radicalize and Train New Members about the Ukrainian neo-Nazi Azov Battalion.
Without objection to ordered.
Thank you. Time also put together a piece only 3 years ago, and it's quite an extensive video that gives full information about the Nazis in Ukraine and their recruitment efforts that go all around the world. It's amazing to me that just in a few years' time, it's now considered misinformation to talk about the Nazis in Ukraine. I'd like to quote the article. It says that Ali Sufan, a security consultant and former FBI agent who has studied Azov Nazis, estimates that more than 17,000 foreign fighters have come to Ukraine over the past 6 years from 50 countries. According to Christopher Wray, the FBI director, he said that Azov has been recruiting and radicalizing and training American citizens for years. He also finished saying in his testimony to the U.S. Senate that American white supremacists are actually traveling overseas to train. This is an extremely concerning situation. I don't think anyone in the United States government, Americans, do not support actual Nazis or white supremacists. I know I certainly do not. And I can't understand why in just a short amount of time, this information that our own American media frequently talked about is no longer talked about. I'd like to point out also, here's an NBC article stating that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real. Mr. Snyder, do you see this headline? This is NBC News. They say that Ukraine's Nazi problem is real, even if Putin's denazification claim is not. So even our own American media, unless you consider NBC or Time Magazine misinformation spreaders or disinformation media outlets, this is contrary to what you testified. And there's frequent pictures all over. Anybody can find them of Nazis. Here they are. This looks like something you'd see out of Hitler's Germany from Ukraine. And this is something that's extremely important to talk about. According to the Council of Europe, however, Ukraine is ranked well in the top half of countries in terms of how corrupt they are. In the last 5 years, Ukraine is ranked close to the countries like Gambia, Iran, Myanmar, and Sierra Leone in corruption. That's not very free and democratic company to keep. Ukraine has canceled their elections, arrested members of the press, not allowed different types of religion unless it goes along with the Ukrainian government. And right now, the biggest push in Washington, D.C. is to fund the Ukraine war with another $60 billion. And while we're talking about the CCP, I think it's extremely important to point out that our own wide open border is the most dangerous threat to our national security. According to CBP data, there have been 24,296 Chinese nationals enter the United States at the southern border just this year in 2024. I want you to know that's up 7,000% since Biden took office in 2021, when only 342 Chinese nationals crossed our border. When we're talking about national security and talking about threats through the United States, Congress needs to remember that our open border is the greatest threat to the American people who, by the way, Monday was tax day, April 15th, when struggling Americans pulled together to pay their taxes or filed for extensions or paid money that they just didn't have and desperately are hoping for a tax return. The United States federal government is doing everything they can here in Congress, persuading members of Congress with every lobbyist from foreign countries and groups, trying to tell us to send $100 billion overseas, and we're doing nothing for our border. So when you want to talk about misinformation, Mr. Snyder, you might actually look a little closer to American media if you don't like what they're saying. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, how about that? All right, negative thoughts are shaping the world.
If your life sucks, this is why. Studies show on average, 80% of our thoughts are negative. 80%. And it makes sense because society does not equip you with tools to overcome negative thinking. In fact, it's the exact opposite. With technology and social media, you're constantly comparing yourself to the smartest, the funniest, the best looking, the most educated people in the world. Billions of dollars, billions are spent to get you to hate yourself, right? Because if you hate yourself, hate the way that you look, the way that you are, you're more likely to buy their products and spend money. And this is something I'm incredibly passionate about because negative thought patterns were ruining my life, like to the point I almost, if you know what I'm saying. So how do we overcome this? Well, step one, you need to get educated. Tethered Soul goes into great detail about how these thoughts that you have are not you. I highly recommend it. As a Man Thinketh is the most impactful book I have ever read. Actually, it's more of a pamphlet. It changed my life and saved my life. I read it once every 3 months. It is so easy. In fact, I'll just link it because there's free PDFs everywhere. And then Man's Search for Meaning. So Viktor Frankl is a survivor of the Holocaust. He was in these concentration camps and he documented the power of thought and how they impacted the prisoners' experience. It is so fascinating. You need to understand why you're having these thoughts. And then we get into step 2. If your goal is to get bigger muscles, you cannot do that without working out or putting some stress on them. In the same way, if you want to impact your thoughts, you cannot do it without a practice. For me, breathwork, meditation, and microdosing were the trifecta. And it's wild because I'm ADD, OCD, my brain's crazy. And this is the first time in my life, this past year, ever since I started breathwork and meditation, where I have had control over my thoughts. Some of the most stressful events in this past year, I've been able to go into a room, sit down, clear my mind, do a 10-minute meditation, and get back to center, and the stress is gone. It's wild. The cool thing with it is the only way to start is to start, which brings us into step 3. You need to understand you are an energetic being. And this negative energy that consumes you begets more negative energy. Every single major religion in the world talks about power of thoughts, but if religion's not your thing, science confirms it. Negative thinking weakens your brain's ability to reason. Negativity breeds negativity. And when you realize you are in charge of you are in charge of your energy, you realize there is no external resource, there is nothing outside of you that can heal you except for you. It all starts within. It starts here and here. But the more work you put into this to gain control of this, the more positive energy you will attract in your life. I promise you. The coolest thing about this is when you look at the world on a macro scale, on a large scale, it is so negative. It is a shithole. But then you realize we just need to work on ourselves. Because if you work on yourself, you will have the power to help others work on themselves. It is an individual journey to bring more positivity in the world. You need to bring more positivity into your world. Love you, bye.
Is this guy just trying to freaking kiss me? What the hell's wrong with you? $13,171 mile long wall. What are they hiding from us?
They are hiding this from you. Did you know that the Great Wall of China is 13,171 miles long? And why has it always been downplayed throughout history? To put that in perspective, from the east to the west coast of America, it is on average 3,000 miles. You have to times that by 4 and add 1,000, and you're still not at that number. It leaves you to wonder, how did they build such a wall, and why? Did you even know that China was that big? They started to build the Great Wall of China in 220 BC, before Jesus had even walked the earth. No sane ruler or country would dedicate that many resources and power to build something with no purpose, especially if they knew it would take over 1,000 years to build the finished wall. Who were they defending against that they needed all 13,000 miles to even fathom winning? What or who were they so scared of? The theory is that the wall was built by the Tartarian Empire. If you look at old maps and photos, you would see that the steep side of the Great Wall and the lookout post is actually facing China. Normally, those sides be used to prevent any invaders from climbing up or to pick off enemies with crossbows. The fact that it faces China implies it was built by someone else, the Tartarians, to keep whatever was in China in, rather than defend what was in China. Follow to learn more.
Yeah, been telling people that for years. That wall was built to keep people in. Yeah, Lives TikTok says this mom explains how she indoctrinated her daughter with far left propaganda so she could recognize how white supremacy shows up in entertainment and work towards equity and social justice. This poor kid didn't even make it to school before being brainwashed.
My white daughter's first response when she saw the new Little Mermaid trailer was, "Oh, it's so cool that she's not white." Why? Because I've spent years talking to my kids about the importance of representation, about the ways that white supremacy shows up in entertainment, and about how seeing color is an important part of activism and working towards equity and social justice. And I say this not to brag, but to encourage other white parents to have these conversations with your kids. A lot of white parents are afraid to talk about race because they think children don't naturally notice race unless it's taught to them. But in fact, the opposite is true. Children start showing recognition of and preference for certain races as early as 3 months. And by kindergarten, many of them show the same internalized biases as adults. In study after study, white children who are not explicitly taught about race show prejudices that shock their parents. Talk to your kids about race often. Ask them questions, role play scenarios, warn them about others who might be prejudiced, and give them tools to handle those situations. My white daughter's first response when she saw the new Little Mermaid trailer was, "Oh,
Yeah, psychological help for all is an important thing. Yeah.
President of Bronx, would you, if President Trump came here?
Come here. There you go. Thank you. All right. MJ Truth Ultra. Libs are going to lose their shit when they realize Donald Trump is going to take New York. We're not as divided as they make us out to be. We're more connected than we're more connected than we all think. The barriers they built around us are breaking down.
If President Trump came here to the South Bronx in the rally?
Of course, I would want to meet Trump. I want to shake his hand. He's the only president that I see that can ever make America great again. He's capable of doing that.
I would love to go to a rally with Donald Trump come, because I'm a big Donald Trump supporter, and I will support him 100%.
Oh, yeah, definitely we're going to show him love. We're going to show him a lot of love, and, you know, like they do in other states. We definitely need to see Trump here.
There's nothing but love for Donald Trump here in the South Bronx, the North Bronx, the East Bronx, and the West Bronx.
So, you tell me.
We want Trump to come back, please, bro. Biden, get out of here, bro.
I would come to the rally and support Trump because the Bronx need a change, and we need somebody that's really going to help this community.
I would definitely come to a Trump rally in the South Bronx. I like him.
You do?
Yes.
Yes, I will come to a rally if President Trump was to come to the Bronx, and I also would bring other people to come too and support him.
Would Joe Biden get a warm reception if he came to the Bronx?
No, he wouldn't have, and I'll make sure of that.
Yeah. All right. Chuck Costello says, shock video. B-52H long-range bombers being loaded with nuclear warheads. Is this what's next? How do you know this was a nuclear warhead? You know what I'm saying? Not seeing. This is one of those things. I'm not seeing any special logos on the trailers or on the trucks in regards to this. If they're towing a nuclear device, you know, seems a little bit much. You know, there's no notice that there's no seals or logo. on these things. Absolutely nothing to say that doesn't make it. Absolutely nothing. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. It's a little bit much. This is good. And I want everybody to catch this. This man needs to be arrested. And there's a lot of people going around doing this kind of stuff.
Excuse me, what are you doing? No, I just saw you put that underneath her dress. Absolutely you did.
No, ma'am, I really wasn't.
You absolutely did.
Ma'am, I really wasn't. I promise.
Then show me your phone.
Yes.
No, we're going to call security.
No, I really.
You absolutely did. And you were following me over in the children's section.
Because I have a sister who's pregnant. Ma'am, I really wasn't.
You've been extremely close to me this whole time. Please show me your phone.
No.
I really don't mean
Let's get
to.
security. Because this is absolutely wrong.
I really don't mean to.
No, you obviously did.
No, ma'am, please, I really don't
No,
mean
let's
to.
get security.
Yeah.
All I was trying
Have it on video. You are not going to get away with anything.
Ma'am, I'm
You
not.
can say ma'am all you want, but we will let them decide.
I really promise I wasn't
No.
trying to do anything inappropriate.
Uh-uh.
I wasn't. I really wasn't. I'm not like that.
Obviously you are. I literally have it on video.
But ma'am, I'm not. I really am not. Like, I know it might have seemed that way in like the
No,
video. Like, I
no.
was
It's
just
okay. Listen to me.
Yeah. Needs to be arrested. Yep. You know, a Boeing quality engineer just testified to Josh Hawley that their planes are not safe and that he was threatened and silenced by the company when he tried to bring it up to them.
Are these planes safe?
Right now, I would not. You know, it's like an earthquake. You know, the big earthquake is coming, but when that hits the building that, you know, let's say if you're talking of a building, have to be prepared to accommodate that type of a, let's say, shakeup. You know, it has to be built properly. Right now, from what I've seen, the airplanes are not being built per spec and per requirement.
So your testimony is the 787 line and the 777, the 777 line are you think are not.
Well,
not safe.
they are doing stuff that increases the risk factors. Okay, when you increase the risk factors, you know, it's not just one. You are doing stress concentrations. That those stress concentrations, like, you know, breaking a paper clip, you know, you do it once or twice, it doesn't break, but it breaks at some time. As the plane gets older, you know, all of these things that, you know, you took, you know, you said it's not a safety issue, it becomes a safety issue.
And the company's response to you was to threaten you?
Threaten you, sideline you, you know, transfer you.
You raised concerns about the 787, and so they transferred you to the 777, right?
Well, yes, initially they just cut me off of all the meetings. They took my name out, and then so I was just doing nothing. I wasn't informed of what. Then they transferred me, and they do it pretty stealthy. Oh, we have a job over here. We want you to go over there. So they move you down there, and, you know, I come from like 40 years of engineering background. So when I see, and I've taken a lot of stress classes, even though I'm not a specialist on that, but when there's a problematic area that you see, you can recognize.
Now let's see if he stays alive long enough to get it finished. I'm not going to get into that one. Which one is this?
Assange released hundreds of...
Okay, so Illuminati Bot says Pizzagate did not originate from QPost. It came from John Podesta's emails that were published by WikiLeaks. Those emails were never disputed.
Warning to viewers, the following images are disturbing. This all began after WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange released hundreds of thousands of secret documents detailing a backstabbing Clinton Foundation, but it now appears the real truth Assange was leading us to was hidden between the blurred lines of Hillary Clinton's campaign manager John Podesta's released emails. Fast forward past John Podesta's brother Tony's casual email exchange with.
So we're going to go ahead and stop that there because they get into some stuff in this that I can't really show. You know, what do you mean this broadcast is not available in your location? That's funny because that's me. That should be. Wonder what's up with that. I wonder if it is. This why is this not? What the fuck? Really? Is anybody on X watching us live right now? Is anybody on X live with me right now? Just curious. And you know what? I haven't seen any Facebook posts lately either. If there's anybody left on Facebook, yeah, I haven't seen a Facebook comment in a long time. Oh, give me a second here, guys. I'm going to check something here. Oh, okay. So Facebook is saying that they're there. Okay. And nobody on X, huh? Wow. Okay, yeah, I got a bunch of people on Facebook saying, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. You can't access it. Okay, so give me a second here, folks. What I'm going to do is I'm going to drop X, and then I'm going to restart it. So give me a second here. Okay, and now we're going to add X back. And now we should be back live on X, I hope. We'll find out here in a minute. Isn't that something? Somebody must have complained about something that I played. Yeah. Isn't that something? Yeah, so X changed my podcast. That's something there. So I guess they do censor. Elon, what's up with that? You don't like somebody putting out truth? It's not you, so we don't have any rights? What's going on with that, Elon? Yeah. And I'm not showing X back up on the feed yet. Give me a minute here. Let's see. Let's see if we're here. Don't see me. Okay, let's take a look here and see. This broadcast is unavailable in your location. Post this. Let's see. It's at Elon. Oh, actually, let me get that out of the way here. Where is? Oh, is that what it is? It's hashtag. Is it hashtag or is it at? Let's go at E. Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Yeah, I wonder what's up with that. Um, um, uh, okay. Well, I just added some stuff to that feed. We'll go through that in a few minutes. Okay, Joe didn't understand why he sees people with F Biden signs and kids who give him the middle finger as he rides by.
I've never thought I'd see a time when I'm going through a neighborhood or a rural town in the West or something and see big signs that have a Trump sign in the middle that says F Biden, and having a little kid standing with his middle finger, 7 years old, 8 years old. Well, I promise it happens all the time. It's not who we are. I've never thought I'd see.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't really care too much about anything you have to say, Mr. Potato Head. You know. Yeah. All right. Representative Matt Gaetz, U.S. Air Force Secretary, admits that less than 1/3 of the F-35s built by Lockheed Martin are operationally capable.
The F-35 is our signature Air Force platform. What percentage of them are fully mission capable today? Mr. Secretary.
Congressman, if you give me a second, I'm going to pull up my card and give you an exact answer.
Okay. Happy to.
Your eyes are probably better than mine. 55% is the number we have for operational availability.
Full operationally capable. 55%.
for
Is that,
operational
do you think
availability.
that's a good number or a bad number?
I think that's not a good number.
Failing.
I wouldn't put it quite in that category.
A D?
I'd ask General Alvin to comment on that. It's a number we'd like to see something.
Yeah, well, the
closer.
reason I ask is because we got testimony that is a little contrary to that. Lieutenant General Schmidt, head of the F-35 program, gave testimony to the TAL subcommittee at HASC, and that testimony was that as of February of 2023, so a little over a year ago, only 29% were fully mission capable.
I think we need to talk difference between operational availability
Okay.
and mission capable.
Okay, so how many are fully mission capable today?
I do not have that number, but I would not dispute what the JPO has in front. And I would look.
29%. So fully mission capable, 29%. You have no basis to dispute that, but you don't really know if it's true or false.
I have no basis to dispute it, but I would like to.
So you would agree that 55% is like a D, the 29% is definitely failing, right?
For fully mission capable, but
Yeah,
the
so I
missions
mean-
that they can accomplish.
I go meet with the folks at the 33rd at Eglin Air Force Base in the district I represent, and they're doing a lot of, there's a lot of mission there, but like even the guys who are also at Eglin doing tests, they end up being at the very end, right? And I totally get why you want your operational squadrons to be the most capable, but then test gets put to the end, and then we're not meeting our needs. Like, I just think anyone watching this, one, would be surprised that you, General, don't know the exact percentage that are operationally capable. And two, I think people would be surprised that it's 29%. And this GAO report that I found on breakingdefense.com that I seek unanimous consent to enter into the record, it says that the reason we are not capable is because you guys at the Pentagon have given too much power to Lockheed Martin and its subcontractors for the sustainment. Do you believe Lockheed Martin has been given too much power on the sustainment of the F-35?
I believe that Lockheed Martin has more power than in some other weapon systems. They do have the contracted logistics system that was part of the procurement plan that was put in place 20 or some years ago.
Well, right. I mean, but it's not working. If the Lockheed Martin built the F-35, only 29% of them are fully operationally capable right now. We've all agreed that's failing. So now the question is, why is it failing? And this GAO report says the reason it's failing is because the fox is watching the hen house. Because the very contractor bilking the taxpayer for this platform is now in a position where they can't sustain it. Do you have a basis to disagree with that conclusion?
I have a long history with the F-35, and I inherited the program. I came into it in 2010. It was a few years into production at that point. And the first time I saw the program laid out, the schedule for it and so on, and when the decisions and points were going to be, the question I asked, and I'm going to quote myself, who's running this program, the government or Lockheed Martin? That's a quote from 2010.
I think you have your answer, Mr. Secretary.
And we set
Lockheed
up the
Martin.
program when it was originally set up under a philosophy of management called total system performance, which essentially gave to the prime contractor complete control of the program. We did not acquire the intellectual property to allow the government to come in and step in and control the program.
It sounds like
we are still fighting that problem today.
Well, right, but that is such important testimony for us to hear. Every member of the committee heard that. The government isn't running this program. Lockheed Martin's running this program.
That was a question I asked.
Well, it sounds like you got the answer.
We-
What's the
we-
answer to the question, Mr. Secretary? Because only 29% of them are operationally capable.
We took a lot of steps to try to get that under control. I once imposed a production contract on Lockheed. I dictated a price to them because we couldn't get a negotiation done. I did a unilateral contract. Let them take me to court if they wanted to. They chose not to. Put in place program managers who were very firm with the contractor and insisted on performance. We've had some conversations with the current head of the JPO, and we've had conversations with the CEO of Lockheed.
I appreciate those conversations. I've always found you to be the truth teller. You're always very honest with the committee and straightforward. The problem is the tail here is wagging the dog, and it's not going to get better unless there's accountability for the fact that their planes don't fly. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Yeah, that was quite a bit, eh? Jim Brewer reminisces with Roseanne about when Trump walked into the Lion's Den and claimed that Clinton took several villages in Haiti right in front of the Washington elite's faces. Clinton plundered Haiti under the guise of humanitarian aid.
Trump and Hillary it was when they just finished their first debate, and there was I don't know if it was a fundraiser or whatever, and they're basically roasting one another.
Oh yeah, with the Jesuit priests.
Yes.
Yeah, with that Catholic group. Yeah.
Yes, and Trump said something like, Hillary says, I can't do Trump. He says, takes a
Village.
village.
She's
and-
taken several.
and she would know that she took several in Haiti.
Yeah.
And the whole fucking room went. You saw all the whole.
The seething, yeah, the seething reptilians.
You saw Schumer go.
Yeah.
We must seize him. He's been a mole. He's a Johnny Brasco. This motherfucker. Seize him.
Everyone knows of us. Hillary's belief that it takes a village, which only makes sense, after all, in places like Haiti, where she's taken a number of them.
Yep, I remember that all too well. Yep. This is what's going on at our schools. We have a serious mental health crisis in this country.
What the fuck they got going on at Mankato East High School? What the fuck is this one? Hey, Bart! Oh, hell no. Y'all niggas wildin' on my mama.
Do not make fun of it.
What the fuck? Talking about do not make fun of this. What the fuck is this? Y'all niggas doing this shit in public?
Everyone wanted to walk me by the buses.
You want a treat to it? I got you. What the fuck they got going?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't even know if I want to go there. Bam, 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 says Carly Boone.
Up right at the worst time that I had to go present. But I think a couple of points of clarification. The Capitol breach began well before the people at the White House made it down to the Capitol. The gallows were actually erected at 6 o'clock in the morning, and no one knew exactly what Mike Pence was going to do until about 1:30 in the afternoon. These are just some of the questions of the narrative that came out from the January 6th report, which is this much. This is how much is discussed about the DC National Guard. The primary objective of the Select Committee was to investigate the security failure at the U.S. Capitol, because we have to identify the failures before we can fix things. There was an entire team, the blue team, who was commissioned with doing that. I challenge anyone to look in here and find anything of substance from the blue team whatsoever. So this is why it's important that we do the oversight that is the job of Congress, and specifically the subcommittee, to look into what happened. This is clearly within the security failure of the Capitol. This should not be political. This should not be biased in one way or the other, regardless of who was coming to the Capitol, regardless of who broke into the Capitol. That should have never happened. There should have been no breach of this Capitol. The resources are here. And the idea that the New Jersey National Guard would get here before our own National Guardsmen, whose job is to, as Colonel Matthews said, riot control, traffic control. This is their job, to come in and help defend this Capitol. And so,
interesting. More and more facts are coming out like this. Watch this dipshit cry like a little...
I got you. Okay, hold on. By the numbers. All right, let go of your fingers. Let go. Let go of the rebar. Let go. Let go. Oh, they're twisting it. Let go. They're twisting it for no reason. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar. Let go of the bar. Come on. Let go of the bar. Stop. Let go of the bar. My hand. Let go of the bar. Stop squeezing my hand. Let go of the bar. Stop squeezing my hand and twisting it. The rebar is cutting the inside of my hand. Stop prying my fingers. Stop prying. Stop. 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 Let go of the rebar. Stop. You're hurting me. Let go of the rebar. He's free. He's free. He's free. Take him out. You got the arms? Okay. Yes, set on the bike. The bike. Do you need EMS? It needs to be seen by another. Before you handcuff this person, medical checks them out. Okay. Requested medical. Let's extend the legs. Handcuff. Yep, we're going to go. They have continually prioritized Congress.
Yeah, these are the idiots who were blocking the highways. Yep. Do stupid things, face stupid consequences. Yep. Here is the crowd that showed up in Joe Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania today. Note how the Biden campaign had to put up curtains to make the room smaller. There are more reporters in the room than Biden supporters. Joe Biden is not real. Like, we've been saying that forever. What the hell? Jeez. These guys act like they're telling us something that we don't know already. You know, here we go. Rods of God. Jack Straw put this out.
I have this poster that exposes every conspiracy theory on the planet. Today, we will unravel the truth of the Rods of God. The Rods of God, also known as Project Thor, are a group of orbiting satellites that contain hypersonic intercontinental ballistic missiles. Developed and manufactured in the 80s, the Rods of God are a special type of projectile that uses kinetic energy. Sitting at thousands of miles above the Earth's surface when deployed, these rods can strike anywhere on the planet in under 15 minutes. When launched, they immediately pick up speeds of over 10 times the speed of sound due to Earth's gravity. Since there is no type of propulsion, it doesn't produce any electromagnetic waves, making it almost impossible to intercept. The rods can penetrate deep into the Earth's crust, making deep underground military bases ineffective. At any point throughout your day, right above your head, sits one of the most developed weapons in the United States arsenal that is capable of incomprehensible destruction.
Very, very interesting. Newsflash for Speaker Johnson, we have already passed the H.R. 2. The Senate has it and refuses to secure our border. They want 5,000 illegals per day to come in. Yep. We've known about this for a while. Question is why? Why the mask? Why the 25K National Guard for a month surrounding the inauguration? Why the sound stages? Why has Trump been campaigning the whole time? Almost as if he is still working. Why did he say we are sort of in his second term now? Yeah.
A very conservative guy who was very, very.
Oh my gosh, that's a mask.
African American.
Holy cow.
He always had fights. Well, the key to.
Yep. It's a mask. I'm so disgusted right now with the Canadian government. Oh, here we go again, Canada.
I am just so disgusted right now with the Canadian government. My friend sent me an email outlining some of the small businesses that are starting to get harassed and shut down by the Canadian government for selling tinctures and herbs. And you now have to make a consultation to buy like chamomile tincture or tea. It's unbelievable. So anyone who thinks the government is supportive of you and your well-being, do some more research, please. It won't be long before teas are taken off the shelf because they're medicines. And I am just not only disgusted and outraged, but also I am.
Yep. And let's see. All right. Here's how we unfuck Congress with just 5 simple rules that both Republicans and Democrats can agree on.
Here's how I would fix how fucked up the United States Congress is with 5 simple rules. The first rule obviously being term limits. The people in Congress should be just like the president. They are only allowed to serve 2 terms. Then they can make way for someone else who has something else to say. Rule number 2, congressmen and women are paid the median salary of the state they represent. If the congressman or woman wants to make more money, they need to take action to raise the median salary of the people in their state. This will immediately guarantee that they understand the people they represent. And I know people are going to say that would be hard to do because they have to go back and forth between Washington and their state. That leads me to rule number 3. No more traveling to Washington, and also no overseas travel paid by the taxpayer. Now, how will we accomplish this? Easy. We all know what fucking Zoom is. It is 2024. There is no fucking reason for our representatives to be traveling to Washington. There is no reason they have to meet in the same fucking room. We just install big ass iPads on each chair and they can talk it out over Zoom. It's fucking insane that we are paying for our representatives to travel all the way across the country just to fucking vote. All we need is big ass iPads, secure push button voting technology, and video conferencing technology. 3 things we already have. As for the overseas travel, there is zero fucking reason for a representative from Idaho to have to go to Paris on official business. They are not foreign dignitaries. They are not part of some international Peace Corps. They are representatives of their state, so they need to stay in their fucking state. Now, if they want to go overseas on vacation, that's fine. They can pay for it themselves. But there's absolutely no fucking reason taxpayers should be footing the bill for representatives or senators to fly overseas. Now, without them traveling all over the place, that's going to free up a lot of time. And that'll lead into rule number 4, which is single issue bills only. Any bill that's submitted to be voted on can only be about one single issue. There is no fucking reason a veterans benefit bill should have anything unrelated to veterans in it. It should be putting up one issue at a time, voting on one issue at a time, and passing or not passing one bill at a time. Want more money for Ukraine? Put up a bill that is just the Ukraine funding. Don't combine it with some bill giving benefits to old people to try to make everyone feel bad and vote yes. If a bill or an issue can't pass on its own merits, then it doesn't need to be passed. And lastly, rule number 5. Anytime a member of Congress speaks to the media or the American people, it is automatically assumed that they are under oath and can be charged with perjury for lying to the American people. And if through a jury of their peers, preferably that jury should also be made up of the residents of the state they represent, they will be immediately removed from office. And that's it. 5 rules to unfuck Congress.
Pretty simple. pretty similar. I'm literally no coming back from this Prince ... great PA Trump girl. We have been at this a long time.
60 seconds on your popcorn. So basically, Ponzi Princess, or Prince Patriot, whatever her name is, she's saying that Phil has a twin brother. And it's Ezra Cohen Watnick. Here's your birth announcements. Galuski, John and Marie Osmola Galuski, 1312 Loomis Avenue, Taylor, a son, June 26, Mercy Hospital. Do you want me to keep going? Phil, why do you feed this fucking narrative, bro? Why?
So we know there's two Phils. Basically, Phil and his twin, he said. From the same womb, he said. And he hinted at Ezra. And think about... What did she say? Wait a minute. Listen again. So we know there's two Phils. Basically, Phil and his twin, he said. From the same womb, he said. And he hinted at Ezra. Ezra. And think about... Is she talking about Ezra Cohen Watnick? Oh my... Woo! Let's
Let me
remind
get out the way.
everybody what Ezra said. Yeah. So Erica Freedom asked...
Okay. And I'm just stopping that because we've already watched that video. So yeah, it should be about the end of that. So there we go.
At the end of the day, Phil is the biggest con man there is. If y'all believe all this shit, you deserve what you get. If he's taking your money, you fucking deserve it. Hold on, I ain't finished. I got some receipts. I'm going to come in and just ride a little bit behind this real quick. I showed this in the beginning. There you go. Okay. Anybody can get a background check. Here's Phil and all the shit he does. Oh, there's plenty more. I told you I had the fucking mother load. If you look, there's no Ezra Cohen Watnick in here. Possible relatives. There's no Ezra Cohen Watnick in here, bro. Yo, you're a funny motherfucker, Phil. I told you, bro. The shit that you're doing right now don't make no motherfucking sense. Y'all are going full retard. Now I'm hearing, oh, this one's an FBI informant and all that. So how come he didn't say this 3 months ago, 6 months ago? Why? Because a big influencer on Twitter and in the politic world said it? Fuck out of here. None of y'all doing fucking research. It's all hype and grifts. I'm going to tell you straight up just like this, though. It's coming to a point where we the people are fucking sick and tired of all you motherfuckers. Y'all going full retard. This guy has people saying that he's a Kennedy. And then he's got people saying that Ezra Cohen Watnick is his fucking twin brother. What the fuck, man? Y'all deserve to get grifted on. Y'all deserve to get played. They going full retard. This motherfucker Phil is talking about, oh, Nick is an FBI plant. How come y'all didn't say that? When I was calling him an FBI plant, an informant, he didn't have no comeback, no rebuttal, no nothing. Now he's Ezra Cohen Watnick's twin brother when Ezra already said that's a fucking lie. He said that he knows Linwood, and then this girl Ponzi Prince is saying that he's Linwood, he's Dan Scavino. No, these people are very real. That's not CGI. President Trump is still there, and you've been a lifelong Democrat, bro. Go hang out with Hunter Biden, man. You're fucking from Pennsylvania anyway. Go hang out with fucking Hunter. Because we see you with your fucking Adderall face. We already know, bro. But we the people are fucking sick of all the bullshit, guys. And I'm just a regular dude. That's it, man. I'm at work now. I gotta go. I gotta get back up on the roof, man. Fuck all you fake motherfuckers.
Yep. Okay. Breaking. O'Keefe Media uncovers who is really running the White House. Undercover cameras catch special advisor call former Facebook board member WHCOS. What is that? Jeff Zients, the second most powerful person in Washington, where whatever this guy says, oh boy.
Special advisor. I work for the chief of staff, like directly.
Oh, you report to the chief of staff. So author's the chief of staff to Guzman.
Yeah, Isabella Guzman.
So she's basically a spokesperson for Biden.
Yeah.
She's indirectly campaigning for Biden.
Yes. Yeah.
Administrator Guzman said basically are going to these critical battleground states to basically campaign for President Biden.
Anytime we go, we try to visit with a member of Congress if they're a Democrat. The White House was like, yes, go. Don't invite the other senator because he's a Republican, and don't invite the 2 members of Congress because they're Republicans. There's a guy named Jeff Sykes. By getting Jeff's sign off, you're getting the president to sign off. People call him like the second most powerful person in Washington. Most of the time it's like, hey, whatever this guy says is what the president says.
Who would you say is the most powerful person at the White House?
Jeff.
Jeff is the most powerful person at the White House.
Other than like the president. There's probably like 5 or 6 people that work for Joe Biden and have worked for him for 30 years. One of them is Ron Clay. Ron worked for Biden when he was like a senator. There's a guy named Steve Rashay. He's like a senior advisor at the White House. Anita Dunn. Yeah, she's a senior advisor at the White House. Gene Sperling. He's an economics guy. Oh, his sister, Biden's sister. She like runs the Biden Foundation. They're the people that run his different departments. If they put it on his desk saying like anything, it's department.
So I feel like Barack Obama's still very like involved.
No, he is.
Yeah, Hillary was being interviewed, and she said, "I still talk to the White House every day."
She has people that are like super close to her that are still like senior people in the White House.
So who is she talking to in the White House?
Probably Neera Tanden.
I hope Hillary's still involved behind the scene because
No, she is.
Not a week goes by without a news headline about potential medical supply shortage.
Give me a minute to fast forward through this nonsense. Yep, back up.
To the DC swamp, Tyler Robinson. Tyler is a special advisor working at the Small Business Administration.
you're in politics, right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been in politics?
Since like 2012.
And so, what's your title? Like,
Special advisor. I work for the chief of staff, like directly.
oh, you report to the chief of staff. What's the person?
His name is Arthur.
Okay, it's a guy.
Yeah.
Author. So Author's the chief of staff to Guzman, and then you report to Author.
Yeah.
Tyler explains he reports directly to a man named Arthur Plews, the chief of staff in the office of the administrator at the SBA, who reports to SBA Administrator Isabel Guzman. Guzman was sworn in as administrator of the SBA by Kamala Harris in 2021. Tyler says he can't do anything overtly political, but confirms the SBA is indirectly campaigning for Biden and, quote, helping retain members of Congress to get reelected.
You're politically appointed.
Yes. The administrator is the most traveled member of the cabinet. Like pretty much every week.
Me, your boss.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much every week she goes somewhere in the country and like talks to small business owners and gets on local news and says like,
Wow.
this is what the Biden economy
That's
is doing
awesome.
for you guys in this area.
So she's basically a spokesperson for Biden.
Yeah.
So
And,
she
like,
can tout Biden's
we can't like
accomplishments.
we can tell their accomplishments. She can't like go on stage and be like, we're going to just be like, hey, Joe, vote for Joe Biden. Like that's illegal.
So she's indirectly
Yes. Yeah.
like campaigning for Biden.
Yeah.
She's indirectly campaigning for Biden.
Yes. Yeah. But like, yeah, there's just certain rules for like political appointees
Yeah.
and what we're allowed to say and like do.
You and your boss?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Isabella Guzman. She's from California. So we're going to this area in Pennsylvania, which is a huge swing state.
It's a huge swing state.
Yeah,
Got it.
you know, a state that Biden needs to win the presidency.
Ah.
And we're not saying, hey, go vote for Joe Biden, but we're saying, hey, because we passed this law and this law that no Republicans voted for, that only Democrats voted for and passed,
Yeah.
you know, we are like at that time, that trip, we announced that the administration investing $5 million. Those going directly to that community.
So why can't you help Biden?
There's like it's called the Hatch Act.
Unofficially campaigning for Biden and other elected Democratic officials to small businesses across the nation is a potential violation of the Hatch Act. The Hatch Act mandates that civil service employees in the executive branches of the federal government abstain from any active part in political campaigns. Several members of the Biden administration have already received warnings from the Office of Special Counsel and watchdog groups for violations of the Hatch Act, including Housing and Urban Development Secretary Marcia Fudge, former White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, and former White House Chief of Staff Ron Klain. Tyler describes Guzman as a spokesperson for Biden and as the most traveled member of the cabinet, as she uses her position to help get Democrats like Montana Senator John Tester reelected.
Administrator Guzman said basically are going to these critical battleground states to basically campaign for President Biden.
Anytime we go, we try to visit with a member of Congress if they're a Democrat.
Why do you need a member of Congress to go?
Just because then we can help them get reelected as well. So we're going to Montana because Senator Tester he's the Democratic senator from Montana.
Okay.
Like he's in a tough re-election race, and that's like a seat we need in the Senate to maintain a majority. Like if he loses Montana, it's
we're
harder.
screwed.
Yeah, it's harder to win somewhere else. We all, like as an office, we're going. The White House was like, yes, go. Invite Senator Tester. Don't invite the other senator because he's a Republican, and don't invite the two members of Congress because they're Republicans.
So the White House authorized you guys to go campaign for this senator.
Yeah.
What kind of campaigns does the SBA run to help Biden?
I mean, we can't do anything like overtly political. Like we can't send out like an email to small businesses like vote Joe Biden.
Tyler Robinson continues to describe the inner workings of the Biden White House by mentioning Jeff Zients, the White House chief of staff. Tyler states, quote, "By getting Jeff's sign-off, you're getting the president's sign-off, labeling him as the second most powerful person in Washington, D.C."
Down the line, it's up to like the president and the chief of staff.
The chief of staff to the president approved it.
There's a guy named Jeff Zients.
Jeff Zients?
Zients. Within the White House, there's something called the Office of Cabinet Affairs.
Office of Cabinet Affairs.
Yeah,
okay.
and so like
All these names.
Yeah, they're responsible for like overseeing all the different cabinet agencies, like cabinet secretaries.
And your boss is one of the cabinet secretaries. So
they tell us
it went all the way up basically for approval. So Jeff is the final approver.
I mean, I guess it would be the president, but in reality, it's probably Jeff. Yeah.
So the president also has to sign off on this.
Yeah. I mean, by getting Jeff's sign off, you're getting the president to sign off.
Oh, this Jeff guy's powerful.
Yeah. Realistically, they are. People call him like the second most powerful person in Washington. Because most of the time it's someone that's close to the president. And like who has always been with them and like their most trusted advisor. So like generally most of the time it's like, hey, whatever this guy says is what the president says.
So Jeff can sign off on things without the president.
Yeah. Yeah, I would imagine if you like ask people who the White House chief of staff was, I doubt anybody outside of Washington D.C.
Why is he so stealth?
This is kind of a role.
Because that gives him more power.
Yeah.
More like ability to do things, get things done.
Yeah.
Because if
you,
everyone knows about him.
If you follow politics, you know who like the chief of staff is. But like the average American wouldn't know who he is.
But is he appointed or elected?
He's appointed.
He's appointed by who?
Biden.
Biden.
Tyler even goes so far as to state that Jeff Zients runs the White House. When he was 35 years old, Fortune magazine named Zients in his 40 under 40 list with a net worth of $149 million. He has held many corporate and government positions, including being on the board of Facebook and the chief operating officer of DGB Enterprises, a holding company for several companies.
He's not elected by American people, American voters, but he's appointed by Biden.
Yeah.
And he can basically be the acting president.
Not the acting president, but like he runs the White House.
He runs the White House.
Like he's responsible for everybody that works there. He like helps set the president's agenda. Like controls what gets said, all that.
Is Jeff more powerful than Harris?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no.
And is Jeff more powerful than Kamala?
Like not legally, but
in practice, he is.
Yeah.
Who would you say is the most powerful person at the White House?
Jeff.
Jeff?
Yeah.
Jeff is the most powerful person at the White House.
Other than like the president.
So all buck stops, like all roads lead to Jeff.
Jeff and the president. Yeah.
Okay.
Recently, Special Counsel Robert Hur characterized Biden in his final report as showing diminished faculties and faulty memory, in which Biden did not remember even within several years when his son Beau died. This report and Biden's general demeanor compel many Americans to speculate that there must be other people in charge and making the most important decisions for the American people. Tyler Robinson has a lot to say about Biden's shadow advisors that were never selected or voted for by Americans and lists them directly by name, stating there are 5 or 6 people who are Biden's closest advisors and have worked for him for over 30 years.
I mean, Joe Biden, like, he's been around for so long that he has like a solid group of people around him that like they're his closest advisors. Like, he has a group of people, like there's probably like 5 or 6 people that work for Joe Biden and have worked for him for 30 years. They go on TV sometimes. One of them is Ron Clay.
Ron Clay?
Ron Clay.
Okay.
He was the first chief of staff. He left.
Okay, before Jeff.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he also Ron worked for Biden when he was like a senator for a super long time, and then he worked for him when he was vice president, and then he worked for Obama for a little bit.
So he's worked with a lot of people.
He helped run the Hillary campaign. So he's like one of them. There's a guy named Steve Ricchetti. They're old friends. He's worked for Biden for like years. He's like a senior advisor at the White House. Anita Dunn, she is senior advisor. So yeah, she's a senior advisor at the White House.
One of these advisors is a DC insider named Anita Dunn, who once named Chinese Communist Revolutionary Mao Zedong as one of her 2 favorite political philosophers in his speech to a high school graduation. Coincidentally, Dunn, a former managing director of prominent Democratic consulting firm SKDK, just so happens to have downplayed the significance of Acorn in a 2009 appearance on CNN. As you recall, I posed as a pimp and with my colleague as a prostitute exposed Acorn, which led to federal investigations and the congressional defunding of Acorn.
Gene Sperling. He's an economics guy.
Okay. So that's 4 people.
Yeah. His sister.
Huh?
Biden's sister is like very important to him.
Biden's sister? What's her name?
Valerie.
Valerie Biden?
Yeah. She like runs the Biden Foundation at University of Delaware.
So all 5 of them were personally picked and appointed by Biden to basically run the show for him.
Yeah. I mean, the president can't do everything.
Yeah.
So you have to delegate.
Yeah.
They're the people that run his different departments.
Would you say those 5 people plus Jeff do more than the president himself?
It kind of depends.
Yeah. But they have ability to make decisions for the country without having to necessarily get the president's sign off.
They have to get the president's sign off. But
Yeah, but like how often would the president say no?
yeah, exactly.
Right? So if it ends up on the president's desk, then he'll probably sign off on it.
If they put it on his desk saying like, "Hey, we think you should do this," they'll probably sign it.
So these 5 people plus Jeff are really the ones running the show.
Yeah, it's like that for everybody else. Most of the time, they're not people who have ever served in government office or like elected office, but they're people that have worked in government.
So they were never elected by the voters.
Yeah,
But
they worked in the Senate for 30 years.
Tyler Robinson goes on to mention Obama and Hillary Clinton still having close ties to the White House, going as far as stating Hillary influences policies and helps advise select members of the Biden administration.
I feel like Barack Obama's still very involved.
No, he is.
Yeah. Hillary was being interviewed. And she said, I still talk to the White House every day.
Yeah, she has people that are like super close to her that are still like senior people in the White House.
Working for President Biden.
Yeah,
So who is she talking to at the White House?
probably Neera Tanden.
Who?
The director of the Domestic Policy Council.
Near, what's his name?
Neera
Neera.
Tanden.
Okay.
She
She.
Yeah, she worked for Hillary for a while.
And she now works for President Biden. So you think she's one of the people that
Yeah.
Hillary would talk to regularly?
Yeah.
To what? To influence policies or like how much
Probably.
power? Yes.
Just get insight. Yeah.
And I hope Hillary's still involved behind the scene because.
No, she is.
Okay. So she's talking to this one lady for domestic.
She does a lot of international stuff.
With whom?
They have like the Clinton initiative.
Does she talk to anyone else besides this Neera lady?
I'm sure. Yeah.
On internal SBA policy and plans, Tyler Robinson discusses how the SBA wants to get into the lending business to provide loans to small businesses that cannot get loans from private banks.
She had her congressional testimony, and like we didn't want her to mention that like we would like to do direct funding to small businesses because the Republicans hate that.
So you guys think that it's bad for her to advocate for direct funding?
Well, if we bring it up, they're just going to yell at us.
Okay. So what did you guys say instead? Or what would be the alternative to
Like
that?
the line we kept going back to is we're not allowed to do that. We don't want to compete with banks and financial institutions.
But in reality, do you guys compete with banks?
For the small dollar loans, we would like to, yeah.
Are you guys competing?
We're not allowed to. We don't have the budget to do it.
Why do you guys want to compete with banks?
For the same reason I was talking about. We don't want to compete with banks. I think a way to expand access to capital for business owners is like those banks that don't want to do like a $10,000 loan. They're going to get that loan from nowhere else unless they go put it on their credit card for super high interest rates, or go to like someone who's going to do it at high interest rates. Where if Congress provided us the funding and helped give us the collection agency, like the ability to collect, we'd be fine with us. Like,
So you guys would be acting like banks, a lender.
But we can't do that.
Why?
We don't have the budget to do it. Like, you have to get it. That money has to be approved, and the legislature has to like approve the power to do that.
I see. And there's no way they can.
I mean, they could, but they won't, because they like private business.
OMG's hidden footage reveals Tyler Robinson's special advisor to SBA Administrator Isabel Guzman making important confessions about who is actually making decisions in the executive branch. These advisors are not merely political bureaucrats, but increasingly insular group of insiders with their hands in every aspect of party politics in corporate America, from healthcare companies and investment firms to media outlets and tech companies. If you're on the inside, please send us a tip to our Signal page, DM us on X.
I don't need to do a whole lot of promoting on this, just because. All right, Elon Musk says this keeps getting crazier. The head of NPR hates the Constitution of the United States. Really? There we go.
The number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust protection of rights, and that is a protection of rights both for platforms, which I actually think is very important, that platforms have those rights to be able to regulate what kind of content they want on their sites. But it also means that it is a little bit tricky to really address some of the real challenges of where does bad information come from, and sort of the influence peddlers who have made a real market economy around it. The number one challenge here that we see and is, of course, the First Amendment in the United States is a fairly robust
Yeah. Okay. Denver police officer leaks info on sleeper cells.
So I just had a conversation with a Denver police officer at the airport, and we were talking about the crime that's going on, not only in Denver, but our country. And he says, the media will not tell you this. I'm not even supposed to talk about this, but I don't care anymore. We've arrested, the Denver police in Denver has arrested over 50 Al-Qaeda members in the last 2 months. 50. Okay, so with that said, we started talking about everything else. And we started talking about where the budget's going and how they don't have enough police cars. They're going to be putting them on foot. We started talking about all the migrants that have been coming over the border and how they're cutting the police budget in all major cities, including Denver. And then we started talking about how there's sleeper cells all over Colorado. He's talking about South Americans. He's talking about people from Central America. He's talking about people from China. He's talking about people from the Middle East, all over. And he says the police know this, the state police and the local police, and they're not allowed to do a damn thing about it. So y'all, here's my question for you, especially for those of you that are left-leaning. Do you still think that it's okay to have open fucking borders?
Of course they do. Come on. Use your noggin. This is Olga Reznikova. She is a Ukrainian blogger. Here she is in war-torn Ukraine, going out to nightclubs and exploring the capital city of Kiev. You can see how devastated by war and poverty this struggling nation is, and how desperately they need American taxpayer aid. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. That looks like a real war-torn country to me. Yep. All right. I haven't heard about this. Anybody else?
I don't know why people are not talking about this, but there's going to be a star in the sky that explodes soon, and it'll be so big the entire world will get a chance to see. Experts have already started moving past the solar eclipse to now predict a once-in-a-lifetime nova explosion in just a few weeks. Experts have even pushed up their predictions from a couple months out to now just a few weeks, so be sure to add me so I can keep you guys updated. They go on to mention that the TCRB, for short, explodes once every 80 years, so the last time that this has happened was back in 1946. Experts are saying that the star is roughly 3,000 light years away from Earth in the Corona Borealis. Now, the star is considered a once-in-a-lifetime eruption because it explodes every 80 years. Most of us won't get a chance to see it again. People are making this a big deal because it is going to be visible with the naked eye, so no expensive telescope is going to be needed to view this event. So these scientists have mentioned that the level of brightness of this star exploding will be very similar to the North Star Polaris. And again, it is important to know that no one knows exactly when this star was set to explode, but we will be looking to the Corona Borealis or the Northern Crown to watch this event occur. I'd love to keep you guys updated, so be sure to add me so I can remind you about this event the closer that we get to it.
Okay. Yeah. Chuck Schumer just refused to hold a trial for impeachment for Secretary Mayorkas, who is single-handedly responsible for carrying out Biden's deadly border invasion. Yep. Oh, here goes a script for you. Here we go.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today and for your service to our nation, particularly on January 6th. You sacrificed your time to protect us, and we owe you a debt of gratitude. We are here today discussing the delayed National Guard response to the Capitol for one reason and one reason only. Donald Trump dispatched an armed mob to try to overturn the election he knew he lost. And for 3 hours and 19 minutes, as that violent mob assaulted law enforcement and hunted for members of Congress and the vice president who they were trying to hang, the National Guard was forced to wait and wait and wait. All because of the chaos at the Pentagon caused by the commander-in-chief and the fear that he would involve the military in domestic political affairs, a big no-no we teach worldwide to emerging countries. This was a commander-in-chief who, as the riot unfolded, didn't call his acting Secretary of Defense or Secretary of the Army to ask why the National Guard was missing. Where were they? A commander-in-chief who, after he learned someone was shot, didn't care. He didn't call the National Guard directly. A commander-in-chief whose aides and family partied and danced as the mob prepared to overturn the Capitol. A commander-in-chief who sat in his dining room watching it all unfold on TV like it was an action movie with an ending favorable to him. How did we get here? Let me tell you. In response to the June 2020 demonstrations responding to the murder of George Floyd, President Trump said he would, quote, deploy the United States military, end quote, to put down the protests, and even asked Secretary of Defense Mark Esper why the military couldn't just, quote, shoot the protesters in the legs or something, end quote. Secretary Esper found the president's comments so disturbing, he held a press conference saying he opposed invoking the Insurrection Act. Then, in December, as Trump continued to spread conspiracy theories supported by members of this Congress sitting here today about the election being stolen, talk of invoking the Insurrection Act reached a boiling point. It got so bad that his own Secretary of the Army and the Army Chief of Staff, a 4-star general, issue a joint statement saying, quote, "There is no role for the U.S. military in determining the outcome of an American election," end quote. And as our top military leaders worry the president will declare martial law, the rest of the national security apparatus was in total disarray. People were getting fired or resigning left and right. Everyone remembers that, right? And with only 71 days left in his term, Trump terminated the Secretary of Defense and replaced him with an acting Secretary of Defense who was completely over his head. Contrary to attempts to rewrite history, the January 6th Select Committee conducted more than 24 interviews and reviewed over 37,000 pages of documents.
Okay, so that's what the problem is right there, is that you can't arrest them. You can't charge them with anything. They can lie to you all they want to, and there's not a fucking thing that you or I can do about it. Okay? There's nothing that we can do because they wrote a law that said they can lie to you, and there's nothing that the American people can do about it. This lady is a lying piece of shit. Torres, you're a fucking liar. All right. She really thought she could get away with this. Let's see here.
Why would you hit my car? You did that to the front of my fucking car.
Oh, yeah?
What's funny? That's my new fucking car.
Usually when you rear end people, that's not how this works. It's okay. I'm going to call the cops real quick. But yeah, you're saying that I hit you from behind.
No, you hit me in the front of it. Remember when I was at a red light, you went in front of me and hit my car.
Oh, yeah? Okay. That's cool. Probably move the car from thing and I'll call the cops for you.
Look this. You are here and she can shoot. You see? Look, you were here and she can look. You see?
Yep. Look what you did to my car. Look what you did to my car. Yeah, it's because she knows her insurance isn't going to cover what the hell she did. She's going to have to pay for that out of pocket. That's what it all comes down to. Yep. Bill Barr says, MJ Truth Ultra put out, Bill Barr says he will be voting for Trump because another Biden term would be national suicide. The case against Trump is an abomination. I'm not even going to say it. LOL. Impartial distance is important. Exactly this is how you reach people outside your scope.
Trial has begun here in New York City. It's quite a spectacle, quite an event. I know that you think that the prosecution seems far-fetched. Maybe the best way I could, maybe that's the kindest way that I can say that. Your thoughts as to how this is going now that it's underway and what you think about it?
Well, I've said from the beginning, this case is an abomination. You know, it's obviously political. 7 years after he pays hush money to try to come up with this case. It's also, as you say, it's not only far-fetched, they're trying to predicate it on a federal crime, which wasn't prosecuted, and they're wrong about it. This was not a campaign contribution. They're just wrong on the law. But to me, this shows that the real threat to liberty, the real threat to our system are the excesses of the progressive left. They're perverting the system of justice, and that's where the danger lies: the corruption and subversion of our institutions by the left.
I heard you call this hush money case outrageous, and I also know you've been asked many times. You've had your disagreements with the former president. He's the presumptive nominee. We assume he will be the nominee. Will you support him in 2024?
Well, I've said all along, given two bad choices, I think it's my duty to pick the person I think would do the least harm to the country. And in my mind, that's I will vote the Republican ticket.
You
I
will.
will support the Republican ticket. I think the real danger to the country, the real danger to democracy, as I say, is the progressive agenda. And while Trump, and I said, Trump may be playing Russian roulette, but continuation of the Biden administration is national suicide, in my opinion.
Yesterday, the Supreme Court heard a case about obstruction charges against some of the January 6th.
In 2006, the Department of Justice began
Sorry about that,
investigating
guys.
LA's juvenile halls and camps. It revealed systemic abuse and unsafe conditions, and as a result, they were put under federal oversight for 6 years. An LA Times investigation in 2010 found at least 11 probation officers had been convicted of crimes or disciplined for inappropriate conduct with the youth in their care, including having sex with children in detention halls, beatings, and molestation. Investigative reporter Richard Winton broke the story.
I named some people. It took them 13 to 15 months to get rid of those people, named in the LA Times as committing multiple acts of sexual assault on multiple different females. There's been an unwillingness, it seems, to get rid of some people. I mean, they've known that there's been problems with people, and yet they stay on the payroll.
Time and time again, federal and state investigations found abuse across the department's detention centers.
There have been numerous occasions when outside bodies and oversight agencies have basically questioned how this place is run. And they've had numerous management changes, and yet they seem to be still stuck in the same pattern. The youth aren't protected.
Yeah. How about that? Joe M says all snakes will be revealed.
Back to your question. What about Donald Trump? Honestly, at the end of the day, I think the guy's terrific. He's been a great president. He's basically tried to follow. He has tried to meet every promise that he has stated. But I don't really care about Donald Trump at this stage. At this stage, it's not about him anymore. This is about the presidency of this country. Back to your question.
Yeah. All snakes will be revealed. All right. The sun is no longer yellow.
Look, I wasn't going to say nothing, but I'm going to have to because this shit is bothering me. Look, it's full blast sun outside. But look how dim it is. This is not the sun, dude. That is weird. Look. It doesn't seem like the regular sun. It just doesn't. Because this shit, if it was full blast sun, this would be like a nice yellow. This is like a dim white. Ever since the eclipse, it's been dim. It's like a dim white. Dude, I'm all about the sun, dude. I love the sun. It energizes me. And I would usually look directly into it. I don't know. Looks different. I would never do that when I would zoom into it. But yeah, I was just sitting inside. Why is it look so dim? And it's full sun. I don't know.
Yep. Kind of goes along with what Auntie Coulette was saying in that video that I played for you earlier this week. All right, here we go. Trump Biden nap time.
And this just in, Donald Trump has fallen asleep at his own trial. Okay, I think we have a picture. Yeah, we have a picture. Okay, there it is. There it is. He's sleeping. I have no words for this. None. He's too tired to stay awake. So he's sleeping. I can't believe this is happening. But here we are. Here we are. You know, it makes me mad. I don't know why, but I'm angry over this. I'm angry. I mean, to me, this clearly shows that he's too old for the job. We should call him something. We should call him a sleepy Dawn. Sleepy Dawn. Oh, that's a good one. I don't think people are taking this as seriously as they should. He fell asleep, okay, in the middle of the day. We probably should go to commercial because the things I want to say right now. The things I want to say. Oh, and this just in. President Biden was at a summit earlier today and took a little siesta, which is it's just so cute. You know, he's working so hard for us. And when I see this, I'm just touched by how much he gives to this job for all of us. You know, it's just. And here is President Biden talking with Prime Minister Bennett from Israel. Look at him. Now, he is not sleeping here. It might look like he's closing his eyes just a little bit, but that's just the angle of the cameras. And even if he did take a little shut eye, there is nothing wrong with that. It's just so precious to see him working so hard for the American people.
That was conservative mama making a little fun. He wasn't serious. Oh, bring back dueling. How many times have I said that? That if these guys were held to account in the days of old, okay, you or I could walk up to them, slap them with a glove, and say, meet me at such and such a place at such and such a time. We're going to duel it out. Yeah. They wouldn't know what to do, would they?
Biden's took bribes. It's obviously been dropped, and yet this was the genesis of our investigation. How do we understand?
That's just simply not true, but go ahead.
I'll yield to the chairman if you want to take some more time.
No.
Well, you can use
Are
your
you
time.
saying the bank statements are Russian disinformation, that the Bidens took $9,000
Oh, I
China?
agree. You've been talking about
Tony
bank
Bobulinski
statements for
said
more
it
than a
was
year, but they don't show anything other than there was no crime.
So
Well,
it's
what do your
okay.
bank
It's
statements
okay
show?
for, as Tony Bobulinski said, for China to bribe Joe Biden's family with $9 million.
But that's the lie that's been discredited. I mean, where is your impeachment investigation? If Joe Biden took a $9 million bribe from China, why aren't you impeaching him for that?
Well, who says we're not?
Well, I can invite Mr. Moskowitz to come back in. Do you want to move for impeachment today? Because I thought that was your main agenda item. You said it was the paramount priority of the committee.
No, this is a hearing on China, and you all have an obsession with Russia and Trump. It's disturbing.
We can talk
You
about
need
China
therapy.
and Trump or Russia
You all
and Trump.
need,
He's
you
got
need therapy, Mr. Raskin.
No. You need therapy. You're the one who's involved with the deranged politician, not me. Okay. I've divorced myself from Donald Trump a long time ago. You're the one who needs to disentangle from that situation. And I will tell you this. If you believe that it would have been illegal for Joe Biden to take $5 million from Ukraine, It certainly would have been. What do you think about Donald Trump taking more than $5 million from the Chinese government while he was president?
Well, we know that Donald Trump had a legitimate business that he talked about and he campaigned
The
on.
legitimate business was the White House.
What
He
business?
sold the White House.
Oh, give me a break.
He was
what
president of the United-
business was the Biden? What business were the Bidens in?
Well,
What business did Joe Biden's family own? What business were they in? Did they have hotels? Did they have a
Wait.
social media company? Did they have golf courses? Did they have casinos? Did they have office
Mr.
buildings?
Chairman,
What business? Did they have an energy
Mr.
company?
Chairman, we have spent tens of millions of dollars pursuing
We have
Joe
that is
Biden, and
not
you have not
true.
identified
That
a
is
single
lie.
crime.
You are
Really?
lying. That
Really?
is a lie. We have not spent $10 million.
Hey, how much have you spent?
We haven't spent hardly anything.
Oh, it's been for free. Okay. All right. Well, in any event, wait, you know what? Then we get what we paid for it because you got nothing.
That
you
is
got nothing
no,
on Joe
well,
Biden.
No. Answer
You've
this
not
question.
named a
Answer
single
this
crime.
question.
No, you
What did
answer
the Bidens do? What business were they in? Why did
What
they
bi-
get
Can I answer
millions
that?
and millions of dollars?
Well, no, I would like
Can
to
I
ask you
answer
a
what
question.
it
No,
because-
you start. What
Okay.
did the Bidens do?
The I don't know
What
who you're
business
talking
were they
about.
in?
Well, what business is the Comers in? You're talking about lots of people. There's lots of people in the
I'm
family.
a farmer.
Your
I have
impeachment-
land. I
Your
lease land.
impeachment
I sell honey.
investigation must identify
What
a
did the
high
Bidens
crime and
do?
misdemeanor.
What did they do?
I'll
for
tell
the
you what Joe
millions of
Biden
dollars?
did. He was a senator of the United States. Then he wrote a book and he said he made the most money he ever made in his life, millions of dollars on his book, and he gave $1 million.
That's
away
what
to
his
charity.
family did.
That's
That's why Ukraine, Kazakhstan, Romania, China, Russia. That's why they paid the Biden family money because of Joe Biden.
None of those governments paid anyone any money.
Somebody needs therapy here, but it's nobody on our side of the aisle. Okay? Because no,
Back to the
honestly,
China hearing. Back to the China
you
hearing.
had your chance.
Order,
I would
order.
like my time restored.
Well, no, your time was
I would like
expired.
you-
I've
no,
given
you
three
interrupted
extra
me.
minutes.
I want my
no,
time
you had
restored.
your time. You went above, and I'll let Miss Thornton go a minute.
You know what?
Here, sit down, everybody. Come back. This is about China. We asked a simple question. Now, Miss Presley, you're out of order. Sit down.
Mr.
You're out
Chairman,
of order.
Mr. Chairman,
No,
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, can I make a motion that we take a break for 5 minutes?
we're going to keep going. We'll let the record show that Mr. Raskins could not answer the question. What
First of
did
all,
the Bidens
let-
do to
let-
receive the money?
Let me start with this. My last name is Raskin. Okay, we've sat next to each other for more than a year. You don't have to add the S. Number two, I would like my time restored. And number three,
No, you have
have
your
not
time. You're
identified
out
a
of
single
order.
crime.
No.
Well, what is the crime that you want to impeach Joe Biden for and keep this nonsense going?
Well,
Why?
when-
What is the crime? Tell America right now. You
Well,
can have the rest
you're
of my
about
time.
to find out.
What
very
is the
soon.
crime?
You're about to find out
Name
very
it.
soon. Chair
That we
now
inhabit
recognizes
a
Mr.
propaganda
Biggs from
experiment.
Arizona.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. And our tax dollars are being used for that. U.S. debt clock decode. Monroe, here we go.
Hey, you guys, got a new U.S. debt clock message. Today is Wednesday, April 17th, 2024. They posted it at 12:12 p.m. actually, Eastern time today. So it says right side up, and it's got the pyramid upside down, but they're indicating that this is correct. It's supposed to be this way. This is the right side up, okay? And then down here, we've got the fiat side down, which we've got the Federal Reserve building right there. In the middle, we've got U.S. Treasury, asset-based, debt-free currency, payable to the bearer on demand. We've got the coins, and then that background, we have Fort Knox. You see it right there. That's Fort Knox, okay? And Fort Knox holds United States gold bullion depository. It's the depository for gold bullion for United States. Here is some information on Fort Knox Bullion Depository. The United States Bullion Depository at Fort Knox, Kentucky is not a production facility. It stores precious metal bullion reserves for the United States. It also says there are no visitors that are permitted in the facility. Fort Knox facts. It says amount of present gold holdings is 147.3 million ounces About half of the Treasury's stored gold, as well as valuables of other federal agencies, is kept at Fort Knox. It says the highest historic gold holdings was 649.6 million ounces. That was back in December 31st, 1941. And the only gold removed has been very small quantities used to test the purity of gold during regularly scheduled audits. Except for these samples, no gold has been transferred to or from the depository for many years. The gold is held as an asset of the United States at book value of $42.22 per ounce. And it says size of a standard gold bar is 7 inches by 3 and 5/8 inches and 1 by 1 and 3/4 inches. So those are just some facts. I'm not going to go over the rest of it. You guys pause and read if you want to know the rest of it. This was an interesting chart that I saw. It's Mint held gold reserves. It kind of gives you a visual of all of the gold that's held in Fort Knox compared to, it says, working stock, Arkansas, Denver, West Point, and Fort Knox. And you can see Fort Knox holds the majority of the gold reserves, or the gold depository, or gold reserves for the U.S. And this was documented. This is most recent because it was documented January of 2023. Now, as we were going over this on my Telegram page, a lot of you had questions about these numbers. We've actually gone over these numbers before in previous debt clock messages. One of them is 1694. And on the other side is 1913. 1694 is when the Bank of England was created. It says right here, the Central Bank of the UK is recognized as the Bank of England. The bank was founded in 1694. So it just gives you more of a synopsis of how the Bank of England came to be, which now operates as the central bank. And of course, the Federal Reserve Act was passed and signed into law in 1913. So that is what 1913 represents on the Federal Reserve building. So there you guys have it. This is going to be a really quick debt clock message because I've got a lot of things to do. I've got a pretty big envelope here that I've got to mail off to the IRS for you guys. So I'm going to be doing that today. Now, if you guys like my content, come follow me here. I'm on these platforms and these are my handles. So we will see you guys there.
Okay, up next, another Disney Cruise employee arrested at child porn charges this year. A Disney Cruise Line worker was arrested on child porn charges. Terso Neri, a 44-year-old crew member on the Disney Dream ship, was arrested for having sexually explicit images and videos of girls as young as 9 on his phone. He had a folder with the name of an apparent minor victim, which contained several sexual and nude photos and videos of the minor. Neri's phone allegedly showed a boy between 10 and 12 engaging in sex with a girl between 12 to 14 and a young girl naked with an adult man with the text, 9 years old, delicious. How many coincidences do we need? And this is what he looks like, this guy right here. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Here we go. The Senate dismisses 2 articles against Mayorkas.
We've set a very unfortunate precedent here. This means that the Senate can ignore, in effect, the House's impeachment. It doesn't make any difference whether our friends on the other side thought he should have been impeached or not. He was. And by doing what we just did, we have, in effect, ignored the directions of the House, which were to have a trial. that no evidence, no procedure. This is a day that's not a proud day in the history of the Senate.
If you want to find her, that will do.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah is recognized.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent to enter into a colloquy with my Republican colleagues.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President.
Senator from Utah would hold. We do not have order in the Senate. I would ask all senators to take their conversations to the cloakroom as well as the staff. The senator would just hold till we have order, please. Senator from Utah is recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. What we've witnessed today is truly historic. This has never occurred. Nothing like this has ever occurred. You know, under Article 1, Section 3, Clause 6, we've been given a duty. We've been given the sole exclusive power to try all impeachments. Try all impeachments, not some of them, not just those with which we happen to agree, not just those that we are happy that the House of Representatives undertook to prosecute, but all. The word try is.
Yep. Perhaps, let's see here. Holy smokes, have been trying to show you all the recent fires occurring. Perhaps this is the reason why. Unbelievable.
Non ci credo, pazzesco! Oh, tutta la benzina per terra. Sì, no, la pompa della benzina. Non ci... ma ti scopri tutto, chiama 155, chiama! Oh, and she gone. She gone.
Yep, not funny. Not funny. Crypto news? No, I'm not going to do it. All right. Giga-based dad. Men and women both have it harder than we realize. Both of us should have more grace and understanding for the other. I have watched my wife grow a baby, birth a baby, nurse a baby, raise a baby. We both need more support from the other, more than we realize. Hebrews 10:24, and let us.
If a man is at home all the time and he's the breadwinner, that's a bad sign. And the problem with being a father is you can never get it 100. If I give you time, we don't have money. If I get the money, you don't have me. I can't be there and earn a living at the same time. I'm limited, and I have an obligation to make sure your life is better than mine. That's part of it. Am I right? The difficult thing about being a father is that everybody wants it now. The kid wants it now. The wife wants it now. The job wants it now. The opportunity is now, because in your early years are your earning years. If a man is at home all the time.
That was a pretty solid message. Yep. All right, this will blow your mind. You figure it out. Let's see here. I don't know if there's music to this or not. Why do so many high-profile individuals change their last name, like John Stewart Lebowitz, to John Stewart? Robert Allen Zimmerman to Bob Dylan. John Kerry, family name changed from Cohn. Michael Douglas, family name changed from Danielovic to Douglas. This goes on for like 8 minutes. You know, it's like, yeah, it's super long. It's like 8 minutes long of all these different people who have changed their names. Right? All these people are actually Jewish, but have changed their names to not have anything reflect on. I saw one back here. I want to try it again. Come on. Don't give me the spinning wheelie thing. I'm not doing it. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Not only are they coming for your land, but they're coming for your water.
Well some time ago and have not registered your well. If you have a natural stream on your property, pond, year-round creek, a lake, all of that stuff, this applies to you. Essentially what is taking place is the state of Idaho is saying that you have X amount of time to file for your water rights of all of those different bodies of water. If you have 9 ponds on your property, you're going to have to register your 9 ponds. Now, if you do not file for your 9 ponds, your wells, whatever your water rights are, whatever your water sources are, the state of Idaho owns them. Foreverdom. They are now resources. They are now property of the state of Idaho. So if you have a homestead that's been in the family for 100 years and you have natural wells or natural springs that you guys use to water your animals or irrigate your land, the state of Idaho is saying that that is now their property if you don't claim it in time. Now, we've seen this before, guys, in other states across the nation. This is the beginning steps of a land resource grab. This is the beginning of government control of a massive amount of resources. In this case, the state of Idaho that has, especially in the north, a ton of water. You can almost go into any mountain ravine and find water flowing through. It's kind of hard to die of thirst in the state of Idaho.
Yeah, but the government wants to control it all. What God gave us. Yeah, they want to take it away. Want to stop crime? Make every state open carry. Yep. That would do it. All right. Bet you didn't see that coming.
So are you in a relationship? No. When the last time you were in a relationship?
Actually, I am in a relationship.
So you're lying?
Nah, I just had to think about it.
So you are in a relationship. How long you been together?
It's complicated. We've been on and off for like 10, 15 years maybe, but got really serious the past few months.
So is this a woman that you think that...
It's not a woman.
It's not a woman?
Nah.
It's a man?
Yeah.
So you're gay?
No.
So you're in a relationship with a man, but you're not gay?
Yeah, this man isn't on earth right now, though. It's our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, brother.
Okay. So are you in a relationship? No.
That was pretty good. Yeah, it was. That was pretty good. Yeah. Oh, Lord. Oops. Go back there. Go back. All right. what are we at? We're at 5.5 hours, and we're still on X. Yeah. All right, guys, I'm gonna call it for today. I'll go through a bunch of stuff tonight and have a bunch of stuff for you for tomorrow. I'm not going to play any of the other guys because obviously I cover every damn thing that they're going to cover anyways. So only they'll catch it either tomorrow or the day after. Yeah. Crazy how that's working out now, right? All right, guys, I will see you again tomorrow. Get yourselves a good night's rest, hang out with a bunch of other people, and remember that God loves you, Jesus loves you, I love you, Yeshua loves you. Yeah, he does. All right, peace.